Duke's attention. "The Duke mentioned the Arathaean ambassador," Arlene said. "Sahassan, I believe the name was?" "Yes, what about him?" Radami replied. "Why, having visited his homeland, I'd like to meet him," Arlene explained. "Could you point him out to me? I don't see anyone in Arathaean attire." "No, he's dressed like anyone else," Radami said. He pointed. "Over there." "Thank you," Arlene said. Now that his attention was directed properly, he could see that the indicated individual did indeed have the darker complexion and rounded features of an Arathaean. He had deliberately chosen the distracted youth to avoid being drawn into a long conversation, and Radami was ready enough to let him go, but not everyone was so cooperative. As he made his way across the gallery to the man Radami had pointed out, Arlene found himself accosted by various lords and ladies eager to make his acquaintance. One woman introduced herself and her husband as Lady Joy and Lord Jerial. Arlene immediately recognized the latter name and took a closer look at the fellow. Yes, this was indeed the man who had abused Sweet while Arlene watched from the closet. Arlene suddenly contrived to sneeze, thereby avoiding the customary hand clasp, as his right hand was instead employed in dabbing his nose with a lace handkerchief. "Your pardon, Lord Jerial," he said as he returned the handkerchief to his pocket. "Lady Joy, a pleasure to meet you." Lady Joy was a plump little woman who could no longer honestly be called young, and who had probably never been beautiful. She appeared to be a little older than her husband, and Arlene wondered why Jerial had married her. For money, probably. His activities in Westgard had made it plain that he was not particularly devoted to her. Perhaps he restricted his violent tendencies to other women so as not to antagonize a source of funds. "I have heard so much about you," Arlene continued, addressing Lady Joy. He lifted one of her hands in his own. "I really do hope we can become better acquainted. Perhaps we might dine together one night." Joy blushed with pleasure. "I would be delighted," she said. "We really must make some arrangement at the first opportunity." "The pleasure will be all mine," Arlene said, touching her fingers to his lips. "If you'll forgive me, though, I have other guests I must attend to just now. I do hope we'll have a chance to speak again soon." He released her hand and swept on. And finally, he reached the man who had been pointed out as the Arathaean ambassador. He was a gray-haired man of 60 or more, of medium height, running to fat. "Lord Sahassan?" Arlene inquired. "Just Sahassan," the other corrected him as he turned to face his host. "I own no enterprises, make no investments." "Oh, but surely, as the representative of your homeland, you are entitled to be addressed honorably," Arlene protested. "If my lord pleases," Sahassan said with a smile. "You know me?" "I have heard of you," Arlene replied. "And how have you heard of me, then?" "The rumors say that you dabble in sorcery and the buying and selling of magics. Are you from the borderlands, perhaps?" Arlene said. "Rather, I trade with Arathai." The ambassador's smile faded somewhat. "Oh?" "Indeed, I was there just last year." The smile vanished completely. "But the road has been closed." "It is closed no longer," Arlene interrupted. "Are you sure? Why have I received no word?" "I am quite certain, and I have brought word with me." He raised his left hand, fingers spread in one of his prearranged signals. The ambassador looked up at Arlene's hand, then past it, at one of the balconies, where an Arathaean was just disappearing through the draperies. He paled. "What sort of word?" Sahassan asked. "Who are you?" "I am a friend of Hathet," Arlene said. "As for what word, his family and the House of Derai would like to discuss that with you." "What? Is that a threat?" Arlene shook his head. "I make no threats," he said. However, there are 6 representatives of the House of Derai, 6 of Hathet's kinsmen, who wish to speak to you regarding certain suspicions they hold regarding the House of Slihar, your house. If you satisfy them, then I am satisfied. If you do not, well, they will have the opportunity to deal with you first. If that does not end the matter, are you familiar with our custom of dueling?
This is ridiculous, Sahassan said. Hathet was killed by bandits in the desolation. I had nothing to do with it.
Your house profited from it, or you would not be here, Arlene pointed out.
Yes, of course, Sahassan said, but there's no crime in that. Someone had to take his place, and I was available, and my house had the means to send me, as the Derai did not.
And if that's all there was to it, then you have nothing to fear, Arlene told him. You need merely convince 6 Derai magicians that you are telling the truth. Sahassan looked up at him, terror-stricken, then turned, saying,
I won't have it! I'm innocent!
And began making his way toward the door. Arlene made no move to stop him. At least 4 of the 6 Aratheans would be waiting for him at the entrance, and as Arlene had said, as Hathet's family, their claim to vengeance took precedence over his own. And it might well be that Sahassan was telling the truth after all, that he was merely an innocent beneficiary, in which case the others would do him no real harm. They had brought the necessary magic to interrogate him quite thoroughly. Several people had overheard all or part of this conversation. Others noticed Sahassan's indecorous flight. For a moment, a pall of silence fell over the crowd, then a renewed chatter burst out. That was one matter dealt with, Arlene thought. First cover, now the ambassador. He was making progress. He wished he could find Lord Dragon, though. He looked out at the crowd but could see no one who might be the tall, scarred lord. Well, there were still others to deal with. Your pardon, my lady, he said to a nearby woman. By any chance would you know whether Lord Keruvan is here? Chapter 32. The festivities continue. Lord Keruvan was there, a tall, thin man with thick black hair and a nervous smile, elegantly clad in maroon and buff and smelling ever so faintly of musk. As with Jerial, Arlene managed to avoid shaking his hand or making the usual polite proclamations of pleasure, while still establishing friendly relations and insisting that they must meet again. I believe I heard your name mentioned in Westgard, Arlene said. Something about a building you owned there having burned down? I don't know what that would be about, Keruvan said, but his expression, while remaining nervous, ceased to be a smile. I own an inn outside the city walls, but it isn't in Westgard. Oh, this wasn't an inn, and was definitely in Westgard, Arlene said. Perhaps you only owned a share in it. Keruvan turned up his hands. I've invested in a good many ventures, he said. Ah, well, perhaps we might compare notes one day, Arlene said. I might know of a few enterprises where another partner would be welcome. If not yourself, then perhaps one of your friends. Perhaps, Keruvan said uneasily. I can't speak for them. Of course, Arlene agreed. He studied the man's face, trying not to be obvious about it. Lord Keruvan was by no means the vapid fool the Duke appeared to be, but he scarcely seemed a mastermind either. He had been clever enough to buy that inn, clever enough to put aside a keg of gold coins against some future emergency, and careless or stupid enough to tell a slave who hated him where that money was hidden. Surely there was some way to get the names of the other 5 owners of the House of Carnal Society out of him. Not here, though, amid the crowd and the festivities. Arlene leaned close. Seriously, my lord, he said, there is a matter I would discuss with you in private. a matter concerning a mutual acquaintance and a large sum of money. Might I perhaps call on you at your home soon?" Kuruvan frowned. "How soon?" "Tomorrow." He shook his head. "Impossible, and surely you'll scarcely want to conduct business the day after hosting such an affair as this." Arlene laughed. "A very good point, my lord. When would you be available then?" Kuruvan studied Arlene's face just as Arlene had studied his, then shrugged. "Not tomorrow, but the day after I will be home. In the afternoon, of course, not the morning." "Then I will do my best to see you then," Arlene said. "Ah, but I am new to Manfort and as yet unfamiliar with the upper city. Could you perhaps see that my steward knows where your home is to be found?" He beckoned to Black, who had been standing unobtrusively nearby. Kuruvan glanced at Black and his drab black livery with distaste. "My coachman is outside," he said. "He wears maroon and gold." Black bowed and hurried away. "You are kindness itself, my lord," Arlene said. "I look forward to spending more time with you." Kuruvan frowned again. "I hope you do not mistake me, Lord Obsidian," he said. "I am an ordinary man." "Oh, surely more than merely ordinary. But perhaps you mean rather than whatever your virtues, you do not stray too far from the natural pursuits of mankind? Wine, women, and the clink of gold coins?" "Exactly," Kuruvan said, visibly relieved, and Arlene realized that the references to the brothel and other secrets had worried the man. Perhaps he had thought Arlene intended to blackmail him by accusing him of perversion, or that Arlene himself was a pervert seeking a partner in vice. And perhaps Kuruvan was a pervert, though Rose had not mentioned any actions on his part that were out of the ordinary for her clients. That might explain his caution. Arlene had no very clear idea just what the debauched lords of Manfort might consider a perversion, though. He snatched a wine glass from a nearby tray and handed it to Kuruvan. "I can provide you with wine readily enough," he said, "and we'll speak of gold another day, but I'm afraid that you'll have to find your own women." He gestured to the crowd. "There are certainly beauties here. Is there any that takes your fancy? Are you married?" "I'm not," Kuruvan replied. "I've never found a woman who suited me for long. And yourself? You must realize that half of Manfort is wondering about you." Arlene's teeth clenched. No, Rose hadn't suited him for long, and he had left her lying there with her throat cut. At least when he killed Kuruvan, he would not leave behind a grieving widow. And if Kuruvan was, as Arlene believed, one of the erstwhile owners of the House of Carnal Society, what had become of the two women he had carried off when that establishment was destroyed? He hadn't married either of them, obviously. Were they still alive? Arlene forced a smile. "No, I have not yet found a wife," he said. "I'm still young, and I've generally devoted myself to business to the exclusion of all else, the business of survival and revenge," he added silently. "Then perhaps I might introduce you to someone," Kuruvan said. He turned and indicated one of the handful of people who had gathered around him as he and Arlene spoke. "This is Lady Fiala." "Fan," the woman, scarcely more than a girl really, said eagerly, stepping forward and offering her hand. "Call me Fan, everyone does." Arlene bowed and kissed the girl's fingers. She smiled delightedly and curtsied in return, then said, "I understand you are a great traveler, my lord." "I have traveled," Arlene admitted. "Oh, and I have scarcely been outside the city gates. Tell me where you've been." A moment later, Arlene found himself describing Arathai to a growing and appreciative audience, an audience that did not include Lord Kuruvan. After that, he fell into a discussion of the desolation and the best routes and methods for crossing it with a Lady Yrmir. The presence of beautiful women eager to know him better was distracting, but Arlian had had to learn to resist such distractions in order to survive his stay in the House of Carnal Society. He reminded himself that he was not here to enjoy himself, but to pursue his revenge against those who had wronged innocence. The memory of Sweet's face as he had last seen it from a distance, as she sat terrified in Lord Dragon's coach, insulated him from the charms of these other faces. In time, he tore himself away from the little knot of listeners and made his way through the throng, meeting more of the city's nobility, and always looking for some sign of Lord Dragon. A buffet supper was served in the 2 dining halls. There were too many guests for a seated meal, and the party spilled from the gallery into those rooms. Thence it spread to the ballroom, where pipes, drums, a virginal, and a shawm provided music for dancing. Wine flowed freely. Whenever spirits showed signs of sagging, Arlian signaled to one of the remaining Arathaean magicians, and some new display would be forthcoming. A rain of flowers, a forest growing up the walls and then vanishing, rainbows playing across the room. Each was greeted with applause and laughter. The final display, launched at midnight, was one that Black had counseled him to drop, but Arlian had insisted. The image of a great black dragon appeared in the air above the heads of the crowd, flew the length of the gallery, then vanished. There was no laughter that time, and only half-hearted applause. Arlian knew that Black had been right. The image of a dragon was in poor taste. He had hoped, though, that it might stir a reaction from someone, that something in the crowd's response might give him a hint about Lord Dragon. His hopes were dashed. No one seemed to associate the image with anything but mankind's traditional enemy and ancient overlords, the dragons themselves. After that, the party began to break up. In ones and twos, the revelers drifted away, out to waiting carriages or the city streets. When the Duke of Manfort took his leave, the trickle became a flood, and within an hour, Arlian and Black were standing alone in the gallery. Arlian had been introduced to dozens, perhaps hundreds, of the city's elite, including several tall, scarred men, but he had seen no sign of Lord Dragon. He had not identified anyone else associated with the House of Carnal Society except Kuruvan and Jerio. Lords Inthior, Drasheen, and Salisna had not made their presence known, if they had been there at all. Nor had Arlian learned whether any of them had in truth owned shares in the House of the Six Lords. He had made a date with Lord Kuruvan, though, and Sahassan, the Slihar ambassador, had been dealt with. He stood for a moment, thinking over the evening, then asked Black, "Is the Duke as great a fool as he appears?" Black hesitated, considering, then said, "He has been accused of wisdom to his face, but behind his back, never." "Then why is he still seen as the master of Manfort? Why has no one usurped his position?" "Who says no one has?" Black asked. "The Duke remains the Duke because he makes a useful figurehead, but I've no doubt the real power lies elsewhere." "Where?" Arlian asked. "Who was here tonight who wields real power?" Black shrugged. "I don't know," he said. "There are the secret societies. I suspect they do more to determine what actually gets done than the Duke. And of course the Duke has his advisors. Fool or not, he's smart enough to take their advice. If he did not, he might wake up one morning with his throat cut, or find some interesting toxin in his wine glass." "Who are his advisors, then?" "My lord, what does this have to do with your revenge?" "I don't know," Arlian admitted, "but I'm convinced that Lord Dragon must be a very powerful man, one close to the Duke. Who better than one of his advisors?" Black sighed. "I don't know who all of his advisors are. I've heard a few names mentioned, just as I'm sure you have. Lord Hardior, Lord Enziat, Lady Rhyme. But whether those are all of them, or what their positions really are, I couldn't say." "I met Lord Hardior tonight," Arlian said thoughtfully. "I hadn't known he was one of the Duke's advisors. I didn't meet anyone called Enziat or Rhyme. I did know those names, and I would have remembered.
I don't know whether they were here at all, but if they were, you might have met Rhyme under her true name, or Enziet under some other cognomen, Black said.
Arlian stroked his beard. I might have at that. He tried to remember how many men he had met who had not given their true names. One would hardly give a false name in an affair of this sort, but plenty of people had been introduced only by nickname. Manfort was very fond of nicknames, more so than almost anywhere else Arlian had visited, a relic of the long struggle against the dragons when the human resistance to draconic authority dared not give true names for fear of reprisals. Ordinarily, this was a pleasant and harmless habit, one Arlian had taken advantage of himself. There were times when it could be confusing or inconvenient. Arlian began pacing the length of the gallery, but then Black's outstretched arm caught him across the chest. He looked up, startled.
Ari, it's late, Black said. Rest, sleep. You can look for Lord Dragon in the morning.
Arlian stared at him blankly for a moment, then glanced out the gallery's tall windows at the night sky. Thick clouds hid the stars. A thin crescent of moon shone dimly through the overcast. You're right, he said at last. You're quite right. To bed. We'll start fresh in the morning. Black smiled at him. Chapter 33. Lord Wither. Arlian, unsurprisingly, slept late. By the time he arose and broke his fast, the sun was approaching its zenith. When he had eaten, he ambled down the great gallery, noting the debris that the servants had not yet cleared away, and the sour smell of spilled wine that still lingered, and spotted Thirith in one of the side chambers. He paused, and then, momentarily overcome with curiosity, he asked, "What did you do with Sahassan?" The Arathaean looked up. "You do not want to know," Thirith replied. Arlian hesitated, and decided that Thirith was right. At least for now, he did not want to know. It was enough that the House of Dirai, Hathet's family, was satisfied. He still had plenty of others to concern himself with. He would see Lord Keruvan tomorrow, and that would be his chance to get the names of the other lords, including Lord Dragon. And once he had dealt with the 6 of them, once Sweet was free and Rose avenged, he could track down Stonehand and Hyde and the rest. He started to turn away, but Thirith called after him. "Your pardon, my lord," he said. "A man was here this morning with a question that may interest you." Arlian turned back. "Oh?" "He spoke to me as he came to buy magic, and the others were not yet available," Thirith said. "He wanted to buy dragon venom." Arlian smiled. Did he indeed? There were any number of reasons a person might want dragon venom, as a poison, or as a drug, or as an elixir of life. This inquiry might mean nothing, or it might lead back to Lord Dragon. Keruvan would probably give him all the names he needed, but it would do no harm to have a second path to the information he sought. And even if this failed to provide any such link, it might well teach him more about dragons and give him information that would be useful when he sought out the monsters in their caverns. Who was he? A servant. He wore homespun, not livery, and would not name his employer. What did you tell him? That I could not sell dragon venom without consulting you, and that you would undoubtedly prefer to deal with his master. He is to return later today. Excellent. When he comes, I want to speak with him. Thirith bowed. As you say. Thank you, my lord. Arlian walked on, feeling cheered. Things were starting to happen. He had put events into motion. At long last, he was pursuing his vengeance. There might still be distractions and side paths along the way, but he was headed the right direction. The day when Lord Dragon would pay for his crimes and Sweet would be free was drawing nearer. Either that, or the day Arlene would die at the hands of one of his foes was approaching. The chances of punishing all his enemies, human and draconic, and surviving it all were still slim. Odd, Arlene thought, that even knowing he might be on the way to his death failed to counteract the pleasure he felt in knowing he was closer to his goal. Death or justice, he was nearing one, but he had no way of knowing which. He spent the next few hours on housekeeping and business. His agents, Arathaean and otherwise, were continuing to invest his assets, both financial and thaumaturgical, and Black and his subordinates were finally employing a proper full-time staff for the old palace. Those little magics he had brought from Arathai and used so freely at the previous night's festivities brought fantastic prices, Arlene knew, but just how fantastic still surprised him. He was seated in his study, totting up his profits in frank amazement, when a servant knocked at the door. "A caller, my lord?" Arlene looked up and smiled to himself. This would be the person seeking dragon venom. Arlene and the Arathaeans had no dragon venom to sell, of course. The magic they sold all came from Arathai, where no dragon had ever breathed. There was no need to admit this, though. "Show him in," he said. He turned to face the door, but did not rise. As a lord, he had no need to stand when greeting a messenger. When the door opened, however, Arlene got to his feet, startled. The man who stood there was clearly no mere messenger. Lord Obsidian's guest was slightly below average height and somewhat stooped. His face was thin and wrinkled and seemed shrunken, almost buried beneath a great mop of gray hair that was pulled loosely back into a thick ponytail. Neither the traditional workman's braid nor the nobility's usual custom of unbound and stylishly cut hair. His physical appearance, while hardly impressive, was not that of a messenger. His attire was impressive. He was dressed in green silk embroidered in spun gold, trimmed at throat and cuffs with lace and pearls. A belt of black leather set with emeralds supported a beaded scabbard. His sword hilt, hung for a left-handed draw, was chased with silver and adorned with pearl and diamond. This was clearly a nobleman's sword. Gorgeous as the visitor's clothing was, Arlene hardly gave it a glance. Instead, he found himself caught by his guest's green eyes, deep-set but unnaturally bright, staring at him with an intensity Arlene had rarely seen. "Lord Wither," the footman holding the door announced. Arlene had been so focused on the stranger that he had forgotten the servant was there. Thus reminded, he started to wave for the man to go, then paused. Lord Wither should not be wearing his sword in another lord's home, not when Arlene's own sword was elsewhere. He should have surrendered it, and the servants should have kept it by the door to be returned when Wither departed. On the other hand, meeting those eyes, Arlene suspected that it would take a brave man to demand anything of Lord Wither that Lord Wither did not care to give. Arlene was not paying footmen for their courage. He waved, and the footman left. "Welcome, Lord Wither," Arlene said, holding out a hand. "Lord Obsidian," Wither said in a deeper voice than seemed appropriate to his size. He ignored the hand, and for the first time Arlene realized that the man's right arm was crooked, misshapen, and shorter than it should be. The loose silk sleeves and drooping lace cuffs hid this deficiency well, and had presumably been designed to do so. That explained the name, the left-handed sword, and perhaps more. Buckling and unbuckling a sword belt one-handed was perhaps more than courtesy could ask, and unsheathing the sword under a host's roof would hardly be suitable. Arlene lowered his hand and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, my lord. Did you attend last night's festivities? I do not recall—" "I wasn't there," Wither said.
I'm too old for that sort of nonsense. He spoke sharply, biting off his words. As you say, Arlene said. Nonetheless, I am pleased to meet you now. How can I be of service to you? You sell magic, Wither said. Sorcerous baubles, spells, potions. Indeed I do, Arlene agreed. He gestured to a chair. Would you care to sit down? I'll stand. It's simple enough. I want to obtain a small amount of fresh dragon venom. A thimbleful would suffice. Can you oblige me? I would need to know the use you propose for this substance, Arlene said. Forgive me, my lord, but dragon's venom is a most potent fluid, as I'm sure you know. It's said that a single drop can, if properly administered, enthrall a man or kill a dozen. It can reportedly shatter locks, corrode the will, intoxicate even the mad. It can extend life as well as end it, Wither replied. Ah, you wish to extend your life? Certainly a reasonable, not mine, Wither interrupted. My mistress. Arlene stopped, bemused as he considered that. Wither was an old man. How old could his mistress be that he was concerned with her longevity? A man of his obvious wealth could surely have any number of young women at his beck and call. Who was this woman he sought to preserve? Did he think dragon venom could preserve or restore a woman's youth? If so, was he right? Arlene had no idea just what the stuff could do. He had only rumors, legends, and hearsay to rely upon. Do you have it, or don't you? Wither demanded. I don't have any on hand, Arlene admitted slowly. I may have a source where I can obtain it. May I ask, perhaps, who the intended recipient is, and how you intend to apply it? She's called Opal. You haven't met her. I intend to mix it with human blood and let her drink it, Wither said impatiently. That's the only way it works, so far as I know. Arlene nodded. And the blood? Anyone's. It doesn't matter. I'll pay someone to donate it. That part's easy. And you don't want enough for both of you? Wither snorted. I've had mine, Obsidian, long ago, probably before your grandfather's grandfather was born. I was one of the founders of the Dragon Society, back when Manfort was all we had, and Duke Royorsh was still alive. Look into my eyes and tell me you can't see it for yourself. Arlene started at the mention of the Dragon Society. Cover had spoken of it, but had not known one really existed. Then Arlene caught Wither's eyes, as instructed, and stared. He knew the name for what he saw there. The Heart of the Dragon, he said, more to himself than to Wither. Of course. You've got it yourself, don't you? Arlene, without thinking, nodded. I'd scarcely believe you could have the venom if you didn't, Wither said. Now, do you have any venom? Or can you get it? Arlene held up a hand and turned away, forcing himself to look away from those fearsome green eyes. A moment, please, he said. He fixed his gaze on the floor, trying to clear his thoughts. Those eyes had power to them, a ferocity. And Wither said that was the dragon's heart that Black had spoken of, that he had it himself. And he said it came from drinking dragon's venom and human blood. He said it as if he knew beyond question that it was so. Was that why Black had agreed to teach Arlene the sword and become his companion? Was that why Sweet had invited him in and taught him so much? Was that why Bloody Hand had set him free? Had those accomplishments been bought with his grandfather's life? Arlene could hardly doubt it. Looking into Wither's eyes, he could hardly deny anything the old man said. And that ferocity,
Was his own gaze as fierce as Wither's? He could not imagine that it was, yet Wither saw the heart of the dragon in him. Perhaps not as strong, as he was so much younger, but that same power lay within him, fallen there in his parents' cellar all those years ago. And it surely lay within Lord Dragon as well. Even after 9 years, Arlian could remember the intensity of those dark eyes. Wither and Cover had both mentioned the Dragon Society as well. That was another mystery that must be explored. "My lord," Arlian said, not meeting Wither's gaze. "Bear with me. I have only recently come to Manford from Arthai, and while I know much of matters you would consider arcane, I know little of your homeland. Would you be kind enough to answer a few questions for me before I answer yours?" "If that's what it takes to get the truth from you," Wither said. "What do you want to know?" "Several things," Arlian said. "Let me take it one step at a time. Am I to understand that long ago you chanced to imbibe a mixture of dragon's venom and human blood?" "Of course I did, you idiot," Wither said. "Didn't I just tell you that? It was in one of the early defenses of Manford, when the dragons had not yet resolved to abandon the fight for the city. One of them bit into my shoulder, and then made the mistake of flinging me into a pit where it couldn't reach me. I wiped the blood from my wound with my hand, then licked my hand before I lost consciousness, and the deed was done. My arm was withered and my shoulder ruined forever, but I recovered from my fever and lived." "That was centuries ago." "Yes, of course. 800 years, more or less." Arlian nodded, still not meeting Wither's eyes. "I had heard that this mixture could prolong life, but not that anyone who actually drunk it still lived." Wither snorted. "Of course we do. Oh, it's rare that anyone survives a meeting with a dragon, but it does happen, and those of us who have tasted venom and blood don't die. Naturally, then, some of us are still around." "And you believe that I, too, have drunk this elixir?" "Of course. I don't know when or how, but I can see it in your face. You have that air of authority, of certainty. I've never seen it in anyone who hadn't tasted the venom." Arlian stroked a finger across his cheek as he thought this over. "And now you seek to give this same gift to someone else?" he asked. "Marasa," Wither said. "She calls herself Lady Opal." "You love her?" Wither frowned. "I don't want her to die," he said. "I'm tired of watching my women grow old and die. I've had a dozen wives and a score of mistresses, and I don't want to ever see another wither away while I watch." "I can see that," Arlian said. The image of Rose sprawled across her bed with her throat cut came suddenly to mind. "I can understand that quite well." "I've tried before," Wither said. "I've tried spells and potions. I tried feeding Vorina my own blood in hopes it would carry the magic, and instead it poisoned her. She died writhing in agony." He let out a shuddering sigh. "That was unpleasant. Worse than unpleasant. When she died, I felt as if I should now be the one writhing in agony. I had never imagined in all those centuries that my own blood could be toxic." Arlian blinked and looked down at his own hand, at the veins faintly visible beneath the skin. Was his blood similarly tainted? "It's been years, decades, since Vorina died," Wither continued.
I had said I would do without the love of women rather than see another person I cared for die, and resolved to restrict my attentions to the purely physical. But then I met Marasa, and I was lost. I won't risk killing her. No more experiments. The only thing I know will work safely is the same mixture that worked for me and for all the others in the Dragon Society. Blood and venom. Blood and venom, Arlian said. The Dragon Society. You mentioned that before. What is it? Just what it sounds like, Wither replied. Those of us who have drunk the venom aren't hard to recognize, not once you've met a few of us. And long ago we formed a society, a place where we could gather privately with our own kind, and need no longer pretend to be ordinary mortals, need no longer be, willingly or no, the dominant figure in any gathering by virtue of the power in our blood, a place where no one would stare at, or so obviously avoid looking at, our deformities. For of course most of us bear the scars inflicted upon us by our draconic benefactors. You're fortunate in that your face and hands are unmarked. Are there scars elsewhere, perhaps? Or did you in truth find some way to obtain venom without a fight? It was when I heard that you carried the dragon's heart, yet bore no obvious scars, that I thought to seek you out, in hopes of preserving my Marasa.
Arlian remembered Cover's belief that Lord Dragon was the master of the Dragon Society, and that this secret society controlled much of what went on in Manfort. This society, Arlian asked, is there a person who calls himself Lord Dragon? Wither shrugged. I have heard several of us use that name now and again. I do not attach it to any one person. Now, boy, I've answered enough questions. Can you help me or not? Did you find a way to get the venom without facing a dragon's wrath? How did you drink it yet remain unscarred? His voice shook with eagerness. Arlian shook his head. I'm sorry, my lord, he said. I drank my grandfather's blood as I lay trapped beneath his corpse. I will not deceive you further. I have no venom, nor the means to obtain it at present. He cleared his throat. I do have the services of half a dozen Arathaean magicians, and I will set them to seeking what you want, if you like. Wither stared at him for a moment, then growled, May the dragons blast you for leading me on. His left hand fell to the hilt of his sword. My apologies, my lord, Arlian said, standing up straight. He recognized with a sudden thrill of excitement and horror that he was facing a challenge, his first since attaining sufficient status to be entitled by tradition to duel. I am unarmed. If you wish to avenge this slight upon my flesh, I pray you let me fetch my blade. No, Wither said in disgust, his hand dropping. The fault is not worthy of such a cost, and further, I might well be violating my oath by slaying you here. Arlian frowned, relieved to know he was not going to be forced to fight this fearsome old man, but also puzzled. How is that, my lord? What oath do you speak of? The oath of the Dragon Society, required of each member upon joining, is that none of us shall attempt to slay another member within Manfort's walls, Wither explained. With more than a score of us gathered in one place for centuries, duels would be inevitable without that restriction. And what a waste, to cut off a life that might, for all we know, last millennia.
and so few new members ever appear that in time we would destroy ourselves, I'm sure.
I am not a member, though, Arlian pointed out. He very much wanted to be one, though, now that he knew the Dragon Society really existed, for surely the man he knew as Lord Dragon was a part of it, even if not the Master Cover had believed him.
Oh, you are a member in all but name, Wither said with a wave of his good hand. I don't concern myself with needless formalities. You can merely present yourself, undergo our little initiation, and swear to the oath, and you'll be as much a member as I. The only difficult requirement is the first, the elixir that renders one suitable, and the mark of your eligibility is plain.
Arlian considered that. I was going to ask that the price of setting my magicians to searching be your sponsoring my application to join, he said.
Wither shook his head. You needn't bother. You can join at any time simply by answering the ritual questions and swearing the oath.
Yet I owe you for the honest answers you've given me, Arlian said. I will set my magicians their task, though I cannot promise any result.
A kind gesture, sir, Wither said.
Thank you. He bent his head briefly in acknowledgement. Thank you, Arlian replied. I have but one last request.
Ask it then, and I'll be on my way.
How am I to find this Dragon Society should I choose to join?
Simple enough. Go to the intersection of Citadel Street and the Street of the Black Spire, and walk down the Street of the Black Spire toward the city gates until you come to a black door with a red bar across it. That is the Society's hall. Knock, and when the doorkeeper sees your face, you'll be admitted, I have no doubt.
Thank you. Arlian bowed. A moment later, Lord Wither was gone, and Arlian settled into his chair, thinking hard. This was his chance, surely. This Dragon Society could be the key to everything he sought. Everything was going as well as he could have hoped, as if fate itself was on his side. Only belatedly did it occur to him that he had not inquired whether Wither had owned a share of the brothel in Westgard, but he shrugged that aside. There would be plenty of time to ask the old man later. Arlian did see at least one potential problem ahead, however. If he joined the Dragon Society and swore the oath, and found that Lord Dragon and the others he sought were members, then he could not try to kill them, at least not within the city walls. Would he then ever have a chance to meet Lord Dragon outside Manfort? There were other questions remaining as well, questions of timing, of strategy, and the question of preparation. Was he truly ready to meet Lord Dragon in combat? He would know soon enough, he told himself, one way or another. Now that he knew of the Dragon Society, he would find Lord Dragon. When he saw that hated face, he would know whether or not he was ready to act. Chapter 34. Lord Keruvan. As Arlian climbed into the coach the next afternoon, he had still not decided how and when he should approach the Dragon Society. He had spent the previous evening running various plans and schedules through his mind, until at last he had made his way to bed, having decided only that the meeting with Lord Keruvan would come first. For one thing, the possibility had occurred to him that Keruvan might be a member of the Society himself, and he wanted to satisfy himself on that account before proceeding further. He arrived at the gate of Keruvan's palace without incident, and clambered from the coach, throwing Black, his driver, a quick salute. He was greeted by a pair of footmen and escorted into a salon paneled in unfamiliar reddish wood. He surrendered his hat and sword to a maroon-robed slave girl, silver chains jingling on her wrists as she carried them away. Before he could take a seat, a handsome gray-haired man in a more elaborate version of Keruvan's maroon and gold livery appeared and bowed. "If you would accompany me, my lord." Arlian had assumed the meeting would be in the salon, but he made no protest as the steward showed him down a passageway and into a smaller, more cluttered room where Lord Keruvan was waiting. "Lord Obsidian," Keruvan said, rising from his chair. "A pleasure to see you again." Arlian bowed in acknowledgement, forestalling any offered hand. "The pleasure is mine," he said. Keruvan gestured toward a chair, and a moment later the two men were seated facing one another. Arlian studied his foe, looking for some sign of the intensity black and wither called the Dragon's Heart, but found none. "Now, my lord," Keruvan said, "I believe you said you wished to discuss a private matter." "Indeed," Arlian agreed. "Before I explain myself further, however, I really must ask for the names of your 5 partners in the House of Carnal Society in Westgard. I believe this matter concerns them as well, though in a lesser degree." He tried to appear calm, but this was a decisive moment for Arlian. He had Rose's word that Keruvan had claimed to be one of the 6 lords who owned the house, but while he trusted Rose, Keruvan might have lied to her. His reaction now would show Arlian whether or not Rose had been deceived, whether or not he had found one of her killers. Keruvan sat back and stared at Arlian. His fingers fidgeted on the arms of his chair. He laughed nervously. "You have me at a disadvantage," he said. "You obviously know something about me, while I am in utter ignorance of your own history and connections. I don't know your true name." "I deal in magic," Arlian interrupted. "I dare not give my true name." He did not let his relief show, but Keruvan's response removed any doubts. This was one of the men Arlian had sworn to kill. Keruvan nodded in acknowledgement. "Fair enough. Can you tell me nothing about yourself, though?" "I will trade you fact for fact, if you like," Arlian suggested, trying hard to sound unconcerned. "To begin the exchange, I will tell you that while I was born and raised in the lands of man, I never set foot in Manfort until 2 years ago. Now, tell me the name of one of your partners. By preference, the dark-haired man with the scarred cheek who cut down Madame Rill and carried a letter from the Duke granting him immunity from the consequences of that act." Keruvan, his hands now motionless, stared at him. "You know the oddest details," he said. "You know about Rill and the letter, but you don't know Lord Enziat's name?" "I do now," Arlian said, his blood pounding. "I had heard the name, but did not know him by sight and had not made the connection. Now he had, though, and pieces began to drop into place. Lord Enziat, chief advisor to the Duke of Manfort, was Lord Dragon. He was certainly a member of the Dragon Society as well, scarred as most of the members of the Dragon Society were scarred, with that dragon's gaze that let him command others as he had commanded the looters so long ago in Obsidian, and that undoubtedly let him command the Duke and many of the other lords of Manfort. That he had not told the looters his identity, nor revealed his true name in connection with his ownership of a brothel, now made perfect sense. Someone so highly placed would naturally want to keep his distance from anything so sordid. And that no one in Westgard had recognized him also became understandable. Lord Enziat was known to be reclusive. He spoke with the Duke and the Duke's other advisors in private, and was rarely seen in public. Killing Lord Enziat would not be easy. He was said to keep largely to himself, staying within his own manse just to the east of the citadel, behind dozens of guards. But he was no coward, no helpless fop. He just didn't want to be disturbed. He was said to have fought a dozen duels, invariably killing his opponent. He was rumored to be a sorcerer as well. He was famous for his cold brilliance and ruthless efficiency, both in his advice to the Duke and his own affairs. He had no known family and few real friends. This, Arlian thought, would be a worthy challenge. "It is, I would say, your turn to ask a question," he said. Keruvan considered him. "And I take it that I am not yet entitled to an explanation of this private matter you came to discuss?" "Not until I have the other 4 names," Arlian said. "True names, if possible, not just nicknames." "I have little patience for these games, O mysterious guest. I'll give you the names, and you'll tell me what this is about, and then you'll owe me 3 further answers on subjects of my choice." "Good enough," Arlian said, "though I have another question of my own I'll want to ask in time." "The names?"
Drisheen, Toribor, Steam, and Horim.
Arlian was disappointed to realize he knew only one of them by name. Lord Drisheen had visited the house on occasion during Arlian's residence in the attic, and was reputed to be a sorcerer and an advisor to the Duke, though one of the lesser ones. Except for an overindulgence in scents, Drisheen had not been extravagantly unpleasant in his treatment of the women in Westgard, nor had he otherwise made the thought of killing him easier to handle. But the 6 lords were all enslavers and murderers, and Arlian would kill them all if he possibly could. He had sworn as much. "Thank you," he said. "And the matter you wished to discuss?" Keruvan demanded impatiently. "Ah," Arlian said. He considered asking his other important question, but decided he really did need to give something in return before he could expect a reply. "You own an inn called the Blood of the Grape, I believe." "Yes," Keruvan agreed. "What of it?" "You stored a keg of gold there, long ago, against the eventuality that you might someday wish to flee Manford." Keruvan sat bolt upright. "Who told you that?" "Someone who is now dead," Arlian said. "You need not worry that any of your other secrets might escape." "You owe me 3 more answers, Obsidian, and that must be one of them. Who told you that?" "Rose," Arlian said. He found himself trembling as he said her name, though he could not say whether he shook with grief or fury or something else entirely. "A crippled whore called Rose." "She's the mutual acquaintance you mentioned?" Keruvan rose from his chair. Arlian nodded. Keruvan took a step toward Arlian, fists clenched. "What else did she tell you?" Arlian looked up at him and struggled to remain calm in the face of Keruvan's rage. "I spent a considerable amount of time in Rose's company, and we spoke a great deal. Could you be more specific?" "What else did she tell you about me?" "That you were one of the owners of the House of the 6 Lords," Arlian said. "That you can't hold your liquor. That you had promised to take her with you if you ever fled Manford." He shrugged, which took a real effort in his tense condition. His shoulders were more inclined to shake than to rise and fall. "That's all, really. No more secrets." "And my gold?" "It's gone," Arlian said. "Taken by the youth who called himself Lord Lanaire." "Him! The one at the inn down the street!" Keruvan started to turn away, to pace the floor, then stopped. He turned back. "You're Lanaire, aren't you? You made yourself rich with my gold?" "I was Lanaire," Arlian agreed. "And I invested your gold in a caravan to Arathai, which was one element in how I became wealthy enough to be here, your fellow lord, today." "Have you come to pay it back then, as if I'd made you a loan? Or are you here to taunt me for my foolishness in telling that faithless bitch where I hid it?" Arlian rose and faced Keruvan from mere inches away, looking up into Keruvan's bright brown eyes. "I am here to avenge her death, Keruvan," he said. "I needed the names of the other owners, and you've been kind enough to provide that. Now, will you tell me where the 2 women you took from the house are, or will I need to search for them after I've killed you?" "You mean to kill me?" Keruvan stared. "Over a whore? A slave?" "Over a woman you wronged, and for a dozen other crimes." "You, a thief, call me a criminal?" "And you, who had women enslaved for your pleasure and mutilated and murdered them at whim, dare deny it?" "Of course I deny it. Those women were bought openly, and what we did with them was entirely within our legal rights." Both men were shouting now, standing nose to nose, Arlene's head tipped up and Keruvan's tipped down. "Within your power, perhaps, but no law can make it right," Arlene replied. "You think you're above the law, then? I think you have abused the very concept of law." Keruvan stepped back, making a visible effort to calm himself. Holding his voice to a normal conversational level, he asked, "And you intend to kill me? Have you a knife tucked in your boot, then? Or were you planning to use your Borderlands magic?" Arlene lowered his own voice to match Keruvan's. "I intend to meet you fairly, sword in hand, at a time and place of your choosing, and convenient to us both." "A duel?" Keruvan sneered. "You think yourself a nobleman and not a mere assassin?" "I am no assassin," Arlene replied. "I own businesses that are run for me by others. Does that not entitle me to the rank I claim?" "You bought them with stolen money!" "Nonetheless, I own them. Choose where and when we shall meet, Lord Keruvan, and I'll take my leave until the appointed time."
"You're an unarmed thief here in my home. Why should I meet you honorably? Why should I not have you slain on the spot?"
Arlene smiled a tight little smile. "I see at least 2 reasons," he said. "Firstly, if we do meet fairly, I will bring with me a keg of gold equal to what I took from you at Rosa's behest, and in return I ask that you bring the 2 women, the survivor, to claim all. And secondly, I have friends and retainers awaiting my safe return, including 6 of Arathai's most powerful magicians, who do not consider me a thief. Do you really want to risk their vengeance?" Keruvan stared at him. "Were I the assassin you think me, you would already be dead," Arlene said. "You may have heard what happened to Sahassin." Keruvan considered that before replying slowly, "You intend to fight me fairly, and you think you can kill me?" "Indeed I do," Arlene said. "I'm twice your age. I have trained with the sword since I was a beardless child." "Then perhaps you will kill me," Arlene said. "Either way, my need for vengeance will be at an end, either satisfied or destroyed." "You must be mad," Keruvan said. "You seek me out, confess to robbing me, then challenge me to fight to the death over a dead slave. You boast of complicity in the assassination of the Arathaian ambassador," Arlene interrupted. "On the contrary, I do not even know whether Sahassin is truly dead. Otherwise, yes, you've stated the case accurately. And perhaps I am mad. You're not the first to suggest it." Keruvan stared at him a moment longer, then said, "Very well, I will face you. Tomorrow, at my own gate, at midday." Arlene smiled broadly and bowed. "I will be there," he promised. Then he turned and marched out. Chapter 35. A Meeting at Sword Point.
"Remember, you'll have raw speed and strength on your side,"
Black said, leaning down from the driver's seat of the coach.
"But he's far more experienced than you are, as he said. He'll probably react faster simply because he won't need to think about it."
Arlene nodded, then opened the door of the coach. He felt cold and stiff, as if the blood were cooling and thickening in his veins. He had fought before, and he had killed beasts, monsters, and even a man. Creatures in the Dreaming Mountains had perished on his sword, and the bandit on the southernmost edge of the desolation had died at his feet. But despite all his plans and dreams of vengeance, he had never before deliberately set himself in front of another human being with the intention of killing him in cold blood. It felt different. It felt wrong. He glanced at Thirif, who sat silently in the coach, but the Arathaean said nothing.
"He's taller than you," Black said as he climbed down. "He'll have a longer reach. Don't let him use it. Stay in close or get clear. Don't fight at full extension."
"You told me that," Arlian said.
"I know I did. I want you to remember it," Black retorted. "I want you to live through this."
Arlian didn't answer as he stepped out of the coach. He stretched, straightened his jacket, straightened his sword belt, and faced his enemy's home. The air was warmer than it had been in days, but still cool and redolent of spring. Vines twined up the gateposts, and blue flowers bloomed splendidly on one side, catching the bright light of midday. The gate of Lord Keruvan's mansion was closed, as it had not been when Arlian arrived the day before. Guards wearing the maroon and gold of Keruvan's household, including gold-trimmed breastplates, stood on either side outside the fence. They held pikes. There was no sign of Lord Keruvan, or of the two women he had carried away from the brothel in Westgard. Arlian glanced up. The sun was straight overhead, so far as he could tell. Had he put too much faith in Keruvan's honor and respect for tradition? Had the man perhaps fled rather than face him? After all, Keruvan had once made preparations to flee Manfort on short notice. The guards were still there, though. Why would they stay if Keruvan had fled? Then the grand front door swung open, and Keruvan's gray-haired steward emerged. He strode to the gate with smooth assurance, then bowed, his head almost scraping the black iron bars. "Lord Obsidian," he said. "Sir," Arlian replied. He stepped forward and stopped a yard from the gate. "I believe I have an appointment with your employer." "Indeed," the steward said, straightening. "However, Lord Keruvan has asked me to speak with you briefly first." "Has he? Why?" Arlian placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, not so much as a threat as simply to indicate his impatience. "In hopes, my lord, of preventing unnecessary bloodshed. While he has no fear for his own safety, he hesitates to deprive Manfort of a man of your own obvious intelligence and courage, and therefore hopes that this quarrel can be composed by more peaceful means." "And has he some proposal for atoning for his crimes?" "Indeed," the steward said. "He proposes to give you the 2 slaves you sought in exchange for the gold you took from him. He will lay no claim to any interest or profit upon the stolen funds." "And what about the 4 women he helped murder? Rose and Silk and the others. What about mutilating a dozen women for the sake of pleasure and profit?" The steward frowned. "I know nothing of that, nor do my instructions cover it. Lord Keruvan assures me that he broke no law in the matters you accuse him of." "The women were slaves, but they were still women, not beasts." Arlian hesitated. He did not want to kill anyone, not really. But Keruvan was a murderer. Slaves were human beings, and no one, owner or not, had the right to maim and kill them with impunity. Still, if he could be made to pay some other way. "I propose a counteroffer," Arlian said. "If Lord Keruvan frees every slave in his possession and swears to never again hold a person in bondage, I will consider our quarrel settled and justice done. He cannot give those 4 women back their lives, nor the others their feet, but if he grants life and freedom to others, perhaps the scales will be balanced." The steward hesitated. "I must consult with my lord," he said. He bowed and turned. Arlian watched him go. Black stepped up beside the younger man.
Theriff says he senses no magic anywhere nearby,
Black whispered.
and if I were you, I'd have taken the deal he offered.
Arlian shook his head. And leave him free to torment and kill others who had the mischance to be taken by slavers? I don't think so. Black shrugged.
Please yourself.
Get the gold ready, Arlian told him. A moment later, the door of the mansion opened, and Lord Caruvan stepped out and strode across the small paved yard. He wore a sleeveless tunic of thick oiled leather and a nondescript pair of leather breeches, not at all like the finery Arlian had seen him in before. These were serious fighting clothes, and the sword and swordbreaker on his belt were plainly meant for use, not show. Arlian reached for the clasp of his own cloak.
Not yet,
Black advised.
Give him a moment. He may yield yet.
And if I give up my right to own slaves,
Caruvan shouted without preamble, well before he reached the gate.
What then? Will you carry this insane crusade of yours on to my friends and associates? Do you mean to stamp out the entire institution of slavery so that the poor will starve in the gutter while vital work goes untended?
I would like to, yes, Arlian called back. I doubt I shall live long enough, but indeed an end to slavery would suit me very well.
If I make peace with you, you'll go on to pursue this mad vengeance of yours? You'll challenge Drasheen and Enziat and the others?
Yes, I will, Arlian said.
You are mad, then, Caruvan said, and I cannot in good conscience accept your proposal. I can't trust a madman to keep his word, or not to come up with some other wild scheme, some other imaginary crime that must be avenged. You, sir, are a menace to society, and it is my duty to remove you.
Or die in the attempt, Arlian said, hoping that Caruvan would back down. His own nerves were raw with anticipation.
Ha!
Caruvan signaled to the guards, then drew his sword and swordbreaker as the gate began to swing open.
Wait,
Arlian said, his voice cracking.
Where are the women?
Caruvan called over his shoulder.
Bring them out!
The door of the mansion swung wide, and 2 footmen appeared, each carrying a naked woman, Hasty and Kitten. They blinked in the bright sunlight. Caruvan pointed, and the footmen seated the women side by side on a stone bench beside the arched doorway. They looked about in obvious confusion. Kitten tried to tuck her ankles under the bench to hide the fact that she had no feet. Hasty made no such effort. Although the outside air was cool, neither seemed troubled by her lack of clothing, though Arlian was. He tried not to stare. He remembered how accustomed he had become to casual nudity during his stay in the house of carnal society and tried to recall that indifference, but it had been 2 years. The 2 women had been little altered by the intervening time, though. Both wore their hair differently, and Hasty's belly was somewhat more convex than Arlian remembered, but those were no great changes. Their faces were as lovely as ever. The sight of them brought back a flood of memories, and Arlian's heart ached. He suddenly wished he were fighting Lord Enziat rather than Lord Caruvan, so that he could see Sweet again, rather than these 2. But he was here, and they were here, and Sweet would have to wait just a little longer. This pair seemed almost untouched by the passage of 2 years. Arlian could only hope that Sweet was likewise unharmed. Then Hasty spotted Arlian.
Triv?
She said.
Kitten, it's Triv!
She pointed. Kitten turned and saw Arlian. Her jaw dropped.
Triv! It appears they do, in fact, know you, Caruvan remarked. Interesting. Now, I believe you have something of mine.
Arlian signaled to Black, and Black brought out a keg, deliberately made as much like the one in the cellars beneath the blood of the grape as Arlian had been able to contrive, even to having the words sour wine chalked on it. He set the keg on the ground. Arlian doffed his cloak and handed it to Black. Then he drew his own blades and moved forward. Keruvan stepped back.
"Come in," he said. "Let us duel like the nobles we are, not brawl in the street like ruffians."
Arlian nodded and stepped warily through the gate onto the paved courtyard, his sword held ready. The guards backed away. The footmen who had brought out the women vanished. Only the two swordsmen stood in the square of pavement between gate and door.
"Take your first stroke, if you will," Keruvan said, moving his sword into a guard position.
Arlian was not fooled. He knew better than to charge in directly against a foe with arms and blade longer than his own. He waited, his own sword raised, swordbreaker poised at his waist. As he stood, he found himself wondering if he was being a fool. He was risking his life. He knew he was a good swordsman, but how could he be sure Keruvan wasn't a better one? Certainly Keruvan's leather showed a greater sense of self-preservation than his own black silk. He had dressed for elegance and freedom of movement, and given no thought at all to turning his foe's blade. And he had been offered a chance to free Hasty and Kitten without bloodshed. What right did he have to turn it down and pursue some abstract concept of justice? Might he not just as well have simply tried to buy free the dozen surviving women? He glanced at the two of them, sitting naked there on the bench, and saw the stumps of Hasty's ankles at the same instant that Lord Keruvan, seeing his opponent distracted, lunged forward. Arlian dodged, parried, but missed the riposte completely. He staggered slightly as he moved to the right, away from Keruvan's blade, and then that blade was withdrawn, shifted, thrust again, before Arlian had fully recovered. His parry was awkward, almost slapping away Keruvan's sword rather than turning it with any grace or skill. Keruvan smiled thinly and pressed his advantage. Arlian started to retreat, then realized that the iron fence was less than a yard behind him. He had no room to retreat without being cornered. He ducked and ran to the side instead. Keruvan whirled and took a step forward, but not quickly enough to maintain contact. The two men once again stood apart at twice a sword's length, facing each other. No blood had yet been drawn.
"You are a fool as well as a madman," Keruvan said. "Not half the swordsman you thought yourself, eh?"
Arlian made no answer, but he was silently cursing himself. He could not afford doubt or hesitation. However it had come about, and whatever the wisdom or foolishness in bringing himself to this, he was fighting for his life, and for justice. The image of Hasty's ruined legs dangling from the bench was fresh in his mind, reminding him of the injustice to be avenged. The image of Rose, lying naked on her bed beneath a thickening cloud of smoke, throat cut and eyes staring blindly at nothing, returned to him as well.
"There's still time to end this peacefully," Keruvan said as the tip of his sword moved threateningly. "I'll still trade those two for the gold and your oath to trouble me no more. I think you may have learned a lesson here, and let me assure you, Lord Obsidian, or Triv, if that's your name, that I am by no means the best swordsman of the 6 you've chosen as enemies."
He might have intended to say more, but midway through the word enemies, Arlian strode forward, ducking, trying to get his blade under Keruvan's guard. Keruvan was not caught off guard that easily. He caught Arlian's blade on his own and turned it aside. His swordbreaker came up, but not in time, as Arlian withdrew. But he did not withdraw fully. Instead, he thrust again, this time aiming for Keruvan's right thigh and stepping in closer. Again, steel clashed on steel as the swords crossed. Arlian's left hand whipped out, and the tip of his swordbreaker slashed across the leg of Keruvan's breeches, scarring but not piercing the leather. This time it was Keruvan who retreated a quick 2 steps, breaking contact. Arlian, suspecting a trap, did not pursue immediately. He stepped back as well and began to circle to the left. As he did, one part of his mind considered Keruvan's words. In fact, it was quite likely that some of the other lords were better swordsmen than Keruvan. Enziat, in particular, with his dragon's heart and fearsome reputation, might well be more formidable. For that matter, some or all of the other four might also be members of the Dragon Society. Whether that would really matter, Arlian didn't know. Certainly his own supposed draconic gifts didn't seem to have intimidated Keruvan, and he needed to intimidate Keruvan. It was too late now to do anything but kill or be killed, and Arlian had no intention of dying. Arlian suddenly stopped his leftward circling and charged to the right, lunging, trying to catch Keruvan unaware, evade his sword, and strike at his left side. Keruvan's swordbreaker swept up, but Arlian dodged it. His blade slashed across the bare skin of Keruvan's left arm midway between shoulder and elbow. Not the truly damaging blow he had hoped for, but first blood, all the same. And Keruvan's own sword was sweeping in from Arlian's own left, high and wide, headed for his ear. Arlian's left hand snapped up, swordbreaker ready, as he ducked his head. Keruvan's blade cut through Arlian's hair, and a sudden warmth on his scalp told Arlian that he had been wounded, but then he heard the click of steel as his swordbreaker slid around Keruvan's weapon. Arlian smiled and twisted, and Keruvan's blade slipped free, apparently undamaged, and Keruvan's own swordbreaker was coming up toward Arlian's heart. In his stooped position, escaping the sword, he could see the approaching dagger blade clearly. Already aslant, Arlian threw himself back and further to the right knee bent and left leg straight, and the swordbreaker slashed up across his left shoulder, ruining fine black silk, but drawing no blood. Arlian's sword swept up behind Keruvan's swordbreaker, aimed at Keruvan's throat. Keruvan flung himself backward, and the two men staggered apart. Keruvan's left arm was bleeding steadily, Arlian saw, and while his sword was not broken, it was very slightly bent. Arlian's own weapons were undamaged, but his left shoulder felt bruised, and the cut-open shirt was sliding down onto his left arm in a most distracting fashion. He knew he was bleeding from his scalp as well, but that was well back on the left, too far back for the blood to get in his face and interfere with his vision, so he ignored it. Arlian thought that all things considered, he had gotten the better of that exchange. He wondered if Keruvan knew his sword was bent. Swordsmen were trained to watch their opponent's swords, not their own. If he hadn't noticed, Arlian might be able to use that. But he would only be able to use it once before Keruvan discovered it, and the sooner the better. Arlian launched into a direct attack, turning his body to present a smaller target as he thrust his blade forward. This was the sort of attack that Black had warned him against, the sort where Keruvan's greater reach was an advantage, and sure enough, Keruvan's sword met his own in what should have been a deadly parry and riposte, but slid harmlessly aside across Arlian's chest as Keruvan misjudged where his bent blade would go. Arlian stepped forward, inside Keruvan's guard, his own sword arm pulling back for a lethal thrust, but Keruvan's swordbreaker came up, catching the tip of Arlian's sword. Arlian twisted, swinging his sword free, and stepped forward again. Now Keruvan's right arm was outstretched against Arlian's chest, and his left pinned by Arlian's right. There was nothing to stop Arlian's left arm as he rammed the point of his swordbreaker through oiled leather into Keruvan's belly. Arlian had thought that was a killing blow, and that the duel was over. He expected Keruvan to gasp and crumple, as that bandit in the Desolation had. But Keruvan pulled away, still upright, still fighting, and slashed with his sword, drawing a bloody line across Arlian's left arm and chest, slicing through black silk into flesh. Arlian stabbed again with his swordbreaker, but this time the two were angled differently and not quite so close, and the thick leather turned the blow. Keruvan's swordbreaker cut across Arlian's right arm as the two men pulled apart. And then Arlian's shorter arms worked in his favor. As they drew back, his sword came free, and he was able to thrust it forward and down into Keruvan's side. It was not a deep cut, but it was another telling blow. Keruvan gasped and staggered, but broke free and brought his sword up to guard. "Stop it!" someone shrieked. Hasty, Arlene realized. "Stop it, both of you!" Neither man paid any attention. They were intent on one another. Kuruvan was apparently no longer interested in speaking or in attacking. He appeared to be having difficulty breathing, though his weapons did not sag nor his movements falter. He was bleeding several places and his face was unnaturally pale. Arlene was bleeding as well, but was convinced his own wounds were all superficial, while at least 2 of Kuruvan's were not. That meant time was on Arlene's side. Kuruvan would weaken with every passing moment, every drop of blood he lost. The 2 men stood facing each other, neither one ready to attack for what felt like hours. Then Kuruvan's eyes rolled back in his head, his weapons fell from his hands, and he collapsed upon the pavement. Arlene started to move forward, to attack. He had been awaiting an opportunity so long that it took him a few seconds to realize that any other action was possible. Then he caught himself and stopped, his sword almost at Kuruvan's throat. There was no honor in killing an unconscious man. In fact, to strike now would be murder under the dueling laws. Arlene stepped back and realized he was panting and trembling. Footmen in maroon and gold were hurrying forward to attend to their master. Arlene stepped back again, giving them room. He glanced down at himself, at his own bloody chest and arms. He tugged at the tatters of his silk blouse with his thumb, then noticed the blood on his sword. He blinked, dazed. He was dazed, he realized. The duel had only lasted a few minutes, and hadn't really been so very strenuous. But still, he knew he was not thinking clearly anymore. "Black!" he called, starting to tremble uncontrollably. And then his steward, his friend, was there, handing him a cloth. Arlene dropped his sword-breaker to accept it, then wiped his sword carefully, struggling to keep his hands steady enough for the task. He sheathed the sword, then retrieved the sword-breaker and cleaned and sheathed that as well. Then he stood, still shaking, his mind momentarily a blank. "I'm glad to see you have your priorities straight," Black said, putting one arm around Arlene. "But we'll need to get you cleaned up too." Arlene nodded. His thoughts were beginning to clear. "The women," he said. "Get them in the coach, and the gold." "And you," Black said. "Come on now." Arlene allowed himself to be led away. As he sat in the coach, still trembling, waiting for Hasty and Kitten to be carried over from the bench, he saw Kuruvan being carried inside. The gray-haired steward gave Arlene one last hate-filled look, then the mansion door slammed shut. Arlene stared at that closed door, trying to think whether he hoped Kuruvan would live or die, and utterly unable to decide. Chapter 36. Tending to Wounds. Despite his battered condition, Arlene later remembered every detail of the ride home. The 2 naked women staring at him, Thirif sitting silently beside him, the worry in Black's voice as he called to the horses, the stinging when a cut on one arm brushed against the upholstery. He had wanted to speak to the women, to reassure them, but the shifting expressions on Hasty's face deterred him. She seemed angry as much as frightened, and as scared of him as of anything else. He couldn't find the words to speak to her over the creaking of the coach, the rattle of harness, the beating of the horses' hooves, and his own weary confusion. Kitten's expression was closed and unreadable. Arlene had never known Kitten well to begin with, but Hasty had been his friend, and her antagonism worried him. The ride was a short one in any case, and when they pulled up at the door of the old palace, Arlene had still not said a thing. He opened the coach door and climbed out before Black could dismount, then turned, with the idea of carrying one woman inside while Black fetched the other. Thirif looked meaningfully at his chest and pointed at the blood on his arms, and Arlene thought better of carrying anyone. Instead, he stood aside as Thirif and Black brought Hasty and Kitten into the small salon. "Where are we?" Kitten asked, craning her neck to look at the gilding, tapestries, and fretwork. "Home," Arlian said. "Welcome home." Hasty stared at him. "Triv, are you insane?" Arlian, very much aware of his injuries, was in no mood to argue with anyone. He frowned at her. "Why do people keep asking me that?" "Because you're acting like a madman," Hasty squeaked. "What's going to happen to us when the owner of this place comes back?" "I am the owner of this place," Arlian said patiently. He gestured at Black and Thirif. "Ask them." "If he's mad, it's nothing as obvious as that," Black said. "He's the true Lord Obsidian, all right, and he does own this palace." "But he's just Triv," Hasty protested. He's nobody." "Not anymore," Black told her. He glanced at Arlian. "Someday you'll have to tell me why they call you Triv." Arlian shrugged. "It's not important." He smiled to himself at this answer. "I'll agree with that," Black said. "What's important is cleaning and dressing those wounds before any of them turn poisonous." Arlian glanced down at himself. "Black speaks wisely," Thirif said. Arlian yielded. "Get these two some clothes," he told Thirif, "and food, whatever they want." The Arthaean nodded, and Arlian allowed himself to be led away. An hour later, heavily bandaged and attired in fresh new clothes, Arlian returned to the salon. Hasty and Kitten were seated on two settees. Kitten wore a black silk tunic that reached just below her knees, while Hasty was wrapped in a velvet robe. "We have no women's clothing on hand, my lord," a footman explained before Arlian could remark on this garb. "That's fine," Arlian said. He crossed the room and stooped to kiss Hasty on the forehead. The scent of her hair filled his nostrils, and he smiled broadly. "It's good to see you again," he said. "It's good to see you too, Triv," Hasty said, looking up at him. "But why did you do it?" "Do what?" Arlian asked. "Fight that horrible duel. You could have been killed. You might have killed Vanny." Arlian stared at her, a puzzled frown upon his face. "He was holding you prisoner," he said. "Vanny? Oh, he was sweet," Hasty protested. "He's a poor, silly boy." "Lord Keruvan, you mean?" Arlian said, baffled. "Yes, Lord Keruvan. Vanny." "Lord Keruvan is a poor, silly boy. He must be 40 years old." Hasty shrugged. "He's still a boy," she said. "He was holding you in bondage," Arlian pointed out. "Well, but he wasn't hurting us," Hasty replied. "He was one of the owners of the House of Carnal Society," Arlian said. "He was one of the 6 men who put you there and had your feet cut off." "But the house is gone," Hasty protested. "That's all over." "It is now," Arlian said grimly. "For you two, at any rate." "But it was over years ago. For 2 years we haven't had to please anyone but poor Vanny. And he was hardly ever rough, and when he was, he'd feel bad afterward and give us candy and wine to apologize." Arlian stared silently at her for a moment. Hasty had always been prone to confusion and thoughtlessness. That was where her name had come from, after all. But this seemed more than Arlian could deal with. "Hasty," he said. "He ordered your feet chopped off. He agreed to have Rose and Silk murdered. He had to be punished for those crimes." Now it was Hasty's turn to stare in incomprehension. "Murdered?" Kitten said. "Rose and Silk are dead?" "When the house was closed," Arlian told her, "each of the 6 lords took 2 women, and then the guards cut the throats of the other 4 and burned down the house." Hasty's confusion turned to shock. For a moment she and Kitten sat motionless, staring at Arlian. "We didn't know," Kitten said. "And Keruvan didn't abuse us. We It wasn't a bad life there, really. You were slaves, Arlian said. Well, of course, Kitten replied. We always have been. We still are. No, you aren't, Arlian said. Lord Keruvan wagered your freedom on that duel. You're free. Hasty's eyes were suddenly full of tears. But we can't be, she wailed. What will I do if I'm free? I'm a cripple with no feet. I may be carrying Vanny's child, and I'm not married. I need to be a slave. I've never been free. I've never asked to be free. I don't know how. She flung herself forward, wrapping her arms around Arlian's waist and burying her face against his belly. Arlian tried to comfort her and looked at the other woman for guidance. Kitten's expression was somber. I'm glad to be free, Triv, she said. But Hasty has a good point. What will become of us? Neither of us knows a trade, and who would marry a cripple? You're welcome to stay here for as long as you please, Arlian said as he patted Hasty comfortingly. I made my fortune with money Rose gave me, money she said should have belonged to the women in that brothel. To me, that means that 1/12 of my wealth is at your disposal, each of you. I took that money to avenge the injustices you and the others suffered. So we'll be parasites instead of slaves? Kitten asked. The day's accumulated stresses finally broke Arlian's calm. Would you rather be dog food when your Lord Keruvan tired of you? He demanded. You earned that money. You paid for it by giving up the ability to walk. And if you don't think so, then go ahead and learn a trade. A seamstress doesn't need to walk, does she? Hasty snuffled miserably. You're right, Triv, Kitten said. I'm sorry. This was so unexpected. We had settled into our lives with Keruvan, and we were comfortable there, though you're right that it probably wouldn't have lasted long. You meant well. Arlian stared at her for a moment. Meant well? He had risked his life to see that justice was done for these women. He had fought down his fears and misgivings and had crossed blades with an experienced swordsman. He had shed his own blood and still faced the very real possibility of wound fever. The duel with Keruvan had been no elegant display of skill, but an ugly, awkward, messy brawl that ended not in a clean death for one that left the other unscathed, but in numerous wounds and great pain on both sides. Arlian had gone through all that not for himself, but to have justice for these women, and he had carried away Hasty and Kitten not to keep them, but to give them their freedom. He had thought they would be grateful. He hadn't fought for their gratitude. He had fought because it was the right thing to do, because it would serve the cause of justice. Still, Hasty and Kitten were the immediate beneficiaries, and he had thought they would be grateful. He hadn't expected to be told he had meant well. He should have known better, he told himself. He remembered Bloody Hand, back in the mine, shouting at him for having dared to save him from the falling ore. He had done what was right. He had saved Bloody Hand's life, and he had tried to take Keruvan's. He had tried to make a little justice in the world. He frowned as he stroked Hasty's hair. Why was it right to save Bloody Hand and to kill Keruvan? Because it was. Bloody Hand had killed Dinian, yes, but by accident. He had not been a sadist like Lampspiller. He had been trying to survive as best he could, to do the job he had been given. Keruvan had maimed and killed women because he wanted to, because it was convenient and profitable. That was wrong. No matter how pleasant he had been to Kitten and Hasty afterward, it was wrong, and Keruvan had done nothing to make amends. Perhaps now he would, assuming he survived his wounds. Arlian resolved to check on Lord Keruvan if he recovered, to see whether he still considered himself free to kill slaves. But first there were 5 more lords to deal with. Stiam, Horim, Torabor, Drasheen, and Lord Dragon, Lord Enziat. The man who had looted Arlene's home and sold Arlene into slavery. The man who had killed Madame Rill and ordered the house of carnal society burned. The man who had carried Sweet and Dove away with him. Arlene would deal with them all, including Lord Dragon, and would rescue Sweet and the other women, and from now on he would not expect gratitude. He disentangled himself from Hasty and set her back on the settee. "I'll have someone show you your rooms," he said. "If you want anything, my servants will get it for you." Then he turned and headed for his own chambers, to rest and to plan. He knew now who all his enemies were. The 6 lords, the looters, the dragons. He had wounded Keruvan, forgiven Cover. He paused on the stairs. Was he finished with Keruvan then? Should he go back and finish him off? And that offer he had made, to let Keruvan go unscathed if he forswore all future connection with slavery. Where had that come from? Was that truly what he sought? Did he think that the institution of slavery was something that must be abolished? That was not any task he had consciously set himself. He had been seeking justice. Was slavery then inherently unjust? Was it any more unjust than the rest of the world? Would Hasty be happier free than she had been as Keruvan's slave? Certainly he was happier free. And Rose would still be alive had she been free. He was not ready to say that slavery was always wrong. He was convinced that it was abused, that Lord Dragon, Lord Enziat, had been wrong to sell him to the mine, that the 6 lords had been wrong to maim their whores and kill 4 of them. They had demonstrated that they could not be trusted with slaves. That was why he had made his offer to Lord Keruvan. The question of whether anyone could be trusted with slaves he would leave open for now. That decided, he continued up the steps. As for whether Keruvan had paid sufficiently for the evil he had done, well, perhaps he should leave that to fate. If Keruvan recovered from his wounds and committed no more atrocities, then Arlene would let him live. After all, he had the others to deal with. Lord Enziat would be next, of course. He was the one Arlene was most determined to see punished, now that he knew who Lord Dragon was. The others could wait. Enziat was also the one who held Sweet. Arlene dared not risk getting himself killed fighting one of the others, leaving Lord Dragon untouched and Sweet still in his possession. He would have Black visit Enziat's mansion and arrange a meeting, and when he was sufficiently recovered from his own injuries, he would pay Lord Dragon a visit. And he wouldn't leave Enziat alive as he had Keruvan. He would question him about his knowledge of dragons, how he had known that obsidian would be available for looting, and for that matter, why the village had been worth looting in person, for surely a man of Enziat's prominence could have sent an employee to attend to it. He would learn everything Lord Dragon could tell him. He would finally know why his family and childhood had been snatched away, why his life had been twisted into an obsessive quest for revenge. And then he would kill him. That settled, Arlene tumbled onto his bed, exhausted, but elated as well. He was making progress. Cover and Keruvan were done, and Lord Dragon was next. At last, after all these years, Lord Dragon was next. Chapter 37. Approaches to Lord Dragon. Black marched in the doorway of Arlene's study and crossed to the writing table where Arlene sat. "He won't see you," he said without preamble. Arlene put down his quill and blinked up at his steward. "What do you mean, he won't see me?" "I mean he won't see you," Black repeated. "I delivered your message and I recited it myself, just to be sure, as well as handing over the written copy. Lord Obsidian wishes to call upon Lord Enziat at Lord Enziat's convenience about a matter of some importance to them both, and would appreciate a word as to when that might be possible. They told me to wait at the gate, and a footman brought me back the reply.
that Lord Enziat has no intention of seeing Lord Obsidian at any time, and that henceforth I am not to inflict my presence further upon any member of his household at any time."
"You protested?"
"Of course I protested, loudly, and I was told to wait again, and someone fetched this."
He handed Arlene a folded sheet of paper. Arlene accepted it and opened it and read, "Lord Enziat busies himself with the Duke's business and his own concerns, and has no time to waste on social niceties. Let Lord Obsidian amuse himself elsewhere." "This verges on deliberate insult," Arlene said, looking up from the little square of paper.
"I'd say so,"
Black agreed. "Do you think Enziat knows why I want to see him?" Arlene asked.
"It's entirely possible,"
Black said.
"After all, Lord Keruvan had time to talk at some length before the fever set in."
Arlene frowned at the reminder. That Keruvan's wounds had festered and brought on a fever was hardly surprising, but Arlene was not happy about it. His own injuries had healed well, but they had been far more superficial. Keruvan had been stabbed in the belly, and while to Arlene's surprise the wound itself had not been fatal, it had turned foul. The reports that had reached the old palace said that Keruvan was now bedridden and delirious, burning up with fever, his abdomen as swollen and red as an overripe peach. He was not expected to live much longer. It was a slow, nasty way to die. Arlene had wanted Keruvan dead, but would have preferred a quick death. He wasn't interested in inflicting suffering upon the guilty so much as in removing a menace from the world. But that was in regard to Keruvan. Arlene would be pleased to see Lord Dragon suffer. He had hoped to bring that suffering about. Instead, Enziat was insulting him, defying him. And of course, why shouldn't he? Lord Obsidian was nobody. Rich, yes, but with no serious commercial ties in Manfort, no known family, no powerful friends. That still did not entitle Lord Enziat to be openly rude to a fellow nobleman, and perhaps that was all the excuse Arlene needed. He opened a desk drawer and found a sheet of paper. He took up his quill, dipped it, and wrote, "I find the tone of your message inappropriate, and must ask that you apologize. It is essential that I speak with you." He signed it, Obsidian, with a flourish, then blotted it, folded it, and handed it to Black. Black had read it over his shoulder.
"It may not do any better,"
he said. "You're welcome to make suggestions."
"You're the Lord here,"
Black said with a shrug.
"Anything else?"
"Check on Keruvan," Arlene said. "See if you can find out, without being obvious, whether he did communicate with Enziat." A thought struck him. "And check on Cover, too. Perhaps he knows something useful. Where did he meet Lord Dragon all those years ago? Did he have any way to send Lord Dragon or any of the others a message?" Black nodded and tucked the note inside his tunic. Arlene watched him go. It seemed clear what had happened. The duel with Lord Keruvan had hardly been secret. Duels couldn't very well be kept secret. The reason for the duel would surely have become known as well. Keruvan would have had no reason not to speak of it. That meant that the other proprietors of the House of the Six Lords all knew that Lord Obsidian meant them ill. Furthermore, the fact that Keruvan, a very respectable swordsman, had lost his duel meant that they would probably not be eager to face Arlene openly. He would be unlikely to catch any of them off guard, and luring each of them into a duel might well be impossible. But perhaps he could still bully them into fighting. Demanding that Lord Enziat apologize was a first step in that direction. By the code of honor the Lords of Manfort observed, if Enziat refused to apologize, Arlene could escalate the conflict until Enziat had no choice but to fight. And if he did apologize, well, Arlene could insist the apology be made in person, and matters could proceed from there. He was not yet stymied. He might be in danger himself, though. Lord Dragon had had no hesitation about killing Madame Rill when she displeased him. While Rill had been a mere employee, not a fellow lord, might he not attempt to kill Arlene by some method less open than dueling? Assassination was not legal, but it happened. Arlene had no idea how one went about hiring an assassin, but he was sure Enziat did. And that didn't even consider the fact that Enziat was reputed to know something of sorcery. Arlene frowned and rose from his desk. He left the study and trotted down the stairs to the office where Thirif conducted his business. The Arathaean was seated cross-legged on a mat in one corner, meditating. He looked up as Arlene entered. Arlene quickly explained the situation, that he had intended to visit Lord Enziat and challenge him to a duel, but that his polite request for an audience had been met with an insulting refusal. "I believe my enemies may be aware of my intentions," he concluded. "I also suspect they may attempt to take action against me by dishonorable means." Thirif asked, "Do you mean assassins?" "Or sorcery," Arlene said. Thirif nodded. "Do you want me to place wards?" "I'm not sure," Arlene said. "I've heard the word, but could you explain what you mean?" "A ward is..." Thirif frowned. "I know no other word for it in your tongue. It is a device or magic that surrounds a place and turns aside malign influences. The iron fences in Arathai serve as wards against wild magic, but would not stop any mortal, nor a properly made spell. For that we have magical wards. Any who try to enter a magically warded place while wishing the inhabitants harm will feel a compulsion to turn aside. A strong will may resist this compulsion, though. Hostile magic cannot enter a warded place unless it is stronger than the ward. If an enemy enters despite the ward, the magician who placed the ward will feel it and know what has happened. If the ward is broken by stronger magic, that too will be felt." "That sounds ideal," Arlene said. "Can you do that here?" "Of course. We brought many wardings with us, and they have not sold well. Your northern sorcerers can create wards of their own. It is one of the few things that sorcery can do well. Had we known that, we would not have brought them." "But you did bring them?" "Yes." "Then by all means place wards around the palace immediately. Strong ones." "As you wish." Thirif unfolded his legs and rose from his mat. "Thank you," Arlene said. Thirif bowed in acknowledgement, then departed. Arlene stood gazing thoughtfully after the Arathaean for a moment. There was so much he didn't know about magic. Wards were clearly a basic spell, yet he had needed an explanation. And there was so much he still didn't know about Manfort and about the city's lords. And so much he didn't know about dragons, about Lord Dragon, about the connections between Enziat and the dragons. Maybe Lord Enziat had not been told anything by Lord Keruvan, but had known Arlene meant him harm by other means. How had Lord Dragon known that the dragons would destroy Obsidian, and that he could loot it? Enziat was a mystery. Was Sweet safe in his hands? Lord Dragon had taken her. What had he done with her, and with Dove? Were Sweet and Dove still alive? Hasty and Kitten were safe and well, but Lord Dragon was not Lord Keruvan. At that, Arlene's thoughts turned to his two houseguests. Kitten seemed to be settling in reasonably well. She had not yet taken up learning any sort of skills, but she professed to be thinking about it, and she had discovered the library. Arlene had not had time to use it himself, but the old palace had a library, and it had been furnished with a modest collection of books when he bought the place. These were presumably the books not considered worth the trouble of moving to the Citadel, but Kitten apparently found them interesting enough. She spent much of her time there. Hasty, on the other hand, had no interest in books. Arlene was not sure she knew how to read. Instead, during the several days Arlene had spent recovering from his wounds, she seemed to have devoted herself to harassing Arlene's servants, demanding to be carried hither and yon for no reason, deliberately seducing and then abandoning one young man after another. He supposed she would get over it, especially if she was correct in suspecting that she was pregnant with Keruvan's child. As for himself, he had kept busy through his convalescence with his household and business. He had now sold off, through his agents, a significant fraction of the magical artifacts he had brought north from Arathai, and his income from those was augmented by investments he had made with the money thus generated. Keeping track of those hundreds of thousands of ducats was a considerable task, and working at it kept his mind off his plans for revenge, plans that could only circle endlessly and pointlessly in his head until he was again fit to fight. Now, while Thirif set wards and Arlene waited for Black's return from the errands Arlene had assigned him, Arlene returned to his study to go over the latest business records once again. Until he had more information, there was little else he could do. He had closed the account books and eaten supper, and was sitting in the salon, glass in hand, when Black returned. Arlene looked up from his wine expectantly as the steward stood over him.
"Cover is dead," Black said. 5 days ago.
That was not really a surprise. If anything, he had lived somewhat longer than Arlene had expected. And Stammer? Black shrugged. If she can find nothing better, offer her a job here, Arlene said. Black sighed.
As you say,
he said. And Enziat? Black hesitated.
Lord Enziat,
he said,
spoke to me at some length. To be specific, at sword's length.
What? Arlene put down his glass. Black sighed again. Sit down, Arlene said, and tell me about it. He gestured at the decanter and an empty glass. Black sat and poured himself a drink. He downed it in a gulp, then poured another.
I was kept waiting for some time after I gave your note to a footman, Black said. But at last Lord Enziat himself came to speak to me.
He grimaced.
Not alone. He had 6 guards with him, and his own sword ready in his hand.
What did he say?
I remember his very words, Black said. He told me, your master has nerve, demanding an apology from a man he intends to murder.
Oh, Arlene said.
He went on at some length, as I told you, Black said. He is aware that you consider yourself wronged by the proprietors of the House of Carnal Society. He has no interest in the truth of such accusations, or for that matter in any sort of justice, fairness, or revenge. Instead, he wants me to warn you that if you harass or harm him or any of his surviving partners further, or attempt to enter his home, he will kill you. And not in anything so formal as a duel. If I return, he will kill me. If you send any other messenger, he will kill the messenger. He is not concerned with rules or custom, and is confident that his hold over the Duke is more than enough to ensure he won't suffer any legal consequences for any of these deaths, should he choose to bring them about. He strongly advises you to leave Manfort and go back wherever you came from. That he hasn't already killed you, he says, is only because he does not care to antagonize your Arathian allies. But having now warned you, that won't stop him if you persist. He assumes that once you're dead, the Arathians can be made to see reason. Furthermore, if by some chance you do kill him, he has made arrangements to ensure that you will be killed in return.
Arlene swallowed.
He also says to tell you that the wards won't stop him. I don't know what that means, but I assume you do.
Yes, Arlene said.
Ari,
Black said.
I had never met Lord Enziat before, Remember, not long after we met, I told you you had the heart of the dragon in you? Well, Enziat has the heart, soul, liver, and lights of the dragon. I don't doubt for a minute that he means exactly what he says and can do it.
I don't doubt it either, Arlene agreed. He picked up his glass and swallowed the rest of his wine. The heart of the dragon, he thought. Credentials for membership in the Dragon Society. Lord Enziat was undoubtedly a member.
He may decide to go ahead and kill you even if you don't harass anyone, Black said. I think maybe you should go home, or back to the borderlands.
No! Arlene flung his glass away. It shattered against the wall as Arlene got to his feet. This is my home. Dragons destroyed my first home. Lord Dragon burned the next. This is my home now, and they won't take it away from me. He grabbed Black by his shirt. I will kill that bastard somehow. If he won't let me do it openly and honorably in a duel, I will find another way.
If he doesn't kill you first,
Black said, locking his hands around Arlene's wrists.
It would seem to me that you ought to concern yourself with staying alive before you worry about killing someone else. I'd point out that even if you do somehow get Enziat, that leaves at least 4 others who'll want you dead, not even counting the Duke once he's deprived of the man who tells him what to do.
Arlene released Black's shirt and stepped back. He looked thoughtfully at his friend. Staying alive was indeed a prerequisite for any planned revenge, and Lord Enziat was clearly a powerful man. Arlene remembered the casual way Lord Dragon had slashed Madame Rill's throat with a single sweep of his sword, how he had paid no attention to the bright blood that had spurted from the wound, how no one had dared to step forward and oppose him or hinder him in any way. A man who could kill like that, a man who had all Manfort's resources at his disposal. Arlene knew that if Lord Dragon were to decide Arlene must die, then Arlene would die, unless he took drastic measures to protect himself. Bodyguards, soldiers, he could afford them, but could he trust them? Did he want to live surrounded by them? He could flee the city, as Enziat suggested, but that would be defeat. It would mean giving up any chance at vengeance. And on a much less exalted level, it would mean losing a significant portion of his fortune, since he could not hope to sell the old palace readily. He had paid far more than he should have to buy it, in the interests of impressing and intriguing the city's nobility and advancing his planned revenge. And it would mean leaving Sweet and Dove in Lord Dragon's clutches. What other means of protection could he find then? Enziat had already discovered the wards Thirif had placed and dismissed them as inadequate, and Arlene did not think he was boasting. From what he had seen and heard, Lord Dragon had never struck him as boastful. Was there other, stronger magic he could employ? He could think of none. He was no magician. He would talk to Thirif, but he doubted that salvation lay in that direction. Both the Arathaeans and his own people had told him that magic was deceitful and untrustworthy stuff, as likely to destroy you as preserve you. The best solution would be to somehow change Enziat's mind, to convince him that killing Arlene would be a bad idea. And there might, Arlene realized, be a way to do that. You spoke with him, Arlene said. Do you think he's a man of honor?
No,
Black said promptly.
But he may think he is.
Would he break an oath?
Probably. It would depend on the consequences.
The obvious next question, not spoken aloud, was whether he, Arlene, Lord Obsidian, would break an oath, given sufficient incentive. He wasn't sure of the answer. Perhaps he wouldn't need to. Perhaps he could find a way around it. But, regardless of the oath, the time had come to walk down the street of the Black Spire to a black door with a red bar. It was too late now, but come morning, he would go there. That was where he could find Lord Dragon and confront him without need for any invitation into anyone's home. And that was where he could at least make it expensive for Lord Dragon to kill him, make him an outcast and oathbreaker if he carried out his threats. If Arlian joined the Dragon Society, Lord Dragon would be sworn not to kill him within Manfort's walls. That Arlian would be required to swear in return not to kill Lord Dragon was a matter he would deal with later. Chapter 38. Behind the Black Door. "Wait here," he told Black. The other man nodded and leaned back comfortably against a gray, sun-warmed stone wall. Arlian stepped up to the black door. It was riveted iron, blackened, unpainted save for a broad red stripe across it. The handle was cast in the shape of a beast of some sort, but so worn that Arlian could not be sure just what it was meant to represent. It might have been a dragon. The building around it was gray stone, like so much of Manfort, but larger than most. There were few windows, and those there were tall and narrow and horizontally barred with black iron. He reached out and touched the metal door. It was cold and slightly damp, rough with a thin layer of rust, and felt very solid. He pressed a palm against it, then made a fist and rapped. The resulting sound was so faint he was sure it couldn't be heard inside the building. He looked around for a bell pull or knocker, but found none. He tried the latch, but it did not yield. Seeing no alternative, he shrugged, then pounded on the iron door with his fist. This time it rang, a deep, dull sound. Arlian waited, and a moment later the latch rattled and the door swung open, revealing a small, dim antechamber. A heavily built man dressed in dark green finery stepped around the door and looked Arlian in the eye. "Yes?" Arlian bowed. "I am Lord Obsidian," he said. "Lord Wither tells me that I might be welcome here." The man in green stared at him, studying Arlian's face in a way that would ordinarily have been objectionably rude. Arlian stared back. For a moment, the two men stood, eye to eye. "You're very young for this place," the man in green said at last. "But the mark does seem to be there." Arlian snorted. Lord Wither had no doubt of it, and he didn't have to count my eyelashes. And for that matter, Arlian had not needed to stare as long as he had to recognize the dragon's mark on the man in green. The doorkeeper was presumably a member, not merely a servant or slave. That explained his attire, which was far richer than any servant would wear. "Lord Wither is an exceptional man," the doorkeeper said. "I don't have a tenth his experience, and I must be sure before I let you pass the inner door." "Are you sure, then?" "I believe I am. You wish to join the Dragon Society, then?" Arlian took a deep breath. "I do," he said. "If you enter, you must join," the man in green warned him. "Once inside, you cannot change your mind. You join or you die." Arlian hesitated. He had not expected that. Lord Wither had said it was easy, though, for one with the heart of the dragon. "It's not too late to turn back," the doorkeeper said in reassuring tones. "No," Arlian said. "I've come this far. I'll join." "You're certain?" "Certain enough." "Enter, then." The man stepped back, ushering Arlian inside. "I have my steward," Arlian began. "No," the man in green said firmly. "Only members and applicants pass through this door." Arlian shrugged. He waved a farewell to Black, then stepped inside. The doorkeeper closed the heavy iron door behind him, shutting out the sunlight. For a moment he was in utter darkness and near total silence, broken only by the scuffling of the doorkeeper, and he feared that his enemies had arranged a trap, that Lord Enziat had foreseen an attempt to join the Dragon Society and arranged to prevent it. Then the inner door opened. The room beyond was vast, rich and strange, and brightly lit, not by sunlight, though it was a cheerful, cloudless morning outside, but by dozens of assorted candles perched on tables and shelves or mounted in wall sconces and candelabra. Thick carpets covered the floor, and where not hidden by shelves or cabinetry, the walls were polished wood panels. The high ceiling was coffered and gilded. Chairs, sofas, and tables, all heavy and elaborately carved, were so numerous as to make the chamber seem cluttered and maze-like, despite its size. Perhaps a dozen of the chairs were occupied. Most of those occupants were busy with their own concerns and did not look up at the new arrival. The air smelled of dust and candle smoke. The room's truly strange features were neither the people, nor the furnishings, nor the unnatural lighting, but the knickknacks and curiosities that filled the cabinets and shelves and stood on several of the tables. Most of them seemed to have been collected and arranged without rhyme or reason. A row of human skulls adorned one ornate cabinet. A mummified hand lay upon a nearby table, ignored by the woman who sat at that table, reading an old leather-bound book. The complete skeleton of what appeared to be a large lizard, held together with bits of silver wire, stood on a shelf. Odd and unfamiliar devices of wood, wire, and glass glittered from various niches. The majority of the trinkets, however, were carvings or sculptures. Wood, stone, metal, and glass, crude or sophisticated, all scattered about with no order that Arlian could see. A rough-hewn wooden phallus lay beside a golden eagle. A nude woman in white marble stood with her back to a jade monster. A glass dragon loomed over an architect's model of a palace. And dragons, not usually depicted in the lands of man, were the most common subject for the carvings and other illustrations. Paintings here and there, a small tapestry, embroidered upholstery, etchings, bas-relief, and more. The dragons varied from stylized symbols to statuettes so detailed and realistic that Arlian felt uneasy merely looking at them. He was not entirely free of the common superstition that representations of dragons were bad luck, and this place was full of them. The doorkeeper picked up a brass bell from a shelf by the door and rang it. The people in the room looked up, startled. "We have an applicant for membership in this august body," the man in green announced. "Who is it, Door?" a dark-haired woman asked. "Lord Obsidian," the doorkeeper replied. One man, a thin, white-bearded fellow, smothered an oath. Another, a barrel-chested bald man in an eye patch, leapt to his feet, knocking over his chair. He drew his sword and stood at guard, facing Arlian.
"Is Obsidian his true name, then?"
Another, older woman asked.
"Who cares what his true name is?"
the man with the sword demanded.
"He's the one who wants to kill me."
"And your name, my lord?" Arlian called, his hand on the hilt of his own sword.
"Toribor," the swordsman said. "That's what Keruvan told you, isn't it?"
"Then yes, I'm sworn to kill you," Arlian acknowledged. "Would you care to attend to it immediately?" "Oh, stop it," the first woman said, obviously disgusted. "Belly, if he joins, he can't kill you, and you can't kill him. And if he doesn't join, well, he's already dead. Put your sword away." Toribor frowned. His sword lowered, but he hesitated. "A moment," Arlian said. "As I understand it, if I join your society, as I intend, I must indeed swear to make no attempt to kill any of my fellow members inside Manfort's walls. Am I not correct in believing that nothing is said about what might happen outside those walls?"
"Oh, I like this,"
the second woman said.
You're sworn to kill Belly, that is, Toribor, but you're willing to swear not to harm him in the city?"
"Exactly," Arlian confirmed. The woman laughed, and for a moment no one spoke. "That's insane," someone muttered at last.
"Delightfully so,"
the woman agreed.
"I think I may enjoy this. Yes, Dor, by all means let's have him join."
Toribor's sword wavered. "I came here intending to join this society," Arlian said, "and that is still my intention. If Lord Toribor would prefer to fight me to settle the matter between us before I continue, I have no objection." "If you won, you'd still need to join," a man said. "Yes, of course," Arlian agreed. "And if you lost, you'd die, even if Belly did not kill you cleanly," the man continued. "You can't leave this room alive unless you join, and you could not join were you too injured to continue a fight, nor would we provide medical attention. We would instead finish you off." Toribor looked around.
"You're all standing about discussing this as if it were nothing."
He focused on the thin, white-haired man.
"Nail, aren't you going to say anything?"
For a second or two, the others, including the man addressed as Nail, simply stared at Toribor. Then the older woman said,
"You'd need to fight right here, you know. Young Lord Obsidian can't leave this room except as a full member of the Dragon Society."
Arlian said nothing, but he couldn't help glancing around at the maze of furniture and the clutter everywhere. A duel in here would be absurd. He and Toribor would be stumbling over everything. "Well, I'm not cleaning up the mess if they fight here," someone said.
"The survivor would clean it up,"
the woman replied. "There'd be breakage," another woman said. "Something valuable might be smashed," a man remarked.
"Oh, may the gods rot you all,"
Toribor said in disgust, sheathing his sword.
"I won't fight him here. Can't we just kill him as an intruder?"
"He's eligible for membership," Dor said.
"And I want him to join,"
the older woman said.
"He amuses me."
"He deserves the same rights as any other newcomer," a man said.
"He has stated his intention of killing 5 of us,"
the man called Nail said in a whispery, unhealthy voice.
"What of it?"
the woman demanded.
"That's what the oath is for."
Toribor looked around and found no support for his suggestion. He growled, then said,
"Fine, then. Go ahead and initiate him. If he swears the oath, that makes my life that much easier. But don't expect me to shake his hand and laugh with him over the wine."
He turned away.
"Nail, I'm going. Are you going to stay and watch this travesty?"
"I believe I am,"
Nail replied.
"Then may the dead gods spit on you too,"
Toribor said. He pushed past his neighbors' chairs and stamped out. Arlian stepped warily aside to let him pass. Toribor glowered at him but said nothing more, and did not touch him nor draw a weapon. A moment later he was gone, and Arlian turned back to face the others. "Now," Dor said, "welcome, Lord Obsidian, to the Dragon Society. You have come here as a stranger, but after today you will be a stranger to us no more. You will be one of us or one of the dead. Which of those options we choose will be determined by how you answer questions put to you. You must answer truthfully and completely to the best of your ability. Do you understand?" "I think so," Arlian replied. "Am I permitted to ask questions as well?"
"You are permitted to ask, but we are not required to answer,"
the older woman said. And many of your questions will probably be answered in the initiation process in any case, a man said. Come in and take a seat, Dor said. This may take some time. He gestured for Arlian to step forward. Arlian moved warily into the room and found an unoccupied chair. He seated himself, being careful to keep his sword and sword breaker from becoming entangled in the legs of the furniture. No one had asked him to remove them, nor had Toribor removed his. What's more, looking around, Arlian saw that most of the men in the room wore swords. Even one woman had a knife on her belt long enough that it might generously be considered a sword. As he watched, the members of the society came and seated themselves in a semicircle facing him, and Arlian looked them over. He counted 14, 8 men and 6 women. All were significantly older than he was, but only Nail was white-haired. All wore expensive clothes, supple leathers or fine fabrics, but not all wore them well. Several garments were visibly frayed, faded, or wrinkled. Many of the members were maimed or visibly damaged in some way. No fewer than 3, counting the departed Toribor, wore patches over ruined eyes. One man lacked a right hand, and one older woman's left leg from the knee down had been replaced with a wooden peg, while several merely had masses of scar tissue one place or another. All of them, despite their disfigurements, had strong faces and piercing eyes, and being the focus of their attention was unsettling. Arlian found himself remembering that long-ago moment in his parents' pantry when he had looked into the face of a dragon. These faces might be human, yet the resemblance was plain. The experience was far less intense, though. The Heart of the Dragon was not a wholly inappropriate name, but these faces did not show the heart so much as a faint, pale reflection of a dragon's eyes. Who wants to begin? Dor asked as he took a place for himself to Arlian's right.
I will,
the older woman said. She had taken a place at the center of the semicircle, directly in front of Arlian. Her hair was black streaked with gray, pulled back tightly into a long ponytail. Her skin was rough and brown, but her face unscarred. Her eyes were dark and intense, but she was smiling. As she leaned forward over an oaken table, she held an elaborately carved ebony cane in one hand and a polished white bone in the other. The cane made a connection for Arlian, and he realized that this woman was the one missing half a leg. Dor bowed. Lady Rhyme, he said, you may begin then. Chapter 39. Initiation Rites. The woman nodded an acknowledgement to Dor, then met Arlian's gaze across the table.
You have been permitted in this room, she said, because we believe you possess the trait we all share, the trait that sets us apart from the rest of humanity. Do you know what that trait is?
I assume you refer to what my steward calls the Heart of the Dragon, Arlian said.
And can you tell us how you acquired this trait?
Not with certainty, Arlian said. My steward believed some people are simply born with it. On the other hand, Lord Wither said that it came from drinking human blood mixed with dragon's venom.
And have you drunk human blood mixed with dragon's venom?
I have.
Tell us how that happened.
Arlian hesitated. He was not eager to share those memories with these strangers, and with Nail in particular, who was presumably either one of the 6 lords himself or a close friend to some of them, and who might find a way to use any information about Arlian's origins against him. But he had promised to answer fully. He drew a deep breath and began. Dragons destroyed my home village, he said. At least 3 of them. They came 9 years ago during a long spell of dragon weather. I was in the family cellar taking inventory to see how much we needed to add before winter when they attacked. My grandfather was killed by a blast of venom that failed to ignite, and he fell down the cellar ladder onto me as he died. His blood and the venom spilled into my mouth as I lay stunned beneath his corpse. Rhyme asked,
"Have you any witnesses?"
"Of course not," Arlian said. "I was the only survivor."
"Have you any scars left by the experience?"
"Only on my heart, from my family's death," Arlian said. "The dragon's venom itself did not touch me."
"Then can you provide any proof, any evidence at all, that you are telling us the truth?"
"I will give you my word," Arlian said. "Beyond that, how can I? Lord Withers said he could see it in my face. If that isn't enough, what more can I do?" Rhyme nodded.
"Good enough. Those are my questions, as required. Now, let me give you the first instruction. The Dragon Society takes its name from our origins, of course. All of us have drunk blood and venom and received the dragon's heart thereby, but also from its purpose. We are not questioning you merely for our amusement, but because the Society exists in part to study the ways of dragons, to learn everything about them that we can, so that someday, if we choose, we might destroy them and free the world forever from their vile presence. It is because of this that we may ask you, over and over, to tell us every detail of your encounter with those dragons you say destroyed your village."
That said, Rhyme used the bone in her right hand to prod the man next to her.
"I've had my turn, then. You're next, Shatter."
The left side of Shatter's head was a hairless, shapeless ruin, a mass of scar tissue, but he still had both his eyes, and he stared intently at Arlian.
"What's your true name?"
he asked. "Arlian," Arlian said.
"And your village that you say was destroyed?"
"Obsidian, on the smoking mountain." A few heads nodded at that. They had heard of the incident.
"You call yourself Obsidian? Why?"
"After my home village."
"Have you used other names?"
"Yes."
"What were they?"
"I can't be sure I remember them all," Arlian warned. "I called myself Lanaire a few times. I traveled with a caravan under the name of Lord Ari, and there were several people who called me Triv for a time."
"Why did you use those other names?"
Arlian shrugged. "It was convenient to do so."
"Had you a reason to refrain from using your true name?"
Arlian frowned. "Yes. Need I explain it?"
"Does it concern dragons?"
"No."
"Then you need not."
Shatter leaned back in his chair.
"My true name is Illith," he said. "The custom of using false names is an old one, and most people don't remember its origins, but some of us here were among those who first instituted it, in the ancient days when the dragons ruled over us. This is your second instruction, that we gave false names to one another so that if we were caught by the dragon's human servants, we could not reveal the true identities of our companions in the struggle for our freedom. Those servants are gone now, long dead, and so we all reveal our true names here, so that we know we can trust one another. But the dragons still live beneath the earth, and we keep the custom alive in case they ever return, and we must once again organize ourselves to oppose them."
He gestured to the next man in the circle. "Nail."
"Do you know who I am?"
the old man asked in that thin, harsh voice. "No," Arlian said warily. "I heard you addressed as Nail."
"My name is Steam. I believe you have announced your intention of killing me."
"I haven't exactly announced it," Arlian corrected him. I revealed it to Lord Caruvan.
Whom you mortally wounded.
I beat him in an honorable duel. I do not know whether his wound was mortal.
And there were others you listed as your foes?
Yes, Lord Enziat. He paused as 2 or 3 of the members gasped at the name, but then collected himself and continued. Lord Toribor, Lord Drasheen, Lord Horam, and yourself. Nail leaned forward across the table.
Are you aware that all of us, save Caruvan, are members of the Dragon Society?
No. I knew some of you were, and particularly Lord Enziat. I was not aware all of you were.
Then you did not join the Society to find us?
Not exactly.
Why are you here, then?
Nail stared at him intently. Arlene looked around the circle, partly to escape that basilisk stare, and partly to judge the mood of the others, then sighed. He did not dare try to lie to these people. I recently tried to arrange a meeting with Lord Enziat. I admit I did so to further my plans to destroy him, but I merely asked to meet with him. He not only refused this reasonable request, but threatened to kill me if I ever troubled him again. I have seen him kill a woman for failing in a commission he gave her, and I know he killed 4 others merely for being inconvenient. I did not doubt that he meant what he said. I also believed, from a conversation with Lord Wither, that he is a member of this society, and that no member of the society may kill another within the city's walls, and furthermore that I, too, am eligible for membership. I therefore came to join to protect myself from Lord Enziat. While he is a ruthless man, I believe even he would hesitate to break your oath.
Then you're abandoning your grudge against us, whatever it was.
Oh, by no means, Arlene said. I have every intention of eventually meeting each of you outside the city walls when I can do so on even terms. Nail stared at him for a moment longer, then blinked, straightened up, and said,
I'm not sure whether you're a coward or a fool or something else entirely. You come here fleeing Lord Enziat, yet you fought Caruvan and offered to fight Toribor. You openly admit to my face that you still intend to kill me, if you can.
I do not believe I'm a coward, Arlene said. Is not Enziat a powerful and dangerous man who does not hesitate to act as much from expedience as honor? Is he incapable of hiring assassins or using dire sorcery? To defy him openly seems not courage but foolhardiness. I will be glad to meet him, or any of the 6 of you, openly and fairly. I do not care to be waylaid on the street by Enziat's guards and left dying in an alley somewhere.
You accuse him of such treachery?
Nail leaned forward again. I certainly believe him capable of it. His warning to me did nothing to convince me otherwise.
And you don't hesitate to say so?
I am required to answer all the questions put to me here honestly and completely, am I not?
You are a fool, then,
Nail said, slumping back into his chair.
Or, at any rate, a very young man who has not yet learned when to hide the truth in sarcasm or pretty words or circumlocutions. I think Belly, Lord Toribor, was hasty, and having you here in the Dragon Society may be a good thing after all. The day may come when we meet outside the walls, but I'm in no hurry. and the longer we have to study each other, the more entertaining that day may eventually be."
He stared at Arlian for a moment, then sat up.
"My instruction,"
Nail said,
"is this. The Dragon Society's purpose is in part, as Rhyme stated it, to study our draconic foes. However, the original impetus was simply loneliness. You're still very young, and you haven't yet learned this. But we truly are a people apart from the rest of humanity. We are all tainted. We are all marked. We are all blessed and cursed. We have the power to influence others to some extent, to bend them to our will, but that sets us apart. The shepherd, however beloved by his sheep, is not a part of the flock. We live long lives and are free of disease. We can walk unscathed through streets heaped with plague-ridden corpses, and this means that those around us age and sicken and die as we watch, and we can do nothing to prevent it. When Wither and I first met centuries ago and recognized one another as kindred beings, it meant an end to decades of loneliness, for we now had each other as companions. No matter what his failings, a fellow shepherd must surely be better company than the finest of sheep. And when Enziat found us, and Rahirian and Shauray, we gathered them to us gladly, and the Dragon Society was begun. We created the Oath, and had this place built for us, and bethought ourselves as to what goals we might set the Society. Others have found us over the centuries, and joined for their own reasons, just as you have. But in time, each one has come to see that whatever other purposes we may have, the simple need for the companionship of our peers is reason enough for the Society's existence. In time, you, too, will come to prize all of us, and if we have indeed wronged you, you may find it in you to forgive us. When this initiation is done, let us speak, you and I, and see if we can work this out amicably. Shall we?"
Arlian hesitated. "Maybe," he said. Nail nodded.
"I can wait, and so can you, child."
He turned to the woman beside him.
"Ask your questions, Flute."
Flute was tall and thin, with a long nose and a scar across the right side of her jaw. Even unmarked, her face would have been far from beautiful. "What do you know of sorcery?" she asked, in a cool, distant voice. "Almost nothing," Arlian said. "I have crossed the Dreaming Mountains to Arathai and back, so I have seen magic in many forms, and I have spent a great deal of time with the Arathaian magicians, but I have not studied the arts myself. I deal in magical devices, potions, and other such things, but I am only the merchant, not the manufacturer. And besides, I do not believe this magic is properly considered sorcery. I brought my goods and my magicians from Arathai, and they dismiss our northern sorcery as a different and lesser sort of magic than their own. Like the rest of you, I am a nobleman. I own a business. I do not dirty my own hands with the labor of running it. I am, therefore, familiar with what Arathaian magic can do, and what the wild magic beyond the borderlands looks like, but that's all." You learned nothing from your village elders or the local sorcerer as a child?
Nothing at all. We had a sorcerer in Obsidian, but he and I rarely spoke, and even more rarely of his specialty. My grandfather told me a few tales, but nothing more.
Do you know what I mean by sorcery as opposed to mere magic?
No. Flute sighed.
Then my instruction, Obsidian, must be very rudimentary, for you haven't the knowledge for more, and it may sound like mere nonsense. Long ago, very long ago, the legends tell us the dragons dwelt amid chaos and were displeased by it. They drove the chaos back and imposed order. They drove it southward for the most part, out of the lands they had chosen for themselves. Or another version has it that the gods accomplished this, and the dragons later usurped their place. But the point is unchanged. Chaos is at the very root of magic. Instability, change, and deception. These are the core of magic, and the dragons dispelled them from the lands of man. It may be that the dragons are themselves creatures of magic, and did not want competition. It may be that the dragons are somehow the opposite of magic. We don't know. We do know that in the lands where the dragons once ruled, the lands that are now the lands of man, magic is a dry well, while south of the borderlands, it's a flood. Perhaps the dragons drank the magic. Perhaps they swept it away. Perhaps they are this land's magic. Whatever the reasons, beyond the lands of man, magic runs rampant, and anyone with a little skill can learn to manipulate it. But no one can truly control it, for it's too powerful, too wild. And here in Manford, magic is so weak, so feeble, that it must either be brought in from outside, as you are doing, in which case it's strong and easy, but flawed and fades over time, or it must be coaxed and teased out in tiny threads, and the skills to do this are so arcane, so difficult, that it takes a lifetime to master them. These skills, the ability to use the thin traces of magic native to this land, are sorcery. What the Arathayans do is not, but is mere crude thaumaturgy. Sorcery is subtle and strong and lasting. Thaumaturgy is bright and impressive, but unstable and untrustworthy. And because sorcery takes so long to master, well, who do you suppose is best suited to study it?
She waved at the gathering around her.
We are. We who can devote centuries to the task. Members of the Dragon Society are expected to learn at least the rudiments of sorcery, though there's no need to hurry. You'll have all the time you need. If Enziat doesn't kill you,
a woman further around the circle muttered.
My lady, are you implying that our own Enziat might break his oath?
Dor asked.
No,
the woman replied.
I'm suggesting that someday young Arlian may set foot outside Manford's gate.
Dor could hardly argue with that, and it was not his time to speak. He subsided, and the man to Flute's right asked, Is it my turn? I don't recall anything else essential, so I'll ask what I'm sure we're all wondering. Why in the world are you determined to kill Enziat and the others in the first place? Arlian had expected this. He kidnapped me and sold me into slavery when I was a child, he said. And he and the others killed 4 women I cared for.
Did he? Well then, you must tell us all about it.
Arlian sighed. He collected his wits for a moment, then began, I was in the cellars with my grandfather when we heard screaming.
Chapter 40. Contemplating Eternity. The iron door swung open, and Arlene stepped out into the street. He was not surprised to find it dark. After all, he had just come from a candlelit chamber where he had lost all track of time. He was somewhat surprised to find Black still waiting for him, and said so.
"This street's as good a place as any to wait," Black replied. "I had a chance to chat with Lord Toribor, for example."
"Did he say anything of interest?"
"He thinks you're completely mad. Is that of interest?"
Arlene grimaced. "It seems to be the consensus." He clapped Black on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go home." The two men set out toward the old palace, making their way through the badly lit cobblestone streets. The moonlight was sufficient to see them through those areas where no torches, lanterns, or illuminated windows served.
"If you'd brought a lantern," Arlene began as he stubbed his toe on an uneven cobble. "If I brought a lantern, I'd have been demonstrating a truly remarkable prescience," Black retorted. "We came here at mid-morning, remember? I hadn't expected to stay all day. Had you not emerged soon, I might well have given up and gone home."
"As I thought you would have," Arlene replied penitently. "Thank you for waiting, and forgive my unreasonableness." Black waved that away. They walked on for a moment longer, and Arlene glanced sideways at his companion. Why had Black stayed? What had Arlene done to inspire such loyalty? He wasn't paying Black for this sort of attention. But Black was his friend, whether because of the dragon's heart Arlene possessed, or because of some more natural human magic. That was a gift Arlene appreciated, but sometimes, he thought, not enough. He thought over what he had heard in the Dragon Society's hall. The questioning and instruction had dragged on and on. New members, beyond the original 14, had wandered in now and then, and had joined in, sometimes repeating things that had already been said. Arlene had not kept count, but thought he had met and spoken to perhaps a score in all. He was, he had been told, the 43rd living member whose current whereabouts were known. The 8 skulls on that one shelf were some of the deceased members, all 8 of whom had died violently at various points over the past 7 centuries, in duels, accidents, assassinations, or other mishaps. A few others had died in such fashion that their bones were not recovered. The whereabouts of some members were not known, nor whether they were living or dead. There was no requirement that every member speak to him, only that those present at the time each question him, and each offer some instruction in exchange. They had done that. Arlene had told them every detail he could remember of the destruction of obsidian on the Smoking Mountain. He had admitted to being an escaped slave, and had described something of his stay in deep delving. That had not caught anyone's fancy very strongly, though. The passage through the Dreaming Mountains and his visit to Arathai had gotten much more attention. He had also admitted his residence in Westgard. And in exchange he had heard a great deal of the Dragon Society's history, how it had been part of the resistance against the dragons in the final days of their rule, how its members had been among Manfort's rulers, how the traditions of secret societies, false names, and noble privilege had been established or preserved by the Dragon Society for the benefit of its members, the better to hide their strangeness from ordinary mortals. He knew now that the governance of Manfort was manipulated by the society as a whole, most directly by Lord Enziat and the other advisors such as Rhyme and Drasheen, but also by other means, for their own ends. The Duke of Manfort was not a member, might not even be aware the group existed, but most of his advisors belonged to the society and were as interested in its welfare as that of the city as a whole. Chief among those advisors was Lord Enziat, of course, the man Arlene had known for years as Lord Dragon. Arlene had learned a little about Enziat, but not much. He had made no attempt to press, since the others were clearly reluctant to gossip about one of their senior members. Lady Rhyme had been present, but had said nothing of her own work with the Duke, and Arlene had no special interest in her. Lord Drasheen, another advisor who was also on the list of 6 lords Arlian meant to destroy, had not appeared, and Arlian had learned no more about him than about Enziat. Arlian had heard a great deal about what the blood and venom elixir actually did, though. He knew now that he would probably never sire children. No member of the Dragon Society had ever produced offspring after joining, although a few had descendants from before their draconic encounters, and it was assumed that this lack was due to induced sterility, since there had been no shortage of opportunities for procreation. He knew that he need never fear disease or infection, that he had had even a mild case of fever in the mines startled the others, and he was assured that that could only have happened in his very earliest years after drinking the elixir. He had been assured that he could expect every wound that did not actually kill him to heal quickly and cleanly. Only the injuries inflicted by dragons left scars. And he knew that he could expect to live for centuries, but probably not forever. The very oldest of those who had drunk the elixir were gone and presumed dead. Although each had left Manfred willingly, under his or her own power, they had never returned. Wither, Nail, and Enziat were the 3 oldest survivors, each approaching 1,000 years of age. Wither had turned up briefly at one point and had questioned Arlian viciously about whether he really knew where venom might be obtained. Enziat had not come, which was probably just as well, but it was also disappointing. It would have been satisfying for Arlian to finally see him face to face again, after all these years, and to see his reaction upon learning who Obsidian was, and to knowing for certain that he was bound by the same oath Arlian had sworn. "By whatever gods may hear, be they living or dead," he had recited when the questioning was done. "I swear that I shall abide by the covenant of this society, to share whatever knowledge I may have of our common foes, the dragons. I swear to make no attempt to do mortal harm to any other member while we are within the walls of this city, nor to aid or abet another in any effort to do such harm to any member." That oath might prove inconvenient, but at the same time it had given Arlian an opportunity to speak freely with Nail, and that had been worthwhile. Nail claimed that he had taken a share in the House of Carnal Society at Enziat's urging, not on his own impulse. Further, he was willing to set Lily and Musk free in Arlian's care. "I tired of them long since," he had said. "They've been working in my kitchens." He had taken an interest in Arlian's own humanitarian impulses and views on justice, but he hardly subscribed to them. "You'll outgrow that, I fear," he had said. Nail had seemed quite certain that Arlian would outgrow a great many things, that in time he would become more like Nail himself, more like most of the others, cool, cynical, unconcerned with the lives of people he would outlive anyway. Arlian hoped he was wrong, and noted Torabor's anger and Wither's devotion to his mistress Marasa as signs that neither great age nor dragon venom need quench all passions. But a general detachment from the rest of humanity seemed to have affected all the members, and Arlian wondered whether in time he too would grow cold. He studied Black as they walked. Would he eventually come to think of Black as his inferior rather than his equal? As a thing to be used rather than an advisor and companion? He could not easily imagine it, but then he remembered Lord Dragon's face and voice telling him that he was nothing but plunder to be sold, remembering Lord Dragon's sword cutting Madame Rill's throat. A natural man could not be so cold. He hoped that he would never become a creature like that. He thought he would almost prefer to die in one of the duels he intended to fight outside the city walls. But no one in the Dragon Society had seemed the least bit surprised or dismayed by his explanation of why he had sworn vengeance against Lord Dragon. They had all accepted Enziat's actions as normal, if unpleasant. "He didn't know you'd drunk the venom," Nail had said.
And if he had, would it have made any difference?
Rhyme had asked, and the consensus was that no, not for Enziat. He'd have done the same in any case. So Enziat was probably the worst, but all of them had something of the same cold detachment and ruthlessness. And presumably, in time, so would he, if he didn't already. He remembered how he had insisted on fighting Keruvan. But he also remembered how he had felt when the duel was almost upon him, how he'd felt sick and scared and doubting. That had not been anything he would expect from a member of the society. Maybe he was different. Maybe he would always be different. And maybe, if he did start to turn cold, he would notice the change and do something about it. But Black would probably be long dead by then. Black would be dead and he would be living on, untouched by age. Maybe that was what turned the society's members cold. Not the venom, but watching their friends and family age and fade and die. Then a thought struck him, and he smiled to himself. He was being absurd. He wasn't going to live long enough to turn cold. He had sworn an oath, after all. Once he had disposed of Lord Enziat and the others, he would hunt down the dragons themselves and try to kill them. He wouldn't need to commit suicide to keep from turning heartless. The dragons would undoubtedly kill him if Lord Enziat didn't. He needed to find some way to get Enziat and the others outside the city, and away from their friends and guards where he could meet them on even terms. With that, his thoughts began to slip back into older, more familiar paths, and concerns about his own nature faded away. He still had his vengeance to carry out. He had not yet met Lord Enziat, Lord Drasheen, or Lord Horam at the Dragon Society Hall. Lord Nail was an old man who didn't seem to be inclined to cause trouble, and Lord Torabor was a hothead who could probably be lured out easily. But there was no need to hurry, was there? He would have centuries in which to realize his plans. Centuries. That was a hard concept to accept. He was back to those new ideas, the new information about the Dragon Society and his own strange circumstances. There were still things he didn't know, though. No one had explained how Lord Enziat had known that a village on the Smoking Mountain was going to be destroyed, or why a man as rich and powerful as Enziat would bother looting a ruined village or investing in a brothel. He had told them all what had happened to Obsidian, but no one had said anything about that. At some point he would have to ask someone about those points. They might be important. He would go back to the Society's hall tomorrow or the day after and see if anyone there could tell him. They were at the gate of the old palace now, and there were more immediate matters to attend to. "Have you eaten anything?" he asked Black. "No. Have you?" "Not really. So we'll go to the kitchens. It's too late for a proper meal." Black nodded, and the mention of the kitchens reminded Arlian of something. "By the way," he said, "we'll want to have some rooms prepared. Lord Nail, that is, Lord Steam, will be turning 2 more women, Musk and Lily, over to our care." Black glanced at him, startled. "That's good," he said. "How did you manage that?" Arlian thought for a moment, then said, "I'm not entirely sure." Then the doorkeeper opened the great front door, and they stepped into the familiar foyer of the old palace. The following day found Arlian and Nail chatting again, as they had after Arlian's initiation, but this time in the old palace rather than the Society Hall. "Why did the 6 of you establish the House of Carnal Society in the first place?" Arlian asked as he poured wine. Musk and Lily were getting comfortably settled in their new home, none the worse for their 2-year stay in Nail's mansion. Nail had overseen their delivery personally, and at Arlian's invitation had stayed for a drink. The 2 men were comfortably settled on the blue silk couches in the small salon, sharing a bottle of good red wine from Khan Paracore in the Western Hills. "Surely you could have found better investments." Lord Nail pursed his lips thoughtfully.
I don't know that we could have,
he said.
Oh, financially, perhaps, though in fact it was quite profitable. But there were other uses.
You took your own pleasures there, I suppose.
Nail snorted.
I? No, I did not. Kuruvan did, certainly. And I believe Drasheen as well. And perhaps Torabor or Horam on occasion. But not I, nor Enziat.
Then what uses do you refer to?
Political uses, my boy,
Nail explained.
There are those in Manford we find it expedient to control, one way or another, and inviting them to Westgard as one hot-blooded nobleman to another provided a means to accomplish that.
Ah. Arlene hesitated, but then asked his question bluntly. Despite calling Arlene a young fool for his honesty, Nail did not seem to believe in wasting time with euphemism or indirection himself. Bribery or blackmail?
Both,
Nail said.
Sometimes at the same time. Men being the odd creatures they are. Intimidation as well, and other things. Some men, after such an experience, find themselves saying things they would not ordinarily reveal.
Arlene could hardly doubt that, given what Rose had told him about Lord Kuruvan, whose death had been reported that morning. His wounds had indeed been mortal, and Arlene had killed him. An idea that was uncomfortable, frightening, and satisfying at the same time. He wasn't the first man Arlene had killed. That had been that bandit on the southern slopes of the Desolation. Kuruvan, however, was the first Arlene had deliberately hunted down, fought, and slain. He had surely deserved it, despite what Hasty said. The image of Rose lying dead was always lurking in the back of Arlene's thoughts, troubling his dreams. Still, it was odd to know that he was a killer himself, even a justified one. It was also odd to be sitting here calmly drinking wine with another of the men responsible for Rose's death, both of them knowing that Arlene had not forgiven the crime and still meant to someday avenge it.
We put the house in Westgard for several reasons,
Nail said.
One was so that our guests would not be seen by their neighbors or family. Another was so that there would be time on the ride back to Manford for loosened lips to spill secrets.
He sighed.
And of course, that's why it had to be destroyed,
he said.
We had too many people who could not tolerate the thought that they might be spied on there, or might have been spied on there. When we found out you'd been hiding there, well, it was safest to destroy it.
Was it necessary to kill 4 of the women, though?
No, I suppose not,
Nail said.
One gets out of the habit of thinking of slaves as human, though, or at least I have, and their lives are so short and pointless anyway, that, well, it doesn't seem to matter if they die.
It matters to them, Arlene said. Because they have so little, you feel free to take what they have. There's no justice in that.
No, there isn't, is there?
Nail gazed into Arlene's eyes.
You do have the dragon's heart, but you haven't yet lost your own. I'm not sure I can say the same anymore.
Arlene shifted uncomfortably.
You still want to kill me, to punish me for what I did to those girls, don't you?
Nail asked quietly. You saw them being carried in here, Arlene said angrily.
None of them will ever walk again, and I don't suppose you saw the others lying dead in the smoke, but I did. Lying there with their throats cut as the flames spread. He shuddered. You did that. It's only right that you pay for it.
I suppose it is,
Nail mused, his face turning aside for a moment. He sipped his wine thoughtfully.
I suppose it is at that.
He looked at Arlene again.
You'll understand, though, that I'm in no hurry to do so. I've lived well over 900 years now, and while I do grow weary, I'm not eager to end it. I've seen little justice in all those years. The good perish, and the evil thrive, sometimes at any rate. Other times the evil die, and the good live, and throughout it all, most people are neither good nor evil, but merely human.
He put down his glass.
I'll tell you what, Lord Obsidian. I will meet you outside the gate, on even terms, my sword against yours, for a fair fight to the death, once you have dealt with my 4 surviving partners. I sincerely feel that my fault in this is less than theirs, for I was brought in out of friendship for Enziat, Drasheen, and Horim, not because I had any great interest in the benefits that might accrue. I have all the wealth I need, and little interest in power, but I do try to oblige my friends. You've seen I didn't harm the 2 women I took. I doubt my partners can all say the same, and though I can't prove it, I voted against the destruction of the brothel and the murder of those 4. So I will meet you, but only when you have first met the others.
And if I die fighting one of them, then you'll go unpunished, Arlene said. Nail smiled and shrugged.
You understand me too well,
he said. He picked up his glass again.
Life is not fair, my young friend, and justice is not always done.
Then he raised the glass in salute and finished the wine in a gulp. He stirred, evidently about to rise. He had clearly meant that as his parting shot. Arlene, however, had more to say. And will you help me coax the others out of the city? He asked. Nail hesitated. Then he shook his head.
No,
he said.
I will not. Whatever love I may have for justice, I have more for my friends and myself. I do not deny we did wrong, but I find myself able to forgive and pardon our crimes. That you do not is certainly understandable, but I trust this is one failing on my part you will find equally understandable.
Of course, Arlene said. He stood as Nail stood and watched as the old man departed. Then he turned to find Black standing in the other doorway, observing him.
You're getting to like the old bastard, aren't you?
Black asked. After a fashion, Arlene said.
But you still plan to kill him?
I don't know, Arlene admitted. I think so.
Those 2 women, Musk and Lily, have nothing against him,
Black said.
After the first month, they barely saw him.
Arlene shrugged. That's not the point, he said.
Oh? You're not in this for the sake of rescuing pretty women from horrible fates?
Not really, Arlene said. I certainly don't want any innocents to suffer horrible fates, but that's not what I'm after. I'm trying to see that evil does not go unpunished, so that the world might be that much better to live in.
And a man like Lord Nail does such evil that you're sure the world would be a better place without him?
Arlene hesitated. I don't know, he said.
I'm not a god, able to see past and future and look into people's hearts. I only know that Lord Nail and the others did do wrong. They committed a hideous crime, and that crime calls out for vengeance, and I am the only one who might avenge it." He shrugged. "Perhaps the gods who still live, if there truly are any, and they see us at all, will intervene and make sure that justice prevails. Perhaps they'll show me a vision, or see that I learned something that will make me forgive my enemies. Perhaps the workings of fate will ensure that I never touch a hair on Nail's head. Left to my own devices, though, I intend to continue as I have. It's not as if I'm murdering any of them in their beds as they murdered Rose and Silk. We fought an honest duel, and Keruvan might have killed me as readily as I killed him." "You have the dragon's heart, as Keruvan did not." "And who else among my foes is so bereft?" "A good point," Black acknowledged. "So you'll trust to fate, then, to see that you aren't butchered like a hog when you do coax Horim or Toribor outside the walls. These men have far more experience than you, after all." "As you say," Arlian said. "I'll trust in fate, the gods, your training, and my own skills." "I don't particularly like that idea," Black said. "I've never found the gods to be much use." Arlian shrugged. He was unsure whether there were gods guiding his destiny, or whether he was part of some fate working itself out free of divine meddling, or whether the only agents working upon him were natural and mortal. But he could not help but see, in his escape from the destruction of his village, his escape from the mines of deep delving, the vast fortune that had fallen into his possession, and his admission to the society of near immortals, signs that his life had a purpose beyond mere survival. It was plain to him that he was meant to pursue justice and revenge, that he had been spared and given power so that he might right the wrongs done to those around him. If he died in that pursuit, then at the very least he had lived longer than the rest of his townspeople, had tasted freedom before he died, had set an example in Lord Obsidian's refusal to traffic in slaves, and had achieved at least a partial vengeance for Rose and Silk and the others. He would much prefer to live, of course, and to enjoy what fate had given him, but if it meant simply accepting the evils done around him, no, he could not do that. "I don't suppose you would be willing to ambush or assassinate the rest of them," Black said. Arlian shook his head. "I won't stoop to that," he said. "The odds are that you'll die before you've dealt with all of them," Black pointed out. Arlian shrugged again. "I don't want to inherit anything from you," Black said. Arlian looked at him thoughtfully. Just yesterday he had been contemplating what had seemed the near certainty that he would outlive Black by centuries. Yet here he was, facing the prospect of throwing away all those years. "I do intend to fight them all and kill them all," he said slowly, "but there's no great hurry." He remembered the duel with Keruvan, how he had trembled at the outset, how the swordplay had degenerated into clumsy hacking and stabbing. "Would it comfort you if I asked you to continue my training with the blade, and put off any attempt to lure my opponents out of the city in the next few days?" "It certainly wouldn't distress me," Black said. "Well then," Arlian said, "let it be so." Chapter 41. Challenges Made. Arlian was seated comfortably in a corner of the Dragon Society's main hall, in a velvet-upholstered chair with each arm carved into a dragon's head, his feet under a round oaken table. Diagonally across from him sat Lady Rhyme, and the two of them chatted amiably. "Are any of the members married?" Arlian asked. "I haven't heard anyone but Lord Wither mention spouses."
"Lord Spider and Lady Shard are married,"
Rhyme replied, leaning back in her chair.
"though I don't know how much longer it will last. They've been together more than 100 years, and few marriages survive beyond that."
Arlene had met Lady Shard, but had heard no previous mention of Lord Spider. He had met most of the members now. His own initiation had taken place some 4 days ago, and he had come here every evening when Black declared the fading light inadequate for further swordplay. He still had not encountered Lord Horim, Lord Drasheen, or Lord Enziat, however, save for one brief meeting with Lord Drasheen, a chance encounter on the street of the Black Spire just outside the Society's door as Drasheen left and Arlene arrived. Arlene had recognized Drasheen's perfume first, and then his face, but by then Drasheen was around the corner, and Arlene had thought better of pursuit. "Lord Spider's true name isn't Horim, is it? Or Enziat or Drasheen?" Arlene asked. He did not like the idea of killing a married man. Rhyme shook her head.
No. Horim calls himself Lord Iron, and Enziat and Drasheen we simply call Enziat and Drasheen. Enziat has used a dozen other names over the years, and we can't be bothered to remember them, while Drasheen has never used any name but his own. Our Lord Spider's true name is Dvios, and Lady Shard's is Alahi.
"Is Lord Iron married, then?"
"No, nor is Enziat, nor Drasheen, nor Nail, nor Belly. You needn't worry about leaving any grieving widows."
"That's just as well," Arlene said. Then he noticed the curious half-smile on Rhyme's face, and the way she was watching him as she toyed with the bone she always carried. "Do I amuse you?" he asked.
"In fact, you do, dear Obsidian,"
Rhyme said.
"You can't seem to make up your mind whether you're a warm-hearted fool or a cold-blooded killer."
"I would prefer to be neither a fool nor cold-blooded," Arlene said.
"A warm-hearted killer is something of an oddity, though, wouldn't you say?"
"And are we not all oddities here?" Arlene asked, taking in the entirety of the hall with a sweep of his hand. "For example, you say that none of the men I'm sworn to kill are married. Surely that's rather odd, that none of a group of 5 men would have a wife."
"For ordinary men it might be odd,"
Rhyme agreed.
"but you're speaking of 5 Dragonhearts, and furthermore 5 who once owned a brothel. Would a man with a wife at home invest in such an enterprise?"
"Why not?" Arlene asked. "Do you think it would offend a wife's sensibilities?"
"It very well might."
"Did it offend yours?"
"In fact, it did."
"Yet you did nothing to stop it."
"What could I do? They broke no laws, defied no ducal edict."
"Yet you thought it wrong." Rhyme sighed.
"No, I thought it at worst inappropriate. It was none of my business, and unlike yourself, I do not generally choose to meddle dangerously in matters that do not concern me."
Arlene frowned and leaned back, unsatisfied. For a moment the two sat silently, Arlene motionless, Rhyme holding her bone in one hand and running the fingers of the other along its polished length. "You call them Dragonhearts?" Arlene asked after a moment.
"It's a useful term,"
Rhyme said.
"and I call us all Dragonhearts, my lord. You and myself, as well as the rest."
Arlene nodded. "Of course," he said. "And are Spider and Shard the only married Dragonhearts, then?"
"Oh, I believe 3 or 4 have mortal partners,"
Rhyme said.
"I couldn't say which. I don't keep track."
"Because they die," Arlene said. He didn't need to make it a question.
"Yes, because they die. I have lived 400 years, Obsidian. I can't be bothered to remember details that may not last a score of years."
"And have you never married?" Rhyme's fingers stopped their stroking, and the smooth white bone dropped to her lap.
"I was married," she said. "I had a husband and 4 children when the miners from our village disturbed a dragon's rest. I fell into our well, bleeding and aflame as I fled from its anger, and the water put out the fire and hid me. My husband was not as clumsy as I."
"I'm sorry," Arlene said, ashamed that his question had caused her pain.
"The well was poisoned after that," she said. "Venom, or the dragon's foul breath, had tainted the water. I tasted it and knew it was unfit to drink. So when I grew thirsty, I sucked the blood from a gash on my hand."
She held out her left hand, and Arlene saw a faint white scar across the palm.
"I'd cut myself on the stone as I fell in, you see, and venom must have gotten into it somehow, though I didn't know that for certain until years after."
"And your leg? Was that from the bad water?"
"That?"
She glanced down at the wooden peg below her left knee, then lifted the bone in her hand and studied it for a second. Arlene, who had heretofore considered the bone merely a minor eccentricity, like Black's insistence on wearing black, suddenly realized that what she held was a human shin bone, and he had little doubt as to whose.
No,
she said, lowering the bone.
"That happened years later, when I was snowbound in the Sawtooth Mountains. I was more or less intact when I climbed from the well and found what was left of my family."
"I'm sorry for your loss," Arlene said. Rhyme shrugged.
"It was a long time ago."
"And you've never remarried?"
"Why bother?"
she asked bitterly.
"I can't have any more children. What do I need with a husband? I've built a fortune simply by living long enough to save and invest, so I don't need a man's money. Companionship?"
She snorted.
"Look around. Do you see any of these men who would make a decent husband, knowing that we'll both live for centuries? Oh, an affair or two, certainly, but a marriage? And as for anyone other than our fellow Dragonhearts, I don't have any interest in growing to love a man and then watching him age and die while I can do nothing to prevent it."
"Oh," Arlene said.
"And that's why so few of us are married, Obsidian, because the dragons have made us cold-hearted, self-obsessed, and sterile."
"But are you all? You still speak with passion," he protested. "Wither seems devoted to his Marasa, and Nail seems eager to befriend others."
"They're struggling against the inevitable,"
Rhyme said.
"As I am. The longer we live, the colder we become. Like Enziat, who is, I believe, oldest of us all. Wither and Nail are old too, but it may be that they've lasted as long as they have because of their passions. And Nail, at least, seems to me to be acting more from wistful memory than genuine warmth."
"But why? Is it just from weariness, from seeing so much suffering and death over the years?" She shook her head.
"I don't believe it's long life alone that's responsible," she said. "Remember, though, how we became as we are. We have all tasted blood and drunk venom, and whether it pleases us to admit it or not, and most often it does not, each of us has a bit of dragon in her heart. The human part of us cannot live forever. While our bodies survive, our hearts, with time, grow more like dragons, cold and hard and ruthless, taking as much pleasure from others' pain as from any more natural delights."
Arlene frowned. "Do you think, then, that the venom has such an effect?" Rhyme laughed at that.
"My dear foolish boy, look at us. We cannot bear children, or sire them in your case. We age at only the tiniest fraction of the normal rate. Our very blood is poisonous. Surely Wither told you that.
Now, does that sound more like men and women, or like dragons?"
"Like," Arlian began, but before he could speak a second word, he was interrupted by a bellow.
"You!"
a deep voice shouted. A horribly familiar voice.
"Arlian, get up!"
Startled, Arlian turned to see 3 men standing by the door, all still wearing hats and cloaks, and all with their cloaks flung back and their hands on the hilts of their swords. On the left was a short, stocky man he didn't recognize, clad in brown with a curious brass sheath on one arm. On the right was Lord Torabor, clad in green and silver. Even his eye patch was green. And in the center was Lord Dragon, resplendent in black and gold. His feather-trimmed hat appeared to be the same one Arlian had seen him wear atop the smoking mountain so long ago, and his thin, scarred face was likewise unchanged. Arlian pushed away from the table and rose. He felt himself starting to tremble at finding himself thus facing his elusive adversary, and fought it down. He looked at that grim face and remembered the smoking ruins of obsidian, the bright blood spilling from Madame Riel's throat, Rose's dead eyes as she lay across her bed amid the flames. "Lord Enziat," he said, his voice steady, "we meet again."
"Indeed," Enziat replied, "and I am not pleased about it. Why are you here?"
"I am a member in good standing of this society," Arlian replied.
"Why are you in Manfort?"
Enziat demanded. "Why would I not be? My business is here, my friends are here, and my sworn enemies are here."
"I advised you to leave,"
Lord Dragon said.
"I am not accustomed to having my advice ignored."
"I am not the Duke, nor any other of the fools you bully," Arlian retorted. "I do as I see fit."
"You are an annoyance," Enziat replied, "and I do not intend to tolerate your presence here."
"You are sworn to do me no mortal harm, I believe," Arlian said. "How then do you intend to remove me?"
"You spoke of your friends and your business," Enziat said. "I am not sworn to leave them alive. I believe I have lives in my own possession. You would prefer not to see snuffed out."
Arlian had managed to keep himself under control up to this point, but now his veneer of control cracked. "You would make these base threats against innocents?"
"There are no innocents," Enziat said. "We are all creatures of filth and disgrace, foul and stinking, festering in our cramped little lives and pretending we have some value. I am not deceived, though you may be. We are no more than beasts, and those who have not drunk the blood and venom are even less. Removing a few short-lived nuisances a decade or two before their inevitable demise would occur in any case does not trouble my conscience in the least, and if it will rid me of you, then yes, I will do it."
Sincerely shocked, Arlian asked, "Have you no honor?"
"I abide by my vows," Enziat replied. "I recognize no other obligations."
"And if I heed these threats, what are you asking of me?"
"That you leave this city forthwith. You may take your time in removing your household, but I want you outside the walls by sunset."
"And if I refuse?"
one of your precious innocents will die for each night you linger.
You would not balk at such murders? You fear no retribution?
You forget who I am, Arlian.
No, Arlian replied. I will never forget that. You are a monster in human form, an aberration that must be removed from the face of the earth.
I am chief advisor to the Duke of Manfort, and the eldest of the Dragon Society. I do as I please, and none dares defy me.
I dare, Arlian retorted, and if you harm those I care for, I will return the favor, starting with the Duke himself. He heard audible gasps at that, and even Lord Dragon seemed taken aback. He had answered without really thinking, simply making the first counter-threat that occurred to him. Having said it, he could hardly back down, but he had to struggle to hide his own doubts. The Duke was a harmless old fool. Killing him would be wrong. His greatest evil probably lay simply in listening to Enziat, and that was mere weakness, hardly inexcusable in a mortal confronted with the dragon's heart. And the Duke would certainly have guards on all sides. But there were ways. If his threat was to do any good at all, Enziat had to believe it. I have magic at my command, Arlian continued. Not your fine northern sorcery, but wild southern magic from Arathai and the Dreaming Mountains. I have other weapons as well. Be assured I can destroy the Duke if I choose, and while you might well ingratiate yourself with his heir, do you really want the inconvenience of doing so? And how would you explain that you cannot order my execution for the crime?
You would kill both the Duke and myself in your pursuit of this chimerical justice of yours?
Enziat asked. I would, Arlian replied instantly.
You would throw all the lands of man into confusion simply to satisfy your own lust for vengeance.
I would, Arlian repeated. Lord Dragon smiled bitterly.
So you care no more for order and authority than I do, for innocence and honor.
Precisely.
There is a legend that if the Duke's line dies out, the dragons will return,
Enziat remarked. There are many legends, Arlian said. I hope that one is untrue, but true or not, it doesn't matter.
You would risk overthrowing humanity's freedom, then?
I have no intention of killing the Duke unless you carry out your vile threats, Arlian retorted. If this legend is genuine, then whatever comes of it will be as much your responsibility as my own.
Charming,
Enziat said through clenched teeth.
So you propose to continue our stalemate, then?
By no means, Arlian said. I would be pleased to meet you outside the walls in a duel, fought fairly and to the death. I would need your word that there will be no treachery, that none of your hirelings will strike me down from hiding.
I'll fight you,
the man in brown interrupted.
An even match, as you say. Better that than listening to you rave.
Iron, remember,
Torabor said.
He killed Keruvan. Keruvan was a mortal,
the man in brown answered, his eyes locked on Arlian.
He's a Dragonheart, but just a boy for all that.
Torabor glanced at Enziat, who stroked his chin thoughtfully.
That might well solve the entire problem,
Enziat said.
If you want to, Iron, I am not inclined to object.
Lord Iron, are you? Arlian asked. Also known as Horim.
I am,
Horim replied.
Do you dare face me, child?
Arlian smiled. I would be delighted. he said. Chapter 42. Swords Beyond the Gate. The city gates stood open, and Arlian marched steadily down the cobbles toward them. Horim, also known as Lord Iron, walked in parallel several yards to Arlian's left. The normal street traffic parted before them, and their assorted companions trailed behind. Black broke from the little crowd, trotted up behind Arlian, and whispered, "You know this is a trap, don't you?" Arlian glanced over his shoulder at Lord Enziat and the rest of the party, coming along to observe. "No, not them," Black said. "It's Lord Iron. How do you think he got that name? He's killed at least a score of men, and probably a few women as well. He's one of the deadliest swordsmen in the lands of man. I suspect Lord Enziat set this whole thing up to get rid of you." Arlian glanced at Enziat again, then at Horim. He saw no sign of fear or even nervousness on either face. "You're probably right," he said. His mouth tightened into a frown, and his stomach knotted at the realization that he was striding boldly to near certain death. "Then it seems I'm to die with my revenge incomplete," he said, struggling to keep his voice steady. "I trust you to tend to my business and household, and see the women and the Aratheans to safety." "You could still turn back," Black suggested. Arlian smiled sadly. "No," he said. "I couldn't." "Idiot," Black said. "Maybe I am," Arlian said. "I'm trusting in fate, I suppose. I couldn't live with myself if I turned back now." "Ah!" Black threw up his hands in disgust. "Fine. Have it your way." He turned aside, and Arlian marched alone through the city gates. He was scarcely past the outer edge of the wall when the sound of a sword leaving its scabbard warned him. He spun to find that Horim, also now just past the gates, had already drawn his blades and was charging across the cobbles toward him. Women screamed, and the travelers and tradesmen in the gate-yard scattered. The sword was in Horim's left hand, Swordbreaker in his right. Arlian had less experience against left-handed foes. He noted that detail even as he dodged sideways and unsheathed his own sword, barely in time to parry the attack. He recovered quickly. By Lord Iron's second lunge, Arlian had his own Swordbreaker out as well. Oddly, he was not surprised or unsettled by the attack. In fact, he was relieved. He was committed now. Perhaps Black's warning was responsible for his calm acceptance. He felt none of the sick uncertainty he had felt in the duel with Keruvan. Horim had challenged him and was seriously trying to kill him, where Keruvan had been bullied and goaded into fighting. Horim's left-handedness was an inconvenience. Using the Swordbreaker for anything other than parrying Horim's became problematic. Arlian had practiced this sort of asymmetric swordplay, but not as much as he now wished he had. He had known Lord Dragon was right-handed, and had not anticipated finding himself in his present position. Horim knew that, of course, and was trying to take advantage of it, making circular attacks that would have been stupid against a fellow left-hander, but which got handily around Arlian's guard. Arlian dodged, but felt the sword blade tug at his velvet jacket. One of the watchers gasped. Arlian was only vaguely aware of the wide ring of people that surrounded the two of them. His attention was entirely on his foe. He remembered one ruse Black had shown him. Parry and lock blades, but unevenly, so that his opponent would have an opportunity to use his Swordbreaker in the way that gave it its name. Except while he was doing that, Arlian would be able to plunge his own Swordbreaker into Horim's side or belly, more or less as he had struck Keruvan. It was a risky maneuver, but he was at a disadvantage here. He had the greater size and reach, but Horim was strong and quick, with far more experience at cross-handed combat. He made the attempt, deliberately parrying too far along his blade. Horim laughed aloud. He dropped his Swordbreaker to guard even before Arlian moved to strike, and used the deliberately faulty position of Arlian's sword to force the blade aside and launch an attack of his own.
Arlian had to turn and bring his swordbreaker up across his chest to deflect Horem's sword. That left him in an awkward, half-twisted position, his swordbreaker locked with Horem's sword, his own sword turned uselessly off to the right, and Horem's right hand and swordbreaker free. Lord Iron tried to take advantage of this, plunging the swordbreaker toward Arlian's side, but Arlian rammed his left elbow down and knocked the blade away, ducking under Horem's sword. That left his shoulder open to a slash, but that would not kill him, where the point of either the sword or swordbreaker might, and it gave him a chance to bring his own sword back into position. That put the two men back on even terms, and too close together to fight effectively. Both stepped back almost simultaneously. Arlian saw that Horem was grinning. He was obviously enjoying himself. Arlian was not. Horem feinted, and Arlian parried. Horem slashed, and Arlian dodged. He needed a plan, Arlian thought. He needed to do something more than react to Horem's attacks. His own stunt hadn't worked at all. Horem seemed to have expected it. He was obviously familiar with the usual tricks used to counter a left-hander's advantage. Arlian tried to think through the situation without distracting himself from the fight. He was younger, maybe faster, taller, with a longer reach. Horem was stronger and more skilled. Horem also wore that peculiar brass tube around his right arm. That puzzled Arlian. If it were meant as armor, shouldn't it be on his left arm? And why did a man called Iron wear brass? Attack, parry, riposte, counter, feint, parry, in a lightning exchange. Horem was vastly older than Arlian, and it might be possible to tire him out, wear him down. But he was a Dragonheart, so it might not be. Feint, lunge, parry. What was that thing on his arm? Arlian could see that it was made in two pieces, hinged together on one side and overlapping in a sort of latch on the other. The two men circled each other, there on the pavement, in an open area roughly 15 yards across, encircled by the men and women watching the duel. That damnable brass gadget fascinated Arlian. It gleamed in the sunlight, and he almost missed a parry. Angrily, he reversed his grip on his swordbreaker. Horem's wolfish smile faded at that, and he looked puzzled. A swordbreaker held point down was of no use in any normal fight. Then he shrugged and went into a high attack. Arlian parried it readily enough, but instead of a riposte or disengagement, he charged in closer, locking the swords together so that they crossed at face level. Horem's right hand came up to block an attack with the swordbreaker, but Arlian's short blade was pointing down, not at Horem's throat or chest, so the block missed, and Arlian was able to ram the point down toward Horem's arm and into that latch. He pried, and the brass tube snapped open and fell away with a tearing sound. Horem's right hand spasmed, and his swordbreaker dropped from twitching fingers. He screamed, then retreated, tearing away as quickly as he could, giving Arlian a chance to slash the tip of his sword lightly across Horem's chest as they separated. Arlian did not pursue immediately. Instead, he took a good long look at his foe. Horem had gone pale. He was obviously in pain, unable to control the fingers of his right hand. His right forearm was a thin, sickly white thing, nothing like the strong, tanned left. It was misshapen, gnarled, and twisted, and Arlian saw why. Half of it was missing, and what was left was largely scar tissue, bearing the badly healed marks of gigantic teeth. Like so many members of the Dragon Society, Horem still bore the signs the dragons had left upon him. He had braced his ruined arm with metal, but that had probably weakened it further in some ways, as the flesh received no air or sunlight, and the muscles could not move freely, could not exercise properly, did not support their own weight. With the brace in place, he could use it. His grip was probably as strong as ever when his wrist wasn't spasming, but without the supporting metal, he was crippled. No sensible opponent would ever have bothered to attack the one place Horem was armored, as Arlian had. It had been a mad curiosity rather than any conscious reason, that had prompted Arlian's action. Still, it had worked very much to his advantage. Arlian kicked Horim's dropped swordbreaker away and advanced. Horim still fought, but now he was on the defensive, and he was obviously unaccustomed to fighting without a swordbreaker. His right arm twitched, and his empty hand flopped up whenever Arlian attacked on that side. His sword hand was still strong, though, and his skill had not deserted him. He parried attack after attack, retreating across the pavement. The audience retreated as well, pulling away as Horim approached. Arlian was careful to keep Horim moving away from the gates. He was not about to lose this opportunity for vengeance to his society oath. The duel dragged on for what seemed like hours, and both men began to weary. Swords flashed back and forth, darting at throat and chest, but always turned aside. Arlian pressed forward on his left, Horim's right, more than would have been wise ordinarily. But this was no longer an ordinary match, and Horim responded by twitching away. And then finally, Arlian lunged in with his swordbreaker, and Horim brought his sword over to counter, and Arlian's sword punched up under Horim's jaw, through the soft flesh beneath his beard and up into his brain. Horim made an appalling, gurgling noise. His eyes flew wide and blood spat from his open mouth, blood that seemed to shine unnaturally in the summer sun. Then he slumped to his knees, his head falling back, and as Arlian withdrew his reddened blade, Horim crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Blood ran from his mouth and throat, pooling on the paving stones and shimmering as if blown by a faint breeze. Arlian felt no breeze. He thought that trace of movement must be from Horim's fading pulse. He stepped back and waited, arms tingling with fatigue, as Lord Toribor dashed forward into the circle to attend to the fallen Lord Iron. Arlian could not imagine how even a Dragonheart could have survived that thrust, but he did not leave, nor clean and sheathe his blades, until he heard what Toribor found. For that matter, he could scarcely trust Toribor not to carry on the fight himself, so long as they were both outside the gates. He stood with steel still bare in each hand, waiting.
"He's dead,"
Toribor said, kneeling over the body, his hand behind Lord Iron's ear, feeling for a non-existent pulse.
"He's cooling already. He must have been dead as soon as he hit the ground."
Arlian let out his breath in a long, wavering sigh. Then he turned and marched toward the city gates, his weapon sagging but unsheathed. As he did, he listened carefully for any hint that Toribor was coming after him, and he scanned the crowd for Lord Dragon. He would not have been at all surprised to find one or both of them attempting to finish off the job Horim had failed at. No one moved to stop him, and no attack came. When he set foot on the threshold of the gates, Arlian let out another sigh and slowed his pace. He sheathed his swordbreaker and groped for a handkerchief as he walked on into the city. Then Black was there beside him.
"Not bad,"
he said. Arlian let his breath out with a shudder and mopped his face with one end of his handkerchief. He sat himself heavily down upon the edge of a stone horse trough, then set to wiping his sword clean with the side of the cloth that was not already moist with sweat. Black stood beside him, watching the crowd warily. No one came near them. Apparently no one wanted to congratulate the victor. Toribor and 3 others were hauling Horim's corpse across the plaza and into the city, and the crowd was beginning to disperse. Lord Dragon was nowhere to be seen. "The women," Arlian said. "Horim had 2 of the women. Who are his heirs? Will want to buy the women free." Black didn't reply. Instead he remarked, "We have company." Arlian looked up to see Lady Rhyme hobbling toward him, cane and peg-leg thumping and wobbling on the cobbles. He stood and sheathed his sword. "My lady," he said.
"Lord Obsidian," she said, "my congratulations on your victory. An impressive performance. Did you know about Iron's arm, or was that luck?"
"A guess," Arlian admitted. "Or an experiment." He hesitated, then said, "Lord Horem had possession of 2 of the women from the House of Carnal Society. I want them freed. Who are Horem's heirs?"
"I doubt he has any," Rhyme said with a crooked smile. "Have you forgotten everything I told you?"
"You don't marry," Arlian said, "and dragon hearts sire no children." Rhyme nodded.
"The custom, in fact," she said, "is for us to leave our worldly goods to the Dragon Society itself. That would make you part owner of those slaves already, and I'm sure the rest of us will be reasonable in selling them to you, or simply freeing them."
Arlian, exhausted as he was, managed to smile at that. "Good," he said. Then a thought struck him, and the smile vanished. "I can think of 2 or 3 members who may not be reasonable," he said. Rhyme glanced up the street at Toribor and his companions, carrying the body to Horem's home.
"Enziat," she said, "and Belly and Nail and Drasheen."
"I think Nail will be reasonable," Arlian said. "But the others, yes."
"Enziat might surprise you,"
Rhyme said as she settled herself carefully onto the rim of the trough.
"He's as cold-blooded as any of us, usually, and if he decides it's easier to cooperate with you in some minor matter, he'll do it."
Arlian looked doubtful as he sat beside her.
"Why is he so determined to be rid of you, Arlian?"
Rhyme asked.
"What secrets have you not told us?"
She glanced up at Black, who suddenly took an intense interest in watching the crowd, rather than listening to the 2 nobles. Rhyme's tone turned chiding.
"You're not supposed to keep secrets from the society," she said.
"I'm not keeping secrets," Arlian protested. "I told you. I've sworn to kill him for what he did to Rose and Sweet and Dove and the others, and what he did to me when I was just a boy."
"That's why you want to kill him,"
Rhyme agreed.
"But why does he want to be rid of you?"
He blinked at her, puzzled. "I'm sworn to kill him," he said. "Isn't that enough?"
"No,"
Rhyme said flatly, shaking her head.
"Not for Enziat. I've known him for 200 years, closer to 3. And no, it's not enough at all. You swore not to kill him as long as you were both in Manford. That removes you as an immediate threat. Enziat is a patient man, or at least he always has been before. He could easily have waited 10 years, or 20, until you set foot outside the walls on your own, and then ambushed and slain you. That he did not, that he risked Lord Iron's life to dispose of you sooner, means that there's something more involved, something urgent, something that meant he needed to be rid of you now."
Arlian stared at her. "But what could it be?" he asked.
"I don't know, child,"
Rhyme said wryly.
"That's why I asked you."
"I don't know either," Arlian said, still staring. "I told you everything at the initiation. I swear it." Rhyme rocked back and slapped her thighs, then reached for her cane.
"Well then," she said, "that's something to think about, isn't it?"
"Yes," Arlian agreed, not moving from where he sat. "Yes, it is."
Chapter 43. Conversations and Questions.
Horem's steward sneered openly at them as Rhyme and Arlian stood on the tessellated marble floor of the dead man's palace foyer. He made no pretense of welcome or even courtesy, and did not invite them into another room nor offer them seats, despite Rhyme's obvious infirmity.
"There are no women here," he said, crossing his arms over his chest.
"None?"
Rhyme asked mildly.
"In all the household? Not a scullery maid nor laundress?"
"None," the steward asserted. "My lord did not choose to keep women around, Certainly no female cripples.
He took this pair from Westgard 2 years ago, in the spring, Arlian said, resting his left hand on the hilt of his sword, at least partly to keep himself from drawing it with his right. I saw it myself. If he didn't bring them here, what happened to them? 2 years ago, the steward said, startled.
He raised a hand. Ah, now I understand. Those two.
Yes, those two, Arlian said, annoyed and resisting the temptation to grab the man by the throat. Where are they? Did he sell them?
No, he killed them, the steward said. Long ago. I think the second one might have lasted as long as a month. Arlian's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. Why? He demanded. In the name of the dead gods, why would he kill them? Because he had no use for them, the steward replied. Why waste money feeding a slave you don't want?
He could have sold them, Arlian shouted, or set them free.
The steward shrugged. They knew something my lord did not want known, I believe.
So he simply killed them? Arlian asked in disbelief.
Yes.
Arlian's right hand balled into a fist, while his left gripped his sword so tightly his knuckles went white. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to turn away. Striking the steward would not accomplish anything useful.
Do you know their names?
Rhyme asked the steward.
Did they have any family, and were their families informed?
I have no idea,
the steward replied. Without turning back, Arlian said, Sparkle, Amber, Cricket, Daub, Ferret, Brook, Velvet, Sandalwood. Are any of those names familiar? The steward frowned.
Daub might be, he said. I'm not sure, though, and I don't believe I ever heard a name for the other one.
Arlian's jaw tightened again.
Poor little Daub dead?
Merely because Lord Horam had had no use for her? That bastard probably hadn't even known she could paint, or that she was expert with cosmetics and had a sly sense of humor. Horam had probably seen her as nothing but a crippled whore, not human at all, and the steward didn't think he had ever even heard the other woman's name. It could have been any of the others. Arlian knew that Sweet and Dove had gone with Lord Dragon, but which of the others still lived, and where, remained a mystery.
Can you describe her?
Arlian asked through gritted teeth.
After 2 years?
Did you assist in so many murders that these two don't stand out? Arlian growled.
I took no interest in them, the steward said defensively. I did nothing to them.
Arlian made a wordless noise of disgust.
You said one lived here, in your home, for almost a month. And I saw her only rarely, the steward insisted. She was not my concern. Lord Iron kept her locked away, out of my sight.
And you didn't care?
Why should I?
Lord Obsidian,
Rhyme said, interrupting before Arlian could say any more.
Perhaps it's time we went elsewhere.
Arlian stared at her for a moment, then glanced at the steward.
Yes, he said.
The steward was a hateful, uncaring wretch, in Arlian's opinion, but the world was full of such people. He couldn't change them all. He had to concentrate on the most important, most dangerous men, such as Lord Enziat.
Yes, he repeated. Let's go.
Together they were escorted to the door of the late Lord Iron's manor, and a moment later they were again on the cobbled streets of Manfort. There they hesitated. Then Arlian suggested, "Come home with me and we'll talk." Rhyme nodded, and together they made their way toward the old palace. For the most part they walked silently, each lost in his or her own thoughts, but at one point Arlian said, "He killed them."
Apparently,
Rhyme agreed.
Unless they're hidden away somewhere. But I can't imagine why that would be so, and I don't want to give you any false hopes.
We should have asked what became of the bodies, Arlian suggested. Rhyme shook her head.
If I judged Lord Iron's character correctly, I think perhaps we'd be better off not knowing. He was a Dragonheart, and no sentimentalist.
Arlian, remembering what Rose had said so long ago about what became of old whores, did not reply. Instead, he said, "If I had come to Manford at once instead of going south with the caravan, I might have saved them."
"Might you?"
Rhyme asked sharply.
"How?"
Arlian reluctantly admitted, "I couldn't have. I had no money then, and no magic, and no sword. And I didn't know how to use a blade if I'd had one."
"Then don't trouble yourself about it," she said. "Think rather about what you can do. You've saved 4 women, have you not? That's better than what you'd have accomplished by getting yourself killed 2 years ago."
Arlian made no reply, but his teeth ground together in frustration. At the old palace, Black welcomed them in from the cold, and the 3 of them settled themselves in the small salon with wine and a plate of fruit. When Black had been informed of the results of their visit to Horim's estate, Arlian turned to Rhyme and said, "You said that you thought Enziat must have some other motive for wanting to be rid of me."
"Of course he does,"
Rhyme replied.
"He's certainly had enough other brave young men wish him dead over the years, even if they weren't Dragonhearts, and I've never before seen him involved in a scene like that one at the Society's Hall. Nor has he ever before sent one of his friends to fight a duel on his behalf."
"Horim fought on his own behalf," Arlian pointed out. "I was sworn to kill him, as well as Enziat and the others."
"Lord Iron did as Enziat asked, never doubt it," Rhyme said. "He would never have challenged you if Enziat had not advised him to."
"You're certain of that?"
"I knew both men for 200 years, Lord Obsidian. Yes, I'm sure. In the past, Enziat has taken his time, waited for the right moment, let his opponents make mistakes that he could capitalize on. He hasn't sent them threatening messages or let his companions fight them openly. He urgently wanted you removed, as he never did his previous antagonists. The question is, why? What is there about you that makes you a threat to him?"
Arlian frowned. "I'm not keeping secrets," he said. "I'm no more than I appear, a man seeking to right the wrongs I've seen done to those I care about." Rhyme smiled.
"Oh, I doubt that,"
she said.
"I suspect there's a great deal to you that isn't obvious. Perhaps there's more to you than even you know."
"Well, the same could be said of any man," Arlian protested. "I see nothing that would make me different from anyone else who sought revenge upon Lord Enziat, save perhaps that I am, as you say, a Dragonheart."
Did Enziat even know that?
Black asked.
Had he met you and seen the signs?
He hadn't seen my face since I was a boy, there in the ruins on the Smoking Mountain.
"Someone might have brought him word,"
Rhyme suggested.
"There's a question," Black said, "of just when he became determined to remove you. When I spoke to him as your messenger after you fought Keruvan, he was not inclined to oblige you, but he did not simply have you murdered either. He warned you away."
"That's true," Arlian said. "That was why I joined the Dragon Society."
"Perhaps he had not known you possessed the dragon's heart until you joined," Black suggested.
"He could have killed you easily at any time before you joined,"
Rhyme agreed.
"That he did not would indicate that the reason to remove you did not yet exist, or at any rate was not urgent prior to your initiation."
"Then is it because I joined the society?" Rhyme shook her head.
"He has had enemies among us before," she said. "He still does, though no others who have sworn to kill him. You probably noticed that he was never there when you visited the hall. There's a reason for that."
"But what then?" Rhyme thoughtfully tapped her shin bone on the arm of her chair.
"Consider the timing," she said.
He knew you for his enemy when you killed Keruvan, but he merely warned you to leave him alone. That's as he has always acted in the past. But then, at some time after your initiation, something changed. He came to the hall in the company of his friends, Belly and Iron, to confront you, to give you a chance to submit your will to his, or to leave the city, or to die. What had changed?
I don't know, Arlian said. I swore an oath not to kill him while in Manford. Would that not make it less urgent?
Of course it would,
Rhyme agreed.
In fact, I would have expected that to settle the matter as far as he was concerned. He would have simply ignored you until business drew him out of the city, which might not be for years yet, and would have then arranged to kill you when you pursued him. There would be no need for a duel, no need to risk Lord Iron's life, though I'm sure he thought it only a small risk, and indeed, it's a wonder that it's you who lived and he who died.
Then something else changed besides the oath, Black said. But what?
Something became a threat,
Rhyme said.
Now, what else had changed?
I was forced to bide my time, as you say he does, Arlian said.
And you came to the hall fairly often as you did it,
Rhyme pointed out.
You spoke with me, and with Nail, and with others there.
Did he fear I would learn some weakness he possesses that you might know of? Rhyme snorted derisively.
He has no weaknesses I know of, she said. And if we knew of any, he would have found ways to remove that danger long ago. I told you he has other enemies among the Society's membership.
Then perhaps he feared that they would learn something from him, Black suggested. From Lord Obsidian, I mean.
That fits,
Rhyme said thoughtfully.
He would have learned of this threat, whatever it might be, only when he heard the accounts of your initiation. If he did not know until then that you possess, well, whatever it is you possess.
Her voice trailed off as the bone in her hand tapped rhythmically against the polished wood of her chair. What could this threat be, though? Arlian asked. You were there. You heard all I said. Did I speak of anything that could pose a greater threat to Lord Enziat's life than my own sword? Rhyme stopped tapping.
His life? She asked. I don't think we're speaking of a threat to his life. I doubt that Enziat fears death after all these centuries.
Puzzled, Arlian asked, What then? What else could I threaten?
What else does he value? Black asked. That's always the trick in handling an enemy. Know what he cares about and what he doesn't.
Rhyme nodded.
That's very true,
she said. But what does Enziat care about? Arlian asked. You say he doesn't fear death, so it's not his life he values. What then? His honor? His family?
He has no family,
Rhyme said.
He never has, so far as I've seen or heard.
And he has no honor from what I've seen, Arlian said.
It's certainly not something he prizes greatly,
Rhyme agreed.
Though I've always heard that he keeps his oaths. If he did not, the Dragon Society would probably have long ago come apart in a rain of blood.
He's chief advisor to the Duke of Manford, Black said. Does he care about that?
In a way,
Rhyme said.
I think he values power.
But what could threaten his power? Arlian asked. The Duke himself is a harmless old fool. A man like Lord Enziat can't possibly fear him.
Of course not,
Rhyme said.
The Dukes have been the Dragon Society's puppets for centuries, probably since before the dragons themselves departed.
Black cleared his throat.
I don't think I heard that, he said. Please don't repeat it.
The dragons, Arlian said slowly. Does Enziat fear the dragons?
I don't know,
Rhyme said.
Certainly many of us fear them, and more of us hate them, as I do, and as I think you do.
I do, Arlene agreed. But does Enziat?
What if he does?
Rhyme demanded.
Where would that get us? You're hardly in a position to bring the dragons up out of their caverns to overthrow Manfort.
Could that be possible? Arlene asked. The Dragon Society has been studying the dragons for centuries, hasn't it? You must know a great deal about them.
Nowhere near enough,
Rhyme replied, tapping her bone again.
And I'd have said that Enziat knows more about them than any of us. If there's a way to wake them, he would know it, and he would know that the Society would not want to use it. If you did know a way, that would be no threat to Enziat. He need merely tell us you proposed something so insane, and we would all want you dead.
You're right, Arlene said. Not the dragons, then, but what else could threaten his power? Black cleared his throat again.
You understand I don't know anything about any secret societies, he said, or anyone who might have had undue influence on the governance of Manfort or the lands of Man. But if there were such a secret society, working behind the scenes, couldn't that society pose a threat to Lord Enziat?
But he's a member of the Dragon Society,
Rhyme said.
The senior member, in fact, and the one most concerned with politics.
Does he think there's some way I could turn the rest of the society against him? Arlene asked. Rhyme froze, the shin bones suspended at the top of its arc. She stared at Arlene.
Do you know something that could turn us all against him? She asked. Because I can't think of a more probable threat you could pose.
Arlene stared back. I don't know, he said.
It would need to be something mentioned at your initiation,
Rhyme said.
Something we didn't notice at the time, but which Enziat spotted.
But what? Arlene asked, baffled.
I don't know,
Rhyme said, turning her chair to face Arlene more directly.
But I intend to learn. Tell me then, Arlene, of the Smoking Mountain. Everything you said at your initiation.
Arlene gathered his thoughts and began speaking. He reviewed his discovery of the Dragon Society's existence and his early childhood, and described the long spell of dragon weather that followed his 11th birthday, culminating in the dragon's attack on Obsidian. He went through every detail he could recall of the attack, his fall, his grandfather's death, and how the vile mixture of blood and venom had dripped into his mouth. He went over waking up and being rescued from the cellar by Lord Dragon's men, and his meeting with Lord Dragon. Every so often, Rhyme interrupted his narrative with questions, trying to elicit more facts, details Arlene had forgotten or seen no significance in. These sometimes jumped back and forth in the story, and in fact Arlene had begun on the unhappy journey down the Smoking Mountain toward deep delving when she frowned and asked,
How long were you unconscious there in the cellar? Several days, I suppose?
Oh, I don't think so, Arlene said wearily. He grimaced at the memory. My grandfather's body had not yet begun to stink when I awoke, and I was thirsty but not seriously dehydrated. The ruins were no longer aflame, but still smelled strongly of wood smoke. The weather had broken and turned cool, but that could happen quickly up on the mountain. I would say that I slept at least several hours, but probably no more than a single day, or two at the most. Rhyme frowned.
But then how could the looters have gotten there? Isn't the Smoking Mountain at least 5 days' ride from Manfort?
Oh, more than that, Arlene said. 8 or 9, I'd say. I've wondered for years how Lord Dragon happened to be there so soon, and have assumed that he somehow knew the attack was coming. I understand he's an accomplished sorcerer, so I suppose...
Sorcery can't do that,
Rhyme snapped, cutting him off.
Maybe he was in the area and saw the attack from a distance and seized the opportunity,
Black suggested.
After all, why would someone like Lord Enziat bother looting a village?
But Cover said that he was hired specifically to loot the village, Arlian said. So he must have known it would happen, and he did nothing to stop it. That's all the more reason to seek revenge for his actions there.
Why would he bother looting it?
Rhyme asked. Arlian shrugged. He wanted the obsidian, he said. He asked me repeatedly where the workshops were.
This is Lord Enziat we speak of,
Rhyme said.
He could have bought the obsidian, all of it. He could have bought the entire village.
Why would he want obsidian anyway?
Black asked.
It's used in sorcery,
Rhyme said.
It has power against fire and darkness, but it's not so precious as that.
Arlian nodded. We had a sorcerer in the village who worked in it, he said.
It doesn't seem to have protected the village against the dragons, Black said. And if they aren't fire and darkness...
They're a good bit more than fire and darkness,
Rhyme said.
And sorcery is limited in what it can do.
Then why would Enziat bother with this obsidian?
Black asked.
It's better than nothing,
Rhyme said, shrugging.
And I suppose he didn't buy it because he didn't really need it. But when he found the village destroyed, he decided he might as well take it.
But he didn't simply find the village destroyed, Arlian protested. He knew it would be destroyed before it happened. It wasn't anything he did, of course, the dragons did it, but he knew it was coming, or he couldn't have been there so soon.
But he couldn't know,
Rhyme insisted.
I was assuming that he came there with his hirelings to get the obsidian, to steal it since he wouldn't need the others to buy it, and that he found the village destroyed.
I've always thought he knew the dragons were coming, Arlian said. I assumed it was sorcery.
Sorcery can't foresee the future,
Rhyme said.
If he had known the attack was coming, then going to the village would make sense. He might have sought dragon venom or other traces of their presence, or simply more information about dragon behavior. That's well within what might be expected of any member of the Dragon Society.
But did anyone else go to the village then? Arlian asked. The destruction of obsidian was no secret.
Oh, much later some of us went for a look, yes,
Rhyme said.
I wasn't one of them. I don't travel easily with this leg of mine. They didn't learn much. Venom and some of the other traces fade quickly.
She frowned.
Enziat didn't say he'd been there. No one mentioned that.
He was there, Arlian said.
Do you think that's what he's afraid you'll learn?
Black asked.
I don't know,
Rhyme said slowly.
It could be, or maybe it's something we haven't gotten to yet. Something in the mine at Deep Delving, or the brothel in Westgard. Let's go back to your story.
Arlian obliged, resuming his narrative with an explanation of how Hyde had pulled him from the cellars. Rhyme had him provide detailed descriptions of each of the looters who had accompanied Lord Dragon, but nothing in his account caught her attention. They broke for supper after that, and then returned to the small salon and resumed with an account of Arlian's years in the mines. He told her everything he knew of Hathet, of Bloody Hand and Lamp Spiller, and of all his fellow miners. She questioned him at length about the amethysts and about the possibility that the mine's tunnels were approaching the caverns where the dragons slept, but none of them could connect these questions to Lord Enziat. He described his escape, his flight cross-country, and his arrival in Westgard. He described each of the 16 whores in the House of Carnal Society, as well as the guards and the dreaded mistress, Madame Rill. Rhyme took a special interest in his description of Rose and coaxed out half-remembered details. Her expression hardened as he spoke.
Who actually killed her?
Rhyme asked. Who held the knife? Arlene asked. I don't know. She was killed at Lord Dragon's order, though, I'm certain. Rhyme frowned, her mouth drawn tight. Go on, she said. Arlene continued his tale. By the time he was done, the candles were burned down to stubs. All the servants but Black were long since abed, and every drop was gone from the decanter of wine they had brought. We may be missing some key detail, Rhyme said thoughtfully. If we are not, I see two possible areas of concern for Enziat. One is a personal matter, and would mean both that he knows a secret I thought well guarded, and that he deliberately sought to harm me. I doubt that's the case, and will assume it was mere mischance at work. The other is the mystery of how he came to loot the village on the Smoking Mountain so soon after the dragon struck. And that is a mystery. She glanced at Arlene. That best fits what we know. When you were merely Lord Obsidian, or Lanier, seeking vengeance upon the Six Lords, he did not seem overly concerned. When he learned you were Arlene from the Smoking Mountain, you became an immediate threat. He wouldn't know what befell you in deep delving after he sold you, but he would know what you saw in Obsidian. I'd say that must be what troubles him. But why? Arlene asked. That is, as I said, a mystery, Rhyme replied. And I think it's one that deserves investigation. Arlene, muddled with wine and fatigue, stared blankly at her. Go to bed, she said, reaching for her cane. Think it over. She rose, then hesitated. Please, Lady Rhyme, Arlene said, leaping to his own feet despite his weariness. Be my guest for what remains of the night. I won't forgive myself if you venture out on the streets at this hour. Thank you, she said. Black took his cue. I'll show you to your room, he said, taking Rhyme's arm. The two of them departed, Rhyme leaning heavily on Black as she hobbled, leaving Arlene standing alone in the dim salon. One of the candles had guttered out, and others were fading. He looked around, reluctant to retire while so many questions remained unanswered, but he could see nothing more he could do in the salon. He sighed and set his feet toward the stairs. His thoughts were far from clear as he made his way slowly to his own bed, but he was already planning further investigation. Chapter 44. Hide and Seek. The following day, Arlene put his plans into effect. If it was true that Lord Enziat desperately wanted to conceal something about his visit to the Smoking Mountain, then obviously Enziat himself wouldn't say anything about it, and Arlene couldn't see what it would be himself. But the two of them were not the only people who had been there on that day. There had been 6 others present. Cover was dead. The whereabouts of Dagger and Tooth were a mystery, and one or both of them might be dead as well. Shamble was probably still working for Lord Dragon, and would almost certainly be impossible to approach without alerting Enziat. Stonehand had joined the Duke's guard, and was therefore also still, at least indirectly, under Lord Dragon's thumb. Hyde, though, was reputedly a dealer in gemstones and curiosities on the Street of the Jewelers, just a few hundred yards away from Arlene's front gate. What could be more natural than that Lord Obsidian, known to be a collector of obsidian trinkets, should pay Hyde's establishment a visit? Accordingly, Arlene put on his best satin blouse, wrapped a fine velvet cloak about himself, clapped on a dashing feather-trimmed hat, and set out for a brisk walk to the Street of the Jewelers. Once there, however, he encountered a delay he had not foreseen. One so obvious that he cursed himself for not expecting it. He didn't know which shop it was. There were signboards, of course, and even names painted on window glass, but he would hardly expect a jeweler to use the name Hyde.
Jewelry was meant for display, not concealment. He ambled down the street, glancing in windows, looking for some indication and trying to conjure up Hyde's image in his mind's eye. It was still there. That moment when Hyde had beckoned to him and said, "Come on, lad, we'll get you out of here," was burned into his memory. But it was not as clear as he might have liked, and of course that was 9 years ago. Hyde would undoubtedly have changed considerably. Most of the shops, he noticed, did not make ostentatious display of their contents. But then, what jeweler could afford to keep enough stock on hand to make a grand presentation, and to risk showing it where a bold thief might break in and grab it? The displays Arlian saw were modest. One goldsmith had a single pair of ornate gilt candlesticks in his window, while a nearby jeweler made do with simply the tools of his trade. A silversmith by the name of Gorian, on the other hand, had an impressive decanter and matching goblets surrounded by lesser works, buckles, brooches, even a silver-trimmed leather slave collar in his window behind heavy iron bars. And just beyond, Arlian saw, was an even gaudier display. Crystal, mother of pearl, rare woods, onyx, and jade, made into boxes and candelabra and statuettes. Arlian stopped and studied this assortment, hoping to catch a sight of the shop's proprietor. A plump young woman emerged from the shadowy interior and called through the open door.
"Is there something you'd like to see better, my lord?"
"No, thank you," Arlian said, tipping his hat. He turned away. She might be Hyde's wife, or sister, or even daughter, but she was certainly not Hyde. But she might know where Hyde could be found. Arlian turned back. "Excuse me," he said. "Perhaps you could help me after all. Someone mentioned that an old acquaintance of mine who went by the name of Hyde now has a shop on this street, but I'm afraid I've forgotten the details of how to find it. Might you know? He was a well-built fellow when I knew him, and had a sleeveless leather jacket he was fond of, but I can't think of his true name at all." She smiled charmingly at him.
"He doesn't use his true name," she said. "And in truth, my lord, I think you'd know his new name when you saw it, even though it's not Hyde."
"Oh?" Arlian smiled back. "What is it, then?"
"Seek,"
she replied. "Oh," Arlian said, grinning foolishly.
"He specializes in finding unusual items," she explained. "He and I have done business on occasion, when I've come across something so strange that he'd have an easier time selling it, or when he's acquired a fine piece that isn't sufficiently out of the ordinary for his customers."
She pointed down the street.
"I don't think you'll have any trouble finding him."
"Thank you, madam," Arlian said with an elaborate bow and flourish. "I am in your debt."
"Then perhaps you'll pay that debt by sending me some trade, eh?"
"I will indeed," Arlian said. "For now, though, I really must find Hyde, or rather seek." He made a second, smaller bow, then turned to go. "It's on the right," the woman called after him, and he waved his hat in acknowledgement. A moment later, he reached his goal and recognized it immediately. Seek's shop was small but elegant. The signboard read simply, "Seek, Curiosities," and the window held nothing but a blue velvet cloth and a white card reading, "The Finest Exotica in Manfort." The door was equipped with a glass bell that tinkled brightly as Arlian stepped in. He found himself in a small room furnished with 2 velvet-upholstered chairs and a counter faced with an unfamiliar wood. The walls were paneled with the same material and polished to a silky gleam. Whatever the wood was, it had a grain that curled and twisted like nothing Arlian had ever seen before. There were 3 small shelves on the right-hand wall, providing the only display of merchandise to be seen. One held a set of 4 goblets made from inverted human skulls set on claw-shaped silver stems. The next bore a display of gemstones carved into detailed likenesses of various insects and spiders, and on the last sat an elaborate construction of gold wire, crystal rods, and orbs of multicolored glass that Arlene could make no sense of whatsoever. Arlene was looking at this last, trying to puzzle it out, when the blue velvet drapery behind the counter parted, and Seek stepped out. Arlene turned and studied him. It was a man of roughly the same size as Hyde, and the right build, and the face was familiar, but Arlene was not absolutely sure it was the same man. This person was visibly older, visibly softer and plumper, and far better dressed than the Hyde Arlene remembered. The shopkeeper's hair and beard were trimmed and oiled and flawlessly arranged. His cream and gold vest was embroidered silk rather than leather, and his entire appearance generally that of a wealthy, sophisticated man.
"May I help you, my lord?"
Seek asked, resting his palms on the counter.
"I hope so," Arlene said. "If what you desire can be found, my lord, rest assured we can find it for you," Seek said. "It may take a significant amount of time and money, of course."
"I don't think much time or money will be needed in my case," Arlene said. "It may be that all I want will be certain information I suspect you may already possess."
"Oh? Maybe?"
"That's right. I haven't yet decided whether there might be more I want of you." He looked Seek in the eye, seeking some sign of recognition, some indication of what sort of man this was, that it was indeed the same Hyde he had come looking for. Seek stared back, unperturbed.
"And what would this information be?"
he asked. Arlene hesitated for a second. Seek waited patiently. Finally, Arlene asked, 9 years ago, when you were still called Hyde, why did you go to the village of Obsidian on the Smoking Mountain?" Seek's eyes widened, but he showed no other sign of surprise or distress.
"I was paid to go," he replied calmly. 5 ducats, all expenses and my share of the loot. At the time, that was more than sufficient to entice me."
He leaned forward across the counter.
"I take it that you are Lord Obsidian? The one who disposed of Sahassan, Lord Keruvan, and Lord Iron?"
"I am known by that name, yes," Arlene admitted.
"And have you come here to kill me too, to avenge the looting of that village?"
"Should I?" Arlene challenged him. Seek smiled for the first time since he had come through the curtain, a crooked, sardonic smile.
"I am, of course, biased," he said. "But no, I think killing me would be disproportionately harsh. After all, who was harmed by the looting of ruins? Any heirs those villagers might have had would probably be no more than distant cousins, and stealing property they had not earned and might never have thought to claim at all simply doesn't strike me as an offense deserving death."
He turned his palms up and shrugged.
"Of course, your own view may differ, since you seem to have appointed yourself the god's avatar of vengeance for various wrongs. As I said, I am biased in my favor."
"And what of selling into slavery a free-born boy who had just been orphaned?" The smile vanished.
"That was unfortunate at the very least,"
Seek agreed.
"If you wish to make the punishment fit the crime, though, I would still not consider it deserving of death. Death is so very final. Wouldn't enslavement be more fitting?"
Before Arlene could respond, he added,
"I compliment you on your sources of information."
"No compliments are called for," Arlene replied. "And you believe yourself deserving of enslavement?" Seek frowned.
"That depends," he said.
I concede that on the most basic level of an eye for an eye, a life for a life, and so on, it would seem just that I serve a term of years as a slave in the mines at Deep Delving. I take it, though, that the boy did eventually regain his freedom, and that you know him. He's alive and well?"
Arlene nodded.
then you see that death would be inappropriate, and enslavement would never quite match up properly, since he must have emerged from the mines still a young man with his life ahead of him, while I could not count on anything of the sort. And furthermore, am I really the foolish young man who helped loot that village? I've changed since then, my lord, not merely in appearance, but in any number of ways. I would not stand idly by now, as I did then. I would, at the very least, speak a few words of protest. Is it just to punish the man you see before you, the honest businessman, trusted by his clients and, I flatter myself, respected by his fellows, for crimes committed by a man desperate to find a place for himself, willing to do almost anything to make enough money to ensure he would not find himself in a slaver's net? Had you apprehended me back then, why, yes, enslavement would have been a fitting penalty for my crimes, but now I am not so certain. Consider also what that boy might have become had we not allowed Lord Dragon to sell him. His family was dead, his home destroyed. We did not know whether he had kinsmen living elsewhere, or whether any such would take him in. Had we left him as we found him, might he not have starved to death? Or might he not have found himself in the clutches of other slavers?
He might, Arlene conceded. But had I, no right to take that risk if I chose?
A child's fate is never his own,
Seek said with a sweeping gesture.
He is always at the mercy of those around him, whether his parents or other adults, as we are all at the mercy of gods, dragons, and fate.
We will never know what might have become of me had you not found me, Arlene said. I don't think, therefore, that should be weighed in the balance. Airy suppositions cannot be made to support anything.
True enough.
Seek tipped his head and eyed Arlene.
So you were that boy. I'd never have recognized you.
Oh? Cover did, Arlene said.
Did he? Well, his memory must be better than mine. What's become of Cover?
Dead of a fever. He was dying when I found him.
He saved you the trouble of punishing him, then?
Maybe, Arlene admitted. Seek studied him.
And you're still considering killing me?
Maybe, Arlene repeated. Seek smiled his crooked, humorless smile again.
As I said, we are all at the mercy of fate, and clearly fate has brought you here, out of deep delving. Yet we are free to act or not, as we please. We can refuse the opportunities fate thrusts upon us.
You're suggesting I should let you go unpunished?
Well, naturally I would prefer it,
Seek said with a shrug.
I would offer to pay compensation, but from what I understand, you've become wealthy enough that any payment I could make would be insignificant. I stood by and let Lord Dragon wrong you, and I concede that you are justified in thinking ill of me. But I question whether any penalty you might impose at this late date would be appropriate. If the purpose of punishment is to ensure I never repeat my crime, why, then you need do nothing. I would never again do anything of the sort. I'm content with my lot here in Manfort, and have no intention of gallivanting about with a band of brigands, looting ruins ever again. If the purpose is to discourage others, consider the possibility that you might merely convince the next man in my situation to kill any potential witnesses outright, lest they come back to haunt him, as you have manifested yourself here. And if the purpose is to ease your own mind and satisfy your own anger, then judge your own emotions carefully.
And what if I seek to please the gods by seeing that justice is done? Seek shook his head.
Surely whatever gods may yet survive know what justice is better than we mere mortals, and can take care of their own needs in that regard.
Arlian smiled wryly. "You speak convincingly," he said.
"I make my living by convincing people they need what I have to sell,"
Seek said with a wave of his hand.
"Knowing that my life is at risk here impels me to do my best."
"By your own admission, though, you wronged me. Does that put you in my debt?"
"I will agree that it does,"
Seek said.
"Indeed, a chance to repay you would be welcome, if the payment is not exorbitant. Was there something I have that you wanted?"
"Information," Arlian said. "As you say, I have all the wealth I need, but not all the knowledge I need." Seek bowed as low as he could while behind the counter.
"I am at your service, my lord."
"Then tell me," Arlian said. "Every detail you remember of your expedition to the Smoking Mountain. How did Lord Dragon recruit you? Did you know his true name? Do you know it now? Did he tell you where you were bound and what you would find there?" Seek took a deep breath.
"Well," he said, "let me see."
He scratched his head thoughtfully. He had been a boy when he started running errands for a man known as Parcel. The story Hyde had heard was that he was called that because he was like several men bundled into a single package, and he had paid Hyde a ducat to carry a message. Hyde had then asked for more work, and Parcel, amused, had provided it. It hadn't all been as harmless as carrying messages. He had thrown a rock through a lord's window, stolen a lady's dagger, spilled oil on pavement where a duel was to be fought, all at Parcel's direction. As he had grown, he had been trusted with other jobs, and one day Parcel had told him, "Follow me." And he had followed. And he had met Lord Dragon, Parcel's master, for the first time in a rented room on a street of the Roses.
"An impressive man," Seek said. "Even now, and to the lad I was then, well, I was proud just to be there."
"I can understand that," Arlian said, remembering how impressive Lord Dragon could be.
"I met Tooth and Shamble that first time,"
Seek continued.
"They were already in Lord Dragon's employ. Dagger came later, and I recruited Stonehand myself to replace Parcel. And I suggested cover, but he only joined us on that one errand. He seemed a likely candidate, but did not work out."
He grimaced.
"I regret that."
He sounded sincere, but Arlian reserved judgment. As Seek himself had said, he made his living convincing people. "What happened to Parcel?" Arlian asked. "That you were called upon to replace him?" Seek shrugged.
"I don't know," he said. "One day he wasn't there, and Lord Dragon told me he was dead. I asked how, and Dragon said it was none of my concern, and I didn't dare press the matter further. He wasn't the only one to disappear. Tooth vanished later, though in that case Lord Dragon never said whether she was dead or alive, merely that she was gone, and I was not to worry myself about it. Nor were those I've named so far the only ones I worked with in Lord Dragon's service. Others came and went as the occasion arose."
Arlian nodded. "Go on," he said. Lord Dragon had found plenty of work for Hyde and the others in Manfort and elsewhere. He rarely told them just what was going on, or why they were doing the tasks he had assigned them. Sometimes they were sent as a group, other times alone or in twos or threes. Sometimes Lord Dragon would accompany them, and other times he would simply instruct them and leave it to them to carry out those instructions. Often months would pass in which Hyde would not see Lord Dragon himself, but would only receive letters. "Did you know who he was?" Arlian asked. Seek shook his head.
"Not then," he said, "and he never told us. But I had my suspicions soon enough."
"Why?"
"It wasn't so very difficult to see who benefited politically from a particular rock through a specific window, or a note passed to a given lady. When I began working for Lord Dragon, the Duke was said to be bored with Lord Enziat, and displeased with the counsel he had received of late. Not long after that, Enziat's position was stronger than ever, and his rivals exiled, dead, or out of favor, and the descriptions matched. The rumor that Lord Enziat never appeared in public because his face was scarred certainly fit.
"Tell me about the journey to the Smoking Mountain," Arlian said. It was one muggy afternoon, late in a long, appallingly hot summer, that Lord Dragon had summoned his employees and told them to be ready to travel at dawn the following day. Hyde had not bothered to ask where they were going. Dagger, however, had wanted to know, saying she needed to know what provisions to pack, and Lord Dragon had told them they were bound for the Smoking Mountain and that tools for digging would be appropriate.
"Weapons?" Stonehand had asked. "I don't expect to find anyone alive," Lord Dragon had said. "But please yourself. I suppose there might be hazards on the road."
Hyde had had that in mind later that evening, when he spoke with Cover in a tavern on Gate Street. He hadn't thought Cover would be much use in a fight, or for anything tricky or dangerous, but he seemed fit for digging. Not that Hyde had any idea what they would be digging for, or where. Cover had been complaining about his inability to find work, and Hyde had suggested he join them at dawn and see if Lord Dragon would take him on. Lord Dragon had, and the party had set out for the Smoking Mountain. The weather had been utterly miserable for most of that summer, and Dagger had complained about it on the road. Seek remembered hearing Lord Dragon's reply.
"Dragon weather,"
he had said, and he had smiled as he spoke, a smile Hyde hadn't liked at all. Arlian shivered at the words, at the memories they evoked of his grandfather standing on the mountainside and staring at the sky. When they were within sight of the Smoking Mountain, Seek remembered, they had actually seen dragons in the sky, far in the distance, and then, not long after, they had seen pillars of smoke pouring up from flames on the mountain. Dagger and Cover had wanted to turn back. Dagger had thought the mountain was erupting.
"We can't dig through hot lava," she had protested.
"You won't need to,"
Lord Dragon had told her.
"I don't remember his exact words after that,"
Seek said.
"but he made it clear that we were seeing a burning village, not the mountain's own flame, and that we would be looting the ruins. And it will be cooler then," he said, "so the digging won't be too arduous."
Arlian stared. He knew that?
"Yes,"
Seek said.
"He knew."
For a moment, neither man spoke. Then Arlian said, "Go on." The remainder of the tale held no surprises. The weather had broken that night, and in the morning, Lord Dragon had led his crew up the mountain, where they had systematically looted the smoldering wreckage of the village, gathering up the meager valuables the townspeople had owned, the cache of obsidian, the sorcerer's talismans and devices. His papers had burned, which had irked Lord Dragon greatly, and they had found Arlian, of course, and carried him away. He knew, Arlian said. He knew the dragons were coming, and he knew about the weather. But how could he? Seek shrugged.
"Sorcery, I would assume. Lord Enziat is known to dabble in the hermetic arts."
Arlian started to reply, then stopped. "Of course," he said.
"And have I earned my life and freedom, my lord?"
Seek asked. "Conditionally," Arlian said. "I may require that you repeat this tale under oath to certain acquaintances of mine."
"I would have no difficulty in accommodating such a requirement,"
Seek said. "Are you aware that in telling me this you may have endangered your life anew?" Arlian asked. Seek cocked his head.
How is that?
I suspect you have just told me certain things that Lord Dragon very much wished to remain unrevealed.
I have said nothing I undertook to keep secret,
Seek protested.
I swore no oaths, made no promises.
I would suppose that Lord Dragon did not feel such artificial restraints to be necessary. Surely it was understood that certain things were not to be spoken of?
Of course, but...
Seek frowned.
I had not thought any of this to be of great significance to Lord Enziat, but perhaps you know more than I of his concerns.
Perhaps I do, Arlene said. Indeed, I think so.
Then I may have forfeited to him what I gained from you?
I hope not, Arlene said. I sincerely hope not.
Fate is fond of these little jokes.
Indeed. And with that, Arlene took his leave and set out for the hall of the Dragon Society. Chapter 45. The Truth in Flames. Arlene found Rhyme and Wither in conversation in one corner of the Society's candle-lit main hall, and joined them there, taking a seat at the table beside Rhyme, across from Wither, under the gaze of a small, stuffed crocodile. It was a moment before they deigned to notice his presence. Arlene did not rush matters. He did not want to be seen as an overeager youngster, hurrying his elders, so he restrained his impatience. Eventually, Rhyme turned and greeted him, and he was included in the conversation. Then it took only a few minutes to bring the discussion around to Arlene's investigations, and after some prefatory comments, Arlene said, I have now learned, beyond doubt, that Lord Enziat knew beforehand that dragons would destroy my village. Wither stared at him, frowning. How could he have known? He asked. I don't know, Arlene said, but I have a witness who is willing to swear to the truth of it. One of the people who aided Lord Dragon in looting the ruins. Rhyme and Wither exchanged glances. It is not possible to predict the future, Wither said.
Not reliably, Rhyme agreed. Knowledge of the future gives one the power to change it. That puts it outside the realm of sorcery.
I've heard of prophetic dreams, Arlene objected. In Arathai they seem to be fairly common.
But that's wild magic, Rhyme said. The Arathaians don't control these dreams, do they?
No, Arlene said. They just happen when the winds carry magic down from the dreaming mountains. Sorcery's different, Wither said.
Besides, are these dreams always accurate?
Rhyme asked. No, Arlene admitted. They're unpredictable. Sometimes they're true, sometimes they're not. And even when they are, they're sometimes too vague or obscure to be of any use.
So even if Enziat had somehow had such a dream, which is scarcely possible in Manford to begin with, could he rely on it sufficiently to launch his expedition to the Smoking Mountain?
Rhyme asked. Not if it were like the Arathaian dreams, no. But couldn't he have found some sorcerous method to produce reliable prophecies? Rhyme and Wither looked at one another.
It shouldn't be possible,
Rhyme said.
But if anyone could make it work, it would be Enziat.
If he has, Wither said, then he's honor-bound to share it with the rest of us.
He's had 9 years to do so, and he hasn't said a word of this,
Rhyme said. Maybe that's why he wants me dead, Arlene suggested. So you won't find out that he's kept it secret. It could be very useful in controlling the Duke and the rest of Manford, couldn't it?
It certainly could, Wither growled.
But if that's what he's up to, then wouldn't he have seen that you were a danger to him much sooner? through these very prophecies you think him capable of, and killed you long ago?"
Rhyme asked. Arlian shrugged. Maybe it's not that reliable. Rhyme grabbed her cane and pushed back her chair.
"I want to meet this witness of yours," she said.
"As do I,"
Wither agreed, rising. "Gladly," Arlian said, getting to his feet. "He calls himself Seek now, and has a shop on the Street of the Jewelers."
"Lead the way, boy,"
Wither said. Arlian led the way, but even before they turned the corner onto the Street of the Jewelers, he began to fear that something had gone wrong. He smelled smoke more strongly than usual. This was not merely Manford's perpetual background odor, but something sharp and fresh. He broke into a trot. Wither accompanied him, but Rhyme, hobbling along, could not.
"You go ahead,"
she called with a wave of her cane. Arlian broke into a run when he saw the billowing smoke lit orange from beneath and heard the crackle of flame. A crowd had gathered, blocking the street, and buckets were being passed, so that he had to stop and could only stare helplessly as Seek's shop burned. "Did Seek escape?" he asked a man in the crowd. The man turned and glanced up at Arlian.
"No," he said. "He's dead on the floor in there. Someone said his heart gave out and he knocked over a lamp when he fell."
Arlian stared helplessly at the flames. The buckets of water being flung upon the blaze were having an effect. Arlian could hear the hissing as the fire was fought back. Through the smoke and the shattered remains of the storefront, he could make out a dark lump on the floor. That was undoubtedly Seek. The fire might soon be under control, but it would be too late for him. Wither came up beside Arlian and asked,
"That's your witness?" "I'm afraid so," Arlian admitted. "Quite a coincidence, his death."
"It's no coincidence," Arlian said. "Lord Enziat killed him, I'm sure of it. He must have overheard somehow. More sorcery."
"More likely, if it's as you say. He had men spying on you, boy, and saw you talking to this merchant. Wouldn't need sorcery for that."
"Oh," Arlian said, swallowing. "In a way, then, he had himself killed Hyde after all, even after deciding not to. He should have thought of the possibility that he was being spied upon," Arlian told himself. He bit his lower lip in angry frustration as he watched the flames. He had failed Seek and himself. His eyes began to tear. From the smoke, Arlian told himself.
"That's assuming, of course, that you're telling the truth,"
Wither said, interrupting Arlian's thoughts.
"and that you didn't kill him yourself before you came to fetch us. It wouldn't have been much of a trick to spill a lamp and set a candle in the puddle as a fuse."
"What?" Arlian whirled to stare at Wither.
"Well, you said yourself that this was one of the looters you wanted revenge on,"
Wither said conversationally.
"And we have nothing but your word now that Lord Enziat's done anything out of line. And we all know you want vengeance on him. So why should we take your word that it's he, and not yourself, behind it all?"
But why would I kill my witness?"
"Why? Because he wasn't your witness,"
Wither said.
"Supposing that it's you, and not Enziat, who's plotting and planning here, then this man Seek might have called you the liar you are, and thrown your whole scheme awry. Now you needn't worry about that. A dead witness can't change his tale. And if we believe you, then we condemn Lord Enziat as a murderer trying to cover his tracks, and cast him out of the society when he won't reveal the secret of sorceress prophecy. A secret that, assuming this is all the true situation, has never existed. Then you've broken his power and freed yourself of your oath not to kill him, and can pursue your revenge further.
But that's not what happened,
Arlene protested, as Rhyme hobbled up to join them.
What's not what happened?
She asked.
I was just pointing out to the boy,
Wither said,
that with his witness dead, there's no proof of his story. It might be Lord Enziat covering up treachery, or it might be Lord Obsidian casting blame on Lord Enziat where none should be.
His man's dead, then?
Rhyme asked.
Apparently,
Wither said.
That's bad,
Rhyme said. She looked at Arlene.
Did you kill him?
No, Arlene said. Enziat did. I'm sure of it.
It couldn't have been an accident?
Arlene, feeling very beset, was suddenly uncertain. Maybe it could have been, he said. That would relieve him of any guilt in Seek's death. But it would also be an amazingly cruel trick for fate to have played upon him. It was far easier to believe that Enziat or his underlings had murdered Seek and set the shop ablaze.
It might be best all around if we find out just what did happen,
Rhyme suggested.
And be careful about your accusations, boy,
Wither said.
I've known Enziat since the dragons ruled, and I've known you since last week. Enziat's a cold bastard, I'll give you that. But if I had to trust one of you, I think I'd take his side all the same.
But,
Arlene began. Rhyme cut him off with a raised hand.
For what it's worth, I'd probably choose you over Enziat,
she said.
But I can understand Wither's position. You're a stranger here, and you're trying to tell us that a man we've known for centuries, the most powerful man in Manford, has been deceiving to us, lying to us all these years. We're going to need something more than your word. Are there any other witnesses? Ones that you might bring to us while they're still alive?
I can't bring them to the hall, Arlene protested. Outsiders aren't permitted.
Then there are other witnesses?
Wither asked. 4 of them, Arlene said. If they're still alive, and if I can find them.
Then you find them, and take them to the old palace, and keep them there, well guarded, and send a messenger,
Rhyme said.
Don't come yourself. Don't leave them with anyone else.
Arlene frowned. Lord Enziat could kill the messenger, he said. Rhyme's mouth twisted into a wry half-smile.
I suppose he could, she said. You'll just have to be careful.
She reached up and patted Arlene's cheek. Wither snorted.
If you're telling the truth, Wither said, you find another witness, and be more careful than you were with this one.
He turned and stamped away. Rhyme smiled encouragingly. Then she too turned away. Arlene watched them go, then turned back to face the fire again. Cover and Hyde were dead, which left 4 witnesses, as he had said. But Dagger and Tooth had both vanished years ago. That meant there were really only 2 he had any hope of locating. Stonehand was in the Duke's guards. Somehow Arlene did not think he would be quite so cooperative as Seek had been, and threatening a guardsman to force a confession would be dangerous, perhaps suicidal. Shamble, though, had still worked for Lord Dragon at last report. Arlene remembered him as big and stupid and vicious, and in his experiences in deep delving and with the caravan, those traits often went along with cowardice. Perhaps Shamble could be intimidated into testifying to Lord Dragon's perfidy, and as someone who still worked for Lord Enziat, Shamble might know other useful secrets as well.
and he might know Sweet's present circumstances. Arlene was constantly haunted by the knowledge that she was still in Enziat's possession, and ever since learning what Horim had done to Daub and her anonymous companion, he had feared that Sweet and Dove might be long dead. But then, Enziat had made threats about the lives of innocents that Arlene had assumed were directed at Sweet and Dove. Enziat might have lied, but Arlene hoped the implications were true. There were many things he wanted to know about Enziat. He could hardly expect Enziat to tell him anything, but Shamble would be an ideal informant if Arlene could get him to cooperate. The first part of dealing with Shamble would be to find him and capture him. Getting him to cooperate once captured would probably be relatively easy. After all, Arlene was a lord with the heart of the dragon, and Shamble was, to all appearances, a mere brute. But Arlene would need to get inside Lord Enziat's estate to have any chance at capturing him. Well then, he told himself, he would have to get inside Lord Enziat's estate. How could he do that? Lord Enziat was rich, powerful, and well-versed in sorcery. He was, from all Rime and Wither had said of him, a cautious, patient man, not given to taking careless risks. His home would undoubtedly be well guarded, and kidnapping someone out of it would require something special. It would call for magic, Arlene was certain. Arathaean magic. He had more of that than anyone else in all the lands of man, and this was the time to use it. He turned away from the dying flames and set out at a trot for the old palace. Chapter 46. Into the Lion's Den. Arlene walked past the ruins of Seek's shop on a dank, misty morning in early autumn, and paused for a moment to study the remains. The place had been stripped of everything of value even before the fire was completely extinguished, he knew. The members of the Bucket Brigade had taken Seek's treasures as payment for their services. Arlene had sent Black to the Street of the Jewelers after the fire to make sure that the body was given a proper burial, and had attended the brief graveside ceremony himself. Seek was undeniably dead and gone, and all that remained of the shop now was stone and wood and water-stained bits of cloth. Eventually someone would claim the site and build anew, but as yet no one had. The wreckage still lay untouched. All the same, that was past and done, Arlene told himself. He had no time to grieve over Seek. And after all, Hyde had been a scoundrel, a looter, a thief. His crimes had caught up with him after a fashion. That fashion had not been what Arlene intended, of course. It had been one more of Lord Enziat's crimes. And Arlene was determined to see that Lord Enziat's crimes were also paid for. At that moment, Arlene knew, Lord Enziat was on his way to meet with the Duke of Manfort for a detailed review of various matters of state. After numerous delays, Lord Obsidian had finally met with the Duke himself 2 days earlier for an informal luncheon. Purely a social call, of course, as Obsidian was not one of the Duke's advisors, nor did he seek to be. He had, however, talked with the Duke about various subjects, including the workings of the city's governance, and he had managed to learn the date and time of the next policy conference with Lord Enziat. It had taken much longer than Arlene liked to obtain this meeting, and he had lived in fear that Enziat would act against him, that he would wake up one morning to find an assassin at his bedside, or that a messenger had delivered one of Sweet's fingers as a fresh warning to leave Manfort. He had kept the wards around the old palace in place, and so far they had been undisturbed. Sweet was probably still alive. At any rate, Enziat had not admitted otherwise. The thought of the poor woman in Enziat's hands was a constant, nagging pain for Arlene, but there was little he could do about it, and Enziat had made no further attempt to use Sweet or Dove to blackmail Arlene. He was biding his time, as Rime had said he might, by killing Seek in such a way that either he or Arlene made an equally plausible murderer, Enziat had created a fresh stalemate. Anything Arlian could say was suspect, now that his supposed witness was dead. With the stalemate in place, Enziat could afford to wait and see what developed. But that couldn't last forever. Sooner or later, one of them would find a way to gainsay the other, and Arlian intended to do it by capturing Shamble. When he had finally been able to arrange the luncheon at the Citadel, he had jumped at the chance. That fool of a duke had thought he was merely making idle conversation, answering Obsidian's casual curiosity about how the duke conducted his business. The curiosity he had satisfied, which was far from casual, had been about Lord Enziat's schedule. If he was at the Citadel, then Enziat would not be at home. And if he was, as Arlian believed, the only sorcerer resident in his mansion, that meant the sorceress wards that protected his estate could not readily be renewed if they were once broken. Replacing them could only be done once Enziat returned home. Thirif had felt those wards and informed Arlian of their existence. Now he had instructions to break them by any means possible, so that Arlian could enter the house while Enziat was busy at the Citadel. Even Enziat could not simply walk out on a council with the Duke of Manfort when he felt the wards broken. Arlian would have some time. Not much, perhaps, but some. Shibiel, one of the other Aratheans, had provided Arlian with a glamour. Not the sort that simply made a person more attractive and harder to refuse, but a magical disguise. To outward appearances, he was no longer Lord Obsidian at all, but a thinner, darker man with a long nose and narrow jaw. If he were seen while trespassing, no witnesses would recognize him, and while Enziat would certainly suspect the truth, he would have no proof. Arlian need merely allow Thirif enough time to work, and Lord Enziat enough time to become irretrievably caught up in affairs of state, and he could then slip into Enziat's home in search of Shamble. Of course, he would still need to get past whatever walls and guards there might be, but he thought he could handle that. At the end of the street of the jewelers, he turned right and marched up the slope, toward the modest mansion behind the Citadel. The thought of simply walking in the front gate occurred to him, but there were guards posted, and he had no desire to harm them. Instead, he made his way around to the back. Enziat's home was small and old by the standards of Manfort's elite, but taller than the norm. It stood 3 stories high, built of smoke-blackened stone, with slit windows in a style that had not been fashionable for at least a century. The house itself was surrounded by a narrow paved yard, which was in turn surrounded by a high stone wall. Enziat did not bother with such niceties as a garden, statuary, ornamental ironwork, or terraces. Arlian made his way to the alley behind the house, ignoring the locked and barred postern, and strolled slowly along the wall, studying the approaches. The wall was about 8 feet tall, of rough-cut blocks of granite, with no openings of any kind save the 2 gates. It occurred to Arlian that this would mean the view from any room on the ground floor would be rather drab and limited. The faint, lingering morning mist made it hard to distinguish any details, so he gave up any idea of choosing one climbing spot over another on the basis of finding a good hold. Instead, he found the section he judged to be least likely to be observed by Enziat's servants, as far away from the stables, kitchens, gate, and postern as he could manage. He pulled on his heavy leather gloves, took an Arathaean opal from his pocket, and waited, watching casually for anyone who might happen into the alley. No one did, and after a moment the opal flared white, Thirif's signal. Arlian tucked the stone back in his pocket, gathered himself, then charged at the wall at an angle, leaping at the last moment and flinging his hands over the top. As he had expected, jagged edges cut into the leather gloves, but not deeply enough to do any real damage. He pulled himself up, and a moment later crouched atop the wall. Serrated iron blades had been set into the stone, edge up, just the sort of precaution Arlian had anticipated. And as he had also anticipated, no one had tended to the blades in decades, and their edges were blunted by rust and wind and rain, sparing him serious injury. The mist was thickening into drizzle, and he blinked away moisture as he peered across the pavement at the house. He was above the ground floor windows and below the second floor, but visible from any level if he stayed where he was, so he moved quickly, turning and lowering himself down the inside of the wall, then letting go and dropping the last foot or so. He landed with a slight splash, one booted foot in a small puddle. The yard was no more than 20 feet across, a drab expanse of bare stone. Directly ahead of him stood the main house, while off to his right at the far end were the stables and carriage house. The postern and kitchens were also to his right. He doubted anyone had set foot on this particular stretch of pavement in years, unless Enziat was sufficiently wary that he had the entire yard patrolled, which, of course, might well be the case. And with that in mind, Arlian hurried across to the house and began looking for a means of entrance. The slit windows were not wide enough for him to squeeze through, even if he knocked out the lead frames as well as the glass, which was probably the whole intent behind their design. All the doors into the house would almost certainly be guarded. He frowned. If he couldn't go through the walls, he had to go either over or under them, and he didn't have time to tunnel. Even a house this size would presumably still have a courtyard, or at least an atrium, and while the slit windows were too narrow to enter through, they provided fine footholds. Most of them were dark. He avoided any that showed the slightest bit of light, even if it seemed to come from a candle at least a room or two away, and chose his route to the roof. Then he ran forward and leapt upward. As he climbed, it occurred to him that he had done this once before, almost 3 years ago, when he first arrived at the House of the Six Lords. That time he had been on his way to Sweet's Arms, where this time he intended to find Shamble, but the possibility of seeing Sweet was there this time too. Lord Enziat had taken Sweet and Dove away in his coach, and either or both of them might be inside this house. Or, he reminded himself, they might be on one of Lord Enziat's estates outside the city, or they might be dead. He mustn't get his hopes up. Of course, Shamble might also be elsewhere, or dead, he thought, as he stood with one foot wedged into a second-floor window and stretched his hand upward, scrabbling for purchase on the third floor. This was hardly the time to think of that, though. And he might well find some other damning evidence here. If not a witness, then a diary or journal of some sort. The rough, damp stone was cold against his cheek as his fingers finally curled over the edge of a third-floor sill. He braced his free foot against the side of a window slit and pushed upward and got his hand solidly into position. The edge of the roof was not as far above the third-floor windows as those windows were above the ones on the second floor, but the foot or so of overhang made the reach much trickier. Arlian could not keep himself pressed against the wall as he stretched upward, but instead had to twist halfway around and lean out. He was able to reach the underside of the overhang and crawl his fingers outward before making a final lunge and grab. If he missed, he would fall 30 feet onto stone pavement, but he didn't miss. Instead, he dangled from the overhang, both hands gripping the outermost tiles. He swung his leg up, trying to hook his foot up. His sword rattled in its scabbard. His foot missed, but the shifting weight let him throw one elbow up on the wet tiles. Another swing and the toe of his boot lodged between tiles, and he was able to pull himself up. He paused for a moment to catch his breath and survey the situation. He was crouched upon the tile roof, safe for the moment, but he had a spectacular view of the upper city from the citadel to the Black Spire. He could peer into the windows of a dozen palaces, and that meant he was visible to anyone who happened to look out any of those windows. He wasted no further time in clambering up the slope, looking for an opening.
When he reached the ridgepole and peered over, he saw that there was indeed a courtyard, and the windows looking into it were no mere slits. He hurried over the top and half crawled, half slid down the other side. 10 minutes after starting his climb, he dropped onto a third-floor balcony and tried the door there. It was locked, but the broad casement beside it was not. He pried it open and clambered quickly inside. He was in a lavishly appointed bedchamber, but one that had an unused air about it. He ran a finger across the bowl of the wash basin by the bed, and the tip came away gray with dust. No one had slept here in days, he was sure. He relaxed slightly. For the first time since he reached the alley behind the house, he faced no immediate risk of discovery. On the other hand, he was trespassing, and at best Lord Enziat would know the moment he set foot through his gate that his sorceries had been broken. He might know even sooner. He might already have sensed their disruption. That depended on what his wards had been and how successful Thirif had been in matching his skills against Enziat's. Thirif was a powerful magician, but Enziat had centuries of experience, and Thirif was working in an unfamiliar climate with limited tools. Enziat might well be on his way home right now to seek out the intruder, and while he was sworn to do Arlian no mortal harm, he could not be expected to tell his servants not to kill a burglar. Arlian had no time to waste. He opened the door to the passageway cautiously and looked up and down the corridor. He saw no signs of life. He slipped out into the hall and closed the door behind him, noting its location. Then he tried another door and found another empty bedchamber. The next door was locked. The one beyond that was a storeroom full of linens. That brought him to a corner stair, but he passed it by, moving on into the next passage. A door at the far end was barred. Curious, Arlian passed by the rooms along either side and crept up to this barrier. Whatever lay beyond, Lord Enziat obviously didn't want it to get out. The oaken bar was as thick as Arlian's arm and held by immense brackets of black iron. Arlian put his ear to the heavy wooden door. He could hear nothing, or at least not with any certainty. He was unsure whether there had been some faint sound. This could scarcely be Shamble's room, but Arlian found himself irresistibly curious about what Lord Enziat felt obliged to confine this way. He stepped back, drew his sword in case the room's occupant was dangerous, then stepped forward and lifted the bar. It pivoted upward and fell against a waiting support. He tried the latch. The door was locked. Arlian frowned. He knew he should probably leave well enough alone. He might have very little time, and Shamble would not be here. Still, he wanted to know what was behind that lock. He ran his free hand along the top of the doorframe and scanned the surrounding wall, but found no key. He wished the light were better, but the only illumination came from a single slit over the stairs at the far end of the corridor, and the day outside was still gray and overcast. He fished his own keys from his pocket and tried a few, and to his pleased surprise, the third one, its one tooth a simple T designed to pass a single ward, worked. But then, after all, he asked himself, why would anyone bother with an elaborate lock here? He was probably going to find nothing but dust and old boxes beyond. The door had probably been barred from habit. As the lock opened, though, he thought he heard a sob, but he was unsure where it came from. He raised his sword, lifted the latch, and pulled the massive door open. The smell hit him first. The smell of human waste, blood and sweat, a thick, earthy smell. Then he saw her. Sweet sat cross-legged on a straw-tick mattress in the center of a bare stone floor, staring at him. She was naked. Yellow and purple bruises covered her arms and belly. Her thick black hair was a tangled, filthy, ropey mess. Her face was smeared with dirt and tears. Still, it was sweet. Arlene's heart leapt, and he smiled broadly, while at the same time tears filled his own eyes. It was all he could do to keep from shouting. She stared up at him with no sign of recognition or joy. Her face showed only despair and resignation. Arlene's smile vanished. He stepped into the room cautiously. He held a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. She sat, waiting. He hesitated, but decided against closing the door. That bar on the other side would be a serious obstacle, and he had no desire to join poor Sweet as a prisoner. "Are you all right?" he whispered. She looked puzzled. "I don't understand," she said. Arlene glanced uneasily at the open door, then looked around the room. The room was large and mostly bare. The mattress was almost the only thing resembling normal furniture. A heavy table of rough wood splotched with dark stains stood to one side. Iron bolts were set in one of the stone walls, chains dangling from them, and two large padlocked chests were pushed up against one another. Two wooden boxes stood atop one of the chests. A cracked chamber pot sat in one corner. The plank floor was bare and stained in several places with various things. A fireplace occupied much of one end, but held only embers and ash. It was obvious that Enziat had not pampered his captives as Keruvan had. "Are you seriously injured?" Arlene asked. "I know you can't walk. Can you move?" "I can move," Sweet replied, clearly confused by the question. She uncrossed her legs, showing the stumps of her ankles. "What did you want me to do?" Arlene stared at her, unsure how to answer. What he wanted her to do was to be safe and warm and happy, back at the old palace and away from this cold, harsh, malodorous place, away from Enziat and his ilk. But she didn't even recognize him. Then he remembered the glamour he wore. "Sweet, it's me," he said. "Triv." "What?" She looked up at him, more baffled than ever. "It's a disguise," he explained. "It's really me. Don't you know my voice?" She blinked at him. "Triv?" Arlene thought he heard a note of comprehension, but he still heard no hope. "I've come to rescue you," he said. He hadn't, of course. He had come looking for Shamble. Rescuing Sweet would be stupid and reckless, but he couldn't leave her here after seeing her like this. "I don't understand," she said again. What had Enziat done to her? Arlene felt his chest tighten. "I've broken in here to rescue you," Arlene said. "I have a safe place for you. Hasty and Kitten and Lily and Musk are already there. Do you know where Dove is?" "There," she said, pointing at the larger wooden box atop the chest. Now it was Arlene's turn to be baffled. He looked at the box. Coaxing an explanation out of Sweet in her present condition might be difficult. Instead, he crossed the room and tugged at the box's lid. It was locked. He drew his sword breaker, slid the point into the crack, and pried. The lock snapped, and the lid flew up. The box was full of bones. A human's skull, half a dozen curving ribs, a broken chunk that might have been a human pelvis, and a litter of smaller bones. A brown something was stuffed down among them, and Arlene pulled it out. It was a woman's dried scalp, covered with brittle brown hair the exact color of Dove's hair. "By the dead gods," Arlene whispered. "That's Dove," Sweet said. "Or most of what's left of her." Arlene glanced at Sweet, at the flat, calm expression on her face, then opened the smaller box. It was unlocked. It contained 2 rolls of oddly textured parchment,
A cake of soap and a jar half full of something yellowish-orange. Grease or tallow.
That's the rest,
Sweet said. Arlian slammed down the lid. I have to get you out of here, he said. Now! Chapter 47. A Belated Rescue. Arlian had not come prepared to carry a naked woman through the streets of Manfort. He had expected to march Shamble out at sword point, if all went well, but not to carry anyone. Still, he had to get Sweet away. His search for Shamble suddenly seemed unimportant by comparison. He swept her up in his arms. Do you have anything here you care about? He demanded. She stared at him blankly. Forget it, he said. Hold on. He slung her over one shoulder and trotted to the door. The hallway was empty. He hurried for the stairs without thinking. He made it down the first flight safely, but halfway down the second he heard footsteps below. He backed up a few steps. He felt Sweet's body tense, and he whirled, thinking she had seen someone behind them. Turning so fast on the stairs, with Sweet's weight on his shoulder, not that she was heavy, she was pitifully light, threw him off balance. He held Sweet with one arm across her thighs as he stumbled, and caught himself with the other hand, the fist holding his sword whacking the wall. The blade slapped against the stone with a metallic clang. The footsteps below paused briefly, then proceeded, fading away down the corridor. Naturally, in a house protected by sorcery, the occupants would not seriously worry about intruders. Whoever had been down there must have assumed the sound was the doing of one of the other servants, and none of his business. But Sweet was squirming now. He lowered her to the step and looked up the stairs, but still saw nothing. What is it? He whispered, looking at her. Her face was different now, more alive. Not the old, playful Sweet he remembered, but not the listless thing he had spoken with in that ghastly room on the third floor. She stared up at him.
You're really Triv? You're really rescuing me?
She asked. Yes, of course, he said. I'm only sorry it took so long, and that I couldn't be here in time to save Dove.
But you can't. He'll kill you.
Lord Enziat has sworn, before witnesses, to do me no mortal harm within the walls of this city.
But you can't.
I can't leave you here. Sweet looked back up the stairs and seemed to collapse inward, back into the beaten creature he had first seen on the mattress upstairs.
You're right,
she said.
Anything is better than that.
Do you know a way out of here? He asked, suddenly hopeful. A way we won't be seen?
No.
She shook her head, the tangled hair falling unheeded across her face.
I haven't been outside that room in I don't know how long, since I was brought here.
Bleeding gods and goddesses, Arlian growled. He looked around warily, but still saw no one. I can't take you over the roof, can I? And the front gate's impossible, which leaves the postern.
Why can't you take me over the roof?
Sweet asked.
Is that how you came in?
Well, because... He stopped. Why couldn't he take her over the roof? After all, it wasn't as if she could walk, and it couldn't be any more difficult than fighting his way out the postern gate while carrying her. The postern was locked and barred. He had seen that from outside. At least the roof was open. She couldn't climb. She simply wasn't tall enough to stretch the necessary distances. But he could wrap her up, lower her to the ground. He lifted her back to his shoulder and marched back up the stairs toward the unused bedchambers. She watched from the bare bed of the room with the balcony as he stripped sheets and curtains and knotted them together into makeshift ropes. He was not sure just what he would need for the job. He had not been planning on anything like this when he came in. He had expected to use Shamble as a tool or hostage to exit by one of the gates, so he hadn't bothered to take note of exact distances or the location of useful chimneys or other protrusions he might tie things to. He therefore intended to bring as much of his rope as he could. He had gathered fabric into a heap bigger than the miserable mattress Sweet had slept on for the past 2 years, and was trying to estimate what he might need on the roof when Sweet suddenly said,
I love you, Triff.
What? He looked at her, startled.
I love you,
she repeated.
You came for me.
He let out a short, bitter laugh. It took me more than 2 years, he said. I should have come for you long ago, guards or no guards. I had no idea he would treat you as he did, but I should have guessed, especially when I found out that Lord Horham had killed the 2 he took.
Who?
Lord Horham. Lord Iron, he was called. He took 2 of you and killed them both. Daub was one. I don't even know who the other was. I failed them both, just as I did Dove, and only gods and dragons might know what's happened to the 2 Lord Drisheen claimed.
But, Triff, you did come for us eventually. You came for me. That's more than I ever expected.
You probably saved my life back in Westgard, Arlian said. I had to save you.
And I love you for it.
He stared at her, baffled, for a few seconds, then turned back to the pile of fabric. I think this should do, he said. I've made it all one big, long rope. I can cut it apart if I need to. He hefted a loop of cloth, then looked at Sweet. How strong are you?
Not very,
she said.
I haven't eaten well here. I can't climb that thing if that's what you're asking.
I didn't think you could, he said truthfully. But if I sit you in a loop of it, a sling, and then haul it up, can you hang on?
I think so,
she said. Good. He crossed the balcony and peered out. The courtyard was still empty, and most of the windows dark. After all, the cold, damp weather was hardly inviting. Most people who had a choice would be curled up in a warm bed or huddled in front of a kitchen fire in weather like this. That reminded him that Sweet was naked. Cursing himself for not thinking of this sooner, he grabbed a coverlet that had been too thick to make a secure knot and handed it to her. Wrap yourself in this, he said. It's chilly.
Thank you,
she said as she obeyed. She looked up at him again and forced a tentative smile, the first he had seen on her face since he had fled the brothel.
I do love you. Is that face permanent?
What? No, it's just a spell. It'll break as soon as I'm safely home again.
Oh, good. I like the old one better. I'm eager to see it again.
Arlian looked her in the eye and saw afresh just how thin and pale and weak she appeared. A thought struck him. How often did they feed you here?
Once a day,
she said.
Every morning. They had...
She hesitated.
Every morning,
she finished weakly. Arlian nodded and smiled. Good. You wait right here then. He turned and hurried out of the room, down the corridor, and around the corner. The door of Sweet's prison still stood open. He trotted down the passage, closed it, and dropped the bar into place. With any luck, they wouldn't even notice her absence until morning. That done, he hastened back to the balcony. He couldn't reach the overhanging roof without assistance, but pulling a chair out to the balcony was simple enough. He got that far, then paused, and hauled a second chair out as well. He sat Sweet on this second chair, wrapped snugly in her comforter. Then he tucked one end of his makeshift rope through his sword belt, climbed atop the vacant chair, and jumped for the edge. A moment later he had pulled himself up on the roof and was hauling his rope up behind him.
Triff?
Sweet called, a note of panic in her voice. Shh, he hissed, leaning over the edge. Hush. What is it?
I just wanted to be sure you were still there,
she said.
That you hadn't left without me.
Didn't you see the rope moving? Just hold on. I won't go without you, I promise. She nodded unhappily, and he pulled himself back onto the roof and continued hauling rope. Woolen counterpane, linen sheet, velvet drape, linen sheet, the cloth slid through his hands and piled up on the tiles. When the last of it came swaying wildly upward, he looked around for an anchor point and spotted a stone chimney that looked suitable. He crawled over to it on hands and knees, looped a few yards of his rope around it, and tied it tight. Then he measured out a generous loop in the other end, keeping both ends in his hands, and lowered the loop over the edge. "Grab it," he called. "Sit on it, then hold on with both hands." He felt the jerk as the sling was caught. He felt tugging and shifting. He leaned over to see what was happening. Sweet had obeyed. She sat in the loop of rope, looking up at him. "Hold on tight," he said. Then he pushed himself back up the roof, sat up, and began hauling. He heard a tiny smothered noise, a suppressed whimper, as Sweet found herself pulled up out of her chair. He had her more than halfway when he realized this wasn't going to work. The higher she rose, the worse his leverage. He simply could not pull her all the way up over the overhang onto the roof. "Can you reach the edge?" he called. "I don't. You told me to hold on," she said. "All right, hold on," he said. "Look, I'm going to stick my leg out where you can see it. When I do, you hold on with one hand and grab my leg with the other. Understand?" She didn't reply, but he let himself slide down the roof as he hauled at the sling. He wrapped a length of rope around his chest, pulling it tight, so that he couldn't slide too far from the chimney the other end was secured to. But he was uncomfortably aware that because of the angles involved, if he lost his grip on the roof completely, he might well find himself dangling several feet below the edge, a dozen yards to the right of the balcony. That was still better than plummeting to the ground, of course. He worked his way down closer to the edge until at last he was able to extend his booted foot over the edge. Almost immediately, Sweet's hand reached up and grabbed at him. Instinctively, he jerked away, and she wailed in terror. "Hush," he called. "I'm sorry. Now grab it." He thrust his foot out again. Her hand hooked over his ankle, and he leaned forward, letting the rope around his chest support much of his weight, and grabbed her wrist. "Now the other hand," he called. The other hand appeared, and he grabbed that wrist as well and lifted. Her face scraped against the edge of the tiles as it came up above the roof, and he winced. "Gods, I'm sorry," he said. "Don't be," she whispered, as she twisted herself away from further injury. He shifted his grip, pulling her further, and step by step, inch by inch, he managed to haul her up onto the roof. Her comforter had fallen away, though, leaving her shivering and naked on the tile. Arlene quickly hauled his entire rope up and slashed a linen sheet from the end. "Here," he said. She accepted it, but said, "I can't crawl while I'm holding this." "Oh, blood and death," Arlene muttered. "Give it back, then." She obeyed, and he tucked the sheet into his belt. "Let's get you across here before you freeze, and you can put it on once we're on the ground. Come on." On hands and knees, they clambered up the slope, across the ridge cap, and down the other side. Sweet was more practiced at this than Arlene, and kept up easily despite her weak and battered condition. The rope trailed behind, still tied around Arlene's chest. At the outer edge, Arlene untied himself, wrapped the end of the line around Sweet's chest, then directed her to lower herself over the brink. He sat up, braced himself against the tiles as well as he could, and held the rope, letting it out hand over hand as she descended. Once she was safely below the eaves, he began to lower much more quickly, until at last, after what seemed like an eternity, the tension eased. She had reached the pavement below. That done, he slid himself and the line over until he was directly below the chimney, then threw the rest of the rope over the edge and began lowering himself hand over hand.
The knots held until he was almost past the second floor. He landed hard but evenly and the right way up. He was momentarily dazed, but no worse. No bones were broken. His head had not hit the flagstones, and he was down, safe and sound. And Sweet was down as well. She was crawling across the pavement toward him even before his head cleared. The rope had snapped right at the edge of the roof. The sharp tiles had cut into it, weakening it, and allowing the knot just below the edge to unravel. Most of it had tumbled down around Arlian. Now, as he got to his feet and brushed himself off, he looked at it and smiled. If they could just get out of this yard safely and take that rope away with them, it might be hours or even days before anyone had any clue what had happened. Just then a commotion broke out somewhere off to their left. Arlian took one glance in that direction, then ran to Sweet and scooped her up. The end of the rope was still securely tied around her chest, so it would come with them if he carried her. He threw her over his shoulder and ran for the far end of the house, away from the postern gate and the stables and the carriage house. Because he heard hooves, the rattle of harness, voices shouting, Lord Enziat's coach had returned, and presumably Lord Enziat with it, and he would know, if he did not already, that his wards had been broken. When they were safely around the corner, Arlian untied Sweet, wrapped her in the sheet, and began reeling in his line. He balled up one end, then threw it over the outer wall so that they could pull it out after themselves. Then he boosted Sweet up until she could pull herself up onto the top of the wall, with the rope and her wrap providing minimal protection against the iron blades. "It's sharp," she said. "I know," he whispered. "I'm sorry." Then he took a running leap and pulled himself up beside her. A moment later, he trotted down the mist-damp alley with an immense bundle of fabric on his back. Only the most observant would have noticed the bright pair of eyes peering out through a tiny opening in the tangled cloth. Chapter 48. Sweet's Tale. The small salon was pleasantly warm, heated by a roaring fire. Steam rose from the heaped fabrics on the floor. Sweet lay sprawled on a blue silk couch, wrapped in a robe a servant had brought, with an elegantly garbed Musk kneeling beside her, while Black and Arlian stood nearby. "It's not what I had planned," Arlian remarked, "but she might know something." Musk, who had been bent over a semi-conscious Sweet, gently wiping her face with warm compresses, looked up. "You aren't planning to interrogate the poor thing, are you?" "Nothing strenuous, I promise," Arlian said. "I don't want to hurt her any more than you do." Musk looked warily at Black, standing behind Arlian. "What about him?" "He won't hurt her either, any more than he's hurt you." Black snorted. "Well, she's in no shape to answer questions right now anyway," Musk said, returning to her nursing.
"That woman with the wooden leg, Lady Rhyme, might be interested in talking to her," Black suggested. "Maybe she should be here, too."
"A fine suggestion," Arlian agreed. "She said to send a messenger for her if I found another witness."
"Is this a witness?"
"She's the closest thing I have right now, Black. Send someone to fetch Lady Rhyme." Black shrugged.
"I'll go myself."
He turned and left the room, not running, but wasting no time. Arlian remained where he was, watching Musk tend to Sweet. Then he knelt on the floor beside her and asked tenderly, "How are you feeling?" Sweet opened her eyes and looked up at him. One of her cheeks was gashed, a broad, shallow gouge where she had scraped against the roof tiles. Musk had dabbed away most of the blood. Her other injuries were all older, but still visible. She smiled at Arlian. "You have your own face back," she said happily. That was true. As arranged beforehand, the spell had broken the moment Arlian crossed his own threshold again. "Yes, I know," he said. "But how are you?" "I'll be fine," she said. "It's so lovely to be warm again, and to just lie here. And Musk!" She looked up at her old friend, whose healthy face was such a contrast to her own.
Triv said you were alive, but I didn't believe it. Is anyone else still alive?
Lily and Kitten and Hasty, Musk said. They're all here and safe. I don't know about the others.
Rose and Silk and Daub are dead, and 3 others, but we don't know which, Arlian said. The others, well, there's still hope.
Rose?
Sweet's voice cracked.
I saw them kill her. And Velvet. I didn't know about Silk or Daub.
You saw? Arlian asked. She nodded.
And Dove, of course. He made me watch that.
He made you? Arlian asked. Why? Sweet stared at him in surprise.
For fun, of course,
she said.
He enjoys watching people suffer. At least, he must enjoy it, because that was what he always wanted to do. But he mostly looked angry while he did it.
Arlian stared at her in silent horror, his fists opening and closing in frustration.
I will kill him, he said at last. Somehow, someday, I'll kill him.
Sweet closed her eyes.
I don't think anyone can kill him,
she said.
He's a sorcerer, you know. He talks to the dragons as if he were a dragon himself. I don't think he can die any more than they can. Maybe he is a dragon in human form. Maybe it's a disguise, like the one you wore.
Arlian continued to stare at her, but his hands were still as frustration gave way to confusion. He talks to the dragons? He said.
I think that's why he calls himself Lord Dragon.
Sweet murmured, her eyes closing.
He is a dragon.
Arlian looked around the room as if for guidance. Was Sweet speaking the literal truth? Or was this simply the deranged imagining of a woman who had been subjected to 2 long years of torture and abuse? It was at that moment that a servant entered with a heavily laden tray of food and drink, providing a welcome distraction. Set it there, he said, pointing to a low table. Turning to Sweet, he asked, Can you sit up to eat? She started.
Is it morning already?
No, of course not. You're here and can eat when you please, Musk explained. Come on, let me help you. Together, Musk and Arlian got the exhausted Sweet sitting upright and a glass of wine to her lips. She spluttered, then drank, draining the glass eagerly. A honey cake followed, then raisins, then more wine and a slab of cheese. She ate voraciously for several minutes as Arlian and Musk watched. Then abruptly she stopped, doubled over, and vomited onto the carpet. Too much rich food too fast, Musk muttered. She's half-starved, the poor thing. She turned to the servant, still waiting in the corner, and said, Fetch some broth, something fit for a sick child. The servant bowed and started toward the door. And send someone to clean this up, Arlian added. The servant bowed again and left. When Rhyme arrived half an hour later, Arlian and Sweet and Musk were settled in another room, a drawing room where Sweet was curled up in a velvet-upholstered armchair, wrapped in her robe and a blanket, sipping a mug of beef broth. Hasty had joined them and been repeatedly shushed for arguing with Sweet. Hasty insisted that Enziat simply could not have been that much worse than Keruvan. Hasty was now visibly pregnant with Keruvan's child and determined to think well of the baby's father and all his friends. Arlian stood when Rhyme hobbled into the room and bowed respectfully. The 3 women could not rise, of course, but Musk attempted a partial bow. Rhyme waved her cane at them in acknowledgement.
So is this one of your 4 witnesses, or just another whore you've rescued?
Rhyme asked Arlian without preamble.
Black didn't seem very certain on that point.
Wither had accompanied her, and now stepped into the room behind her. Arlian bowed again. Black, who had opened the door for the 2 guests, now hesitated. Come in, all of you, Arlian said, beckoning. This is Sweet,
And yes, she's another of the women I sought to rescue, but she may be a witness to Lord Enziat's treachery as well."
"Treachery?"
Sweet looked up, startled. "You said he spoke to dragons," Arlian said gently. "What did you mean?" She looked up at Arlian, puzzled.
"I meant he talks to dragons. He uses his sorcery and a bowl of water. I saw him do it once. I didn't hear anything, but I saw the dragon in the water, and he told me what it said."
She shuddered. Wither leaned forward and studied Sweet intently. Rhyme leaned on her cane and stared.
"You're serious?"
Rhyme said.
"Of course I am,"
Sweet said, pulling the blankets closer around her.
"What color was the dragon?"
Rhyme demanded. Sweet hesitated and glanced at Arlian.
"Black,"
she said.
"But maybe that was the magic, because I thought dragons were green."
"They're black," Arlian said.
"Some of them,"
Rhyme agreed.
"the biggest ones."
"Why did he show you this?"
Wither asked.
"And when?"
Rhyme added.
He was tormenting me,"
Sweet said.
"He was taunting me, saying I would spend the rest of my life as a plaything. I said that, no, sooner or later I'd die, just as Dove did, when he got bored and killed me. And he said, no, he would keep me alive until I was old and gray, and even more helpless than I was then."
She swallowed.
I was braver back then. It was, I don't know, a long time ago, in the summer, I think, but a long time after he brought me to Manford. A hot day, I remember. Anyway, I said that he was older than I was, and would be dead before my hair turned gray, and he laughed and said he was a sorcerer, and would live forever, and I didn't believe him. So he took the bowl of water he used to wash off the blood and showed me that he talked to the dragons."
She glanced at Arlian and added,
"I think he might be a dragon in human form, but he never said that. I'm just guessing."
"He's no dragon,"
Wither said.
"Not yet, anyway,"
Rhyme added.
"He seems more like one every year, though."
Wither looked at Rhyme.
"Do you think it was an illusion?"
"Probably,"
Rhyme said. "But it would explain how he knew my village would be destroyed," Arlian said. "The dragons told him what they were going to do."
"It would at that."
Rhyme agreed thoughtfully. She asked Wither,
"Could you make a dragon's image appear in a bowl of water?"
"Not just like that," Wither said. "Blood in the water. No, that wouldn't help."
He looked at Sweet.
"Did he use anything else? Any powders or devices?"
"I don't know,"
Sweet said.
"I didn't see any."
"If he just wanted to make an illusion to prove he's a sorcerer," Arlian asked, "why would he choose the image of a dragon?"
"Suppose he can talk to the dragons," Wither said. "Why wouldn't he tell us?"
"He's keeping it to himself, so he'll have resources we don't,"
Rhyme said.
"But what could he do with it?"
"Well, he knew when he could loot the Smoking Mountain," Arlian pointed out. Wither waved it away.
"How often would that be of any use?"
"And even if he can speak to them, why would the dragons tell him that?"
Rhyme asked.
"Perhaps he can compel them to speak,"
Black suggested. Rhyme and Wither turned, startled, as if both had forgotten that Black was still present.
"Compel a dragon to do anything?"
Wither countered. Black shrugged.
"Well, you'd know more than I about that," he said. "But didn't someone, or several someones, compel them to leave humanity to its own devices while they slunk off to their caves?"
It wasn't, Wither began. Then he stopped and frowned.
We don't know why the dragons gave up and left,
Rhyme said. She glanced at Wither.
Do we?
Wither didn't reply, and after a few seconds of uneasy silence, Arlian suggested, Maybe Enziat does know.
Maybe Enziat knows a great deal he hasn't told us,
Wither growled. Abruptly he turned and stamped out. The others stared after him, caught flat-footed by this sudden exit.
Wait a minute,
Rhyme called. She began to hobble after him, but gave up after a few steps. Wither might be old, and his arm a useless ruin, but there was nothing wrong with his legs, a claim Rhyme could not make.
Should I go after him?
Black asked Arlian. And do what? Arlian asked. Drag him back here by force? He shook his head. I don't think so. I don't know where he's going, but wherever it is, what harm can he do us? Enziat swore not to kill him, or myself, or Lady Rhyme, and we have Sweet safe here with us, and the Aratheans to protect us all from Enziat's sorceries. Let him go. If he tells Enziat what we've learned, what of it? Rhyme had heard this as she gave up the pursuit and hobbled back.
You may be making a mistake, she said. Wither's angry now, but he and Enziat have been friends for centuries.
They heard a distant door slam. Well, it's done now, Arlian said. He looked at Sweet. That's why Enziat didn't want me to visit him, I suppose, he said. He was afraid I might find Sweet and hear what she had to say.
Oh, he probably just didn't want to be bothered with you,
Rhyme said.
But letting this girl see what she did and live, that was a mistake. And there's the tale of your home's destruction. It's unusually careless of Enziat to make 2 such slips in a single decade, and unfortunate for him that they should involve people who know one another.
She shook her head.
He's been getting stranger and stranger of late.
Sweet shuddered.
He's a horrible creature,
she said.
What he did to me, and to Dove.
What did he do to you?
Rhyme asked curiously. Sweet looked up at her, and then around at the others. Hasty and Musk, Arlian and Black.
You don't want to hear this,
she said. If you want to tell us, we want to hear it, Arlian said. But if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine too. Whatever you want. Sweet hesitated, then said,
I need to tell someone, and I need to tell it soon. When I had a particularly bad customer, I used to tell Rose about it, and it made it easier to bear. And she would tell me that Rose is dead.
She suddenly burst into tears, and Arlian hurried to comfort her. When she had calmed, she began to speak.
At first I thought it wouldn't be any worse than the brothel,
she said in a dull monotone.
I thought it would be the same sort of thing, but with Enziat and his guests, rather than whoever paid mistress. Dove and I told each other that in the coach, and the first night at the house it seemed we were right. He put us on a bed in an unused room, but then the next day he had the other room prepared, the room where you found me, Triv.
She spoke on and on. She had not even begun on Dove's death by slow torture when Hasty could stand no more and asked to be taken away. Black obliged her. Musk wept frequently and covered her ears during some parts of the recitation. Black returned after carrying Hasty to her room, but had to leave shortly thereafter, after the account of the disposition of Dove's body, to empty his stomach. Arlian felt ill several times, cried once or twice, but stuck it out. Rhyme seated herself at the beginning of the narrative, and simply sat and listened, not visibly moved, until Sweet had finished. She had begun not long after midday. By the time she finished, the sun was down and candles lit. There had been a few brief interruptions for food and other necessities, but she had spoken almost constantly for several hours. Her voice had grown faint and hoarse.
"I didn't know him at first,"
she said, reaching up to stroke Arlene's hair.
"He said who he was, but I couldn't believe it. I thought it was a new trick, a new way Lord Dragon had thought up to try to drive me mad. But it truly was Triv, and he carried me out and pulled me up over the roof and lowered me down outside the house and carried me here on his back. And I'll love him for that, as long as I live."
She pulled him down for a kiss.
"Well,"
Rhyme said, reaching for her cane,
"I think that's a good way to end the tale, and I'd better be going."
She pointed her stick at Arlene.
"Tomorrow, mid-morning, I expect to see you on the street of the Black Spire. I believe there are a few things we'll want to talk about there."
"Of course," Arlene said, as he disentangled himself from Sweet's grasp. "Mid-morning tomorrow."
"Don't bring her,"
Rhyme said.
"Keep her safe here, and maybe we'll all come talk to her."
Arlene bowed in acknowledgement.
"And I'd suggest,"
Rhyme said as she hobbled toward the door,
"that all of you get some rest. I'm sure you're going to need it."
Chapter 49. The Calling of the Hearing. The morning was foggy, but the sun's light could be dimly seen overhead, and Arlene was fairly sure the mist would burn off in time. And of course, the outside world always seemed irrelevant once he was inside the hall of the Dragon Society. He arrived at mid-morning as instructed, and found several members present, including Rhyme. He recognized Flute and Shatter and several others, and of course Dor was guarding the entrance. Wither was not there, nor was Enziat, nor Drasheen, nor Toribor, nor Nail. Arlene frowned at that. The absence of all four of his surviving foes among the Dragonhearts worried him. What if they were conspiring to kill Sweet, to destroy the evidence of their perfidy? Of course, that assumed that all of them had known of Enziat's unique ability, whether it was prophecy or communing with dragons, and that might not be the case.
"There you are,"
Rhyme said, looking up. She was seated at a table near the center of the main room.
"Come and sit, and let me explain a few things I couldn't say openly outside these walls."
Arlene took a chair beside her and leaned over to listen.
"The Dragon Society does not have very many rules,"
Rhyme told him.
"but it does have some, as you know. One of those is that knowledge of the dragons must be shared. That was in the oath you swore. Another, not quite so basic, is that knowledge of any new sorceress technique must be shared. Enziat has apparently broken at least one of these rules. Nobody here will care that he tortured that girl and killed half a dozen others, but breaking his members' oath, that we take very seriously. At least in theory, it means that we must hold a hearing, wherein all interested members shall have the opportunity to interrogate him, as we do at initiations, and just as at an initiation, he must answer truthfully every question put to him. If he fails to do so, we have a choice: expulsion, exile, or death. In the 800 years the Dragon Society has existed, there has never been such a hearing, so far as I know. But these are the rules as they stand. Given that it's Lord Enziat, I can't imagine we'd vote for his death. But either of the other choices would leave you free to attempt to kill him yourself."
"I suspected as much," Arlene said.
"Of course you did. However, don't raise your hopes too high. Enziat hasn't survived almost 1,000 years by being foolish. I assume that he will answer the questions truthfully. It may be that he hasn't broken the rules at all, though I can't quite see how that would be so. It may be that he has, but that he will claim there were extenuating circumstances, and will beg the Society's pardon, which will, in all probability, be granted.
Arlene gritted his teeth. And we'll be back to a standoff.
Yes, you will. However, let me also bring up some other possibilities not covered by the official rules.
She glanced around to see if anyone else was listening, then said,
Enziat was one of the founders of the Dragon Society, with Sharay, Wither, Nail, and Rahirian. Wither, Nail, and Rahirian were all a few years younger. That Enziat looks younger than Nail or Wither simply reflects their relative ages when they drank the elixir. Since Sharay's death 300 years ago, Enziat has been our most senior surviving member, which means he holds the highest rank possible within the Society. All three of the surviving founders are held in high regard, and Enziat is by far the most vigorous of them, the most feared and respected. He is, furthermore, the chief advisor to the Duke of Manfort, and a sorcerer second only to Lord Drasheen. I am not at all sure that the Society as a whole has the courage to defy him, to expel him, exile him, or kill him. In fact, I think that merely calling a hearing may put an unbearable strain on the Society, and going through with it may shatter the Society. The entire system may break apart into squabbling factions.
She paused and looked Arlene in the eye.
Are you willing to risk that?
Arlene looked back. Yes, he said. He said no more aloud, but his thoughts were plain enough. He had no great love for the Dragon Society. He had not been a member long enough to grow dependent upon it. He saw no great virtue in it. He knew that the Society secretly dominated much of the governance of the lands of man, and that the members considered themselves a crucial force for stability. But he was by no means convinced of the validity of such a view. In fact, he suspected that the destruction of the Society might be a very good thing. Could it really be best for humanity to let Dragonhearts run the affairs of ordinary mortals? Dragonhearts, cold and detached, without family, unconcerned with age, barely aware of the passage of time. What did they know of the best way to order the everyday world from which they were so estranged? Rhyme clearly considered the Society a beneficent institution, but Arlene disagreed. Rhyme was still studying his face, as if unsatisfied with his single word of reply, so he elaborated. If the Society can be so easily broken, can it be worthy of preservation?
Ah,
Rhyme said, sitting back.
You're young. Often the most delicate things are those most worth saving.
Lord Enziat is a criminal by any sane standard, including the rules of this society he helped create, Arlene said. He must answer for his crimes.
Whatever the cost?
Arlene started to speak, then stopped. No, he said at last. I won't go that far. There are costs that would not be worth paying. The Dragon Society, however, is not one of them.
Very well, then,
Rhyme said, thumping her cane on the floor. She got to her feet, picked up her polished bone, and rapped the table.
Your attention, my lords and ladies,
she called in a clear, carrying voice. The other members present in the room looked up at her with varying degrees of startlement.
A grave accusation has been made,
Rhyme announced.
A member in good standing accuses Lord Enziat of a betrayal of our trust and a breaking of his oath. Let us summon Lord Enziat to a hearing, that these charges may be made and answered.
Enziat? Are you mad? Someone asked. Rhyme looked intently at the speaker.
The accusation has been made, she said, that Lord Enziat conspires with the dragons themselves.
That's insane.
We have a witness, Arlene interjected.
Who?
She's not a member and cannot enter here,
Rhyme said.
3 of us heard her story, however, and have reason to believe it to be true.
If she's not a member, who's making the accusation?
I am, Arlene said, rising. Several voices spoke at once.
But you've only just joined.
Aren't you already sworn to kill Enziat?
Why should we believe you?
Rhyme raised her hands for silence.
Lord Obsidian is a member in good standing, she said. He has the right to call Lord Enziat to a hearing, and if the society deems the accusation to be frivolous or made solely from personal malice, why, then we can call Obsidian to a hearing in reply.
Arlene looked at her, startled. She hadn't mentioned that possibility.
I ask that Lord Enziat be summoned before this gathering,
Rhyme called. Lord Shatter said,
Door, that's your job, isn't it? If no one else volunteers.
Door replied uneasily.
He shouldn't go alone,
Lady Flute called.
Not for Enziat.
I'll go,
Shatter said. Several voices joined in. Arlene looked at Rhyme.
You're the accuser, she said. You stay here, and by calling the hearing, I've appointed myself overseer of the event, so I stay here too. If you're worried that they'll help him escape, though, you can ask someone you trust to go.
Arlene looked around, then shook his head. I don't see anyone I wish to send, he said. Rhyme shrugged.
As you please.
She turned to see that Door was organizing a party to go collect Enziat from his home, and sat down.
Our part's done for now. Now we wait.
Arlene was restless, eager to be active, to be doing something. But there was nothing to be done. He had only to wait until Enziat was brought in. He watched Door's gang of a dozen or so depart, then sat, trying to stay calm. But he couldn't manage it. Almost involuntarily, he got to his feet and looked for something to do, somewhere to go.
You mustn't leave the room,
Rhyme said.
It's set in the rules. In theory, this restriction is to prevent you from arranging an ambush.
I could have set one up beforehand if that was my intent, Arlene pointed out.
That's true enough,
Rhyme agreed.
I never said the theory was sound.
Arlene stared at her for a moment, then turned away. He thought about sending a message to the old palace, to check on Sweet and the others. What if Enziat tried to reclaim his property? After all, Arlene had stolen a legally indentured slave. There were no messengers at hand, though, so instead he moved about the room, looking at the dozens of peculiar artifacts gathered there, asking Rhyme and the other members questions about some of them. The minutes dragged by and added up, little by little, until Arlene was certain that hours had passed, if not entire days. Then suddenly the door slammed in, and a babble of excited voices drew the attention of everyone present. The party that had gone to fetch Enziat spilled in, but Arlene saw no sign of Enziat, or Toribor, or Drasheen. Wither was there, though, and Nail.
He's gone,
Door announced as he stepped into the room.
He and several of his guards and servants and hirelings, together with Lords Drasheen and Belly and parts of their households, they gathered at Enziat's manse at dawn this morning and left the city. But we found these two arguing at the gate of Enziat's home,
someone added, pointing at Wither and Nail.
Then question them, someone else called. I want to know what the truth is here.
Wither turned and glared at the speaker.
By what right?
He bellowed. The chatter of the others stopped instantly.
By what right do you dare to suggest I be questioned?
Wither continued. Am I too accused of withholding information I am sworn to share? If so, show me my accuser.
No one accused you of anything,
Dor said wearily. Then speak not of questioning me as if I were a peculating servant or a naughty child, Wither shouted, gesturing. I am elder than you all. I stood on this city's ramparts and fought dragons before you were born. Nail cleared his throat. Rhyme smiled crookedly at that and whispered to Arlian.
No one's sure which of those two is older.
My lord, someone called, we demand nothing of you, but we would ask that you grant us the favor of telling us what you know of the case at hand, in your own way and as you will. A murmur of agreement ran through the gathering. Fair enough, Wither said with a nod. Sit down and be still, and I'll speak. The various members, Arlian among them, found seats. All in all, more than a score of the society's members sat listening to Wither's words. Nail sat close by Wither's side. Dor took a place behind him, blocking the doorway. Yesterday, Wither said, Lord Obsidian came into possession of a slave who had been in Lord Enziat's house. This slave, who Lord Obsidian knew years ago and believes to be truthful, told Obsidian, Rhyme, and myself that Lord Enziat had boasted to her of certain sorcerous powers, unlike any known to the rest of us, and had demonstrated these powers for her. While Rhyme and Obsidian saw fit to make this the basis of their accusations against Lord Enziat, I chose instead to go to him yesterday evening, present the facts as I understood them, and demand an explanation. He paused for breath and looked around at roughly 24 rapt faces. He had no explanation, Wither said. He told me that there were extenuating circumstances involved. Circumstances unknown to me or to any of you that had prevented him from telling any of us the truth. That an oath, sworn prior to the founding of the Dragon Society, had prevented him from telling us every little detail of his sorceress knowledge, and continued to prevent him from revealing what was asked. I told him that was insufficient, and he said that all he could do to appease me was to travel to a certain place and ask to be released from his ancient oath, that if I would allow him to do so, he would go and would return promptly, and would then answer to the society. I agreed, and he gathered his household, invited certain friends to join him, and early this morning he departed.
Where is he going?
Flute asked. I don't know, Wither said. I asked, but he would not tell me. He said he would be gone for a considerable time, but would return, by spring most likely, and certainly within a year.
But he's left Manford,
a woman called Glass said, looking at Arlian. Yes, he has, Wither agreed. Nail snorted and rose.
It's a trap, of course,
he said.
Enziat told me as much, and invited me to join him and the others. Oh, he's off on some mysterious errand to satisfy Wither, that's true enough, and I don't know a thing more about that than Wither's told you. But it's no coincidence that this is a chance for Arlian and all his sworn foes but me to meet outside the city walls.
He looked directly at Arlian.
You can go after him if you like,
he said.
He expects you to. and he'll be waiting."
Arlian stood and asked Wither, "Is this true?"
"I suppose it is," Wither admitted. "And the best thing all around is to get all of you out of here, so you can settle your disagreements once and for all, and leave the rest of us undisturbed. Yes, I expect him to kill you. But if you go after him and you kill him, I won't weep. I'll be surprised, but I won't weep."
He stepped closer and lowered his voice.
"You've been stirring up trouble ever since you arrived, Obsidian, and I don't like it. One way or the other, I want it settled, so that the society can go on in harmony as it always has."
"Spoil sport!"
Rhyme muttered. Arlian glanced at her, then turned to Nail. "And why didn't you accept Enziat's invitation? Why didn't you go with him?" "I've sworn vengeance against you as much as the others."
"I'd prefer that you forsake that oath,"
Nail replied calmly.
"I'd much rather have your forgiveness than your blood. I have apologized for my crimes before, and I will do so again if you so desire. I have made what amends I can, and will make what further amends may be reasonably required of me. If, after that, you still insist on slaying me, well, I won't make it easy for you. I'll stay within these walls as long as I can. Enziat may be determined to see you destroyed, and Wither may wish an end to this stalemate, but I would much prefer to continue as we are."
Arlian stared at him for a moment, then at Wither. "Why did you do it?" he asked. "Why did you warn him and let him escape?" The old man leaned over to him and whispered,
"Listen, Obsidian, you were right. Enziat speaks with the dragons. He admitted it to me. But don't you see what that means?"
"No," Arlian said angrily, "other than that he's deceived us all."
"It means he knows where they are,"
Wither hissed.
"He can go to them, and they won't kill him on sight. And he can fetch out venom."
Arlian stared at him. "For your woman," he said.
"Yes."
Wither slapped the table.
"For Marasa, and for your woman if you have one. For anyone you choose. We can all be immortal."
"And in exchange for his promise to fetch you venom, you let him go free," Arlian said bitterly.
"Yes," Wither sighed. "I didn't want to see this opportunity thrown away. I didn't want to see the Dragon Society destroyed by the feud between the two of you. So yes, I let him go. And when he returns, if he has the venom, I intend to support him wholeheartedly."
"If he returns," Arlian corrected. "What if I kill him first?"
"That's a risk I'll take," Wither replied.
"Are you going after him?"
Rhyme asked.
"It is a trap,"
Nail said.
"But it's also the opportunity you wanted," Wither said. 3 of them, outside the walls."
Arlian looked from one to the other, trying to think. His enemies were vulnerable, outside the protection of his membership oath, but they were expecting him, prepared and guarded, and he would be grossly outnumbered. Wither had set it up so that he would try and would die in doing so, ending the conflict within the society, and getting dragon venom for his mistress as well. Wither admitted as much. He had arranged for Arlian to die trying to carry out his revenge. And back at the old palace, Sweet was waiting for him, still weak from her long ordeal, Could he leave her? There were other matters to consider as well. Had Drasheen and Torabor taken their captives with them? Were those 4 women still alive? He would have to investigate that if he stayed in the city. But he had sworn to kill those 3, and this was his chance. But Sweet was in the old palace, in need of his care. Perhaps he could wait and then follow later, and catch Enziat and the others off guard after all. But if he waited, how would he know which way they had gone?
"Are you going?"
Rhyme repeated. "I don't know," Arlian said, burying his face in his hands. "I don't know." Chapter 50. A Sweet Parting. Arlian was troubled as he walked up the path to Lord Drasheen's mansion. Sweet was not recovering as quickly as he had expected. In fact, she had looked weaker than ever when he left her to come here. He glanced at the guards on either side of him. He had arrived at the gate and asked after Drasheen, as if he had not already known the man was out of the city for an extended journey, and the gatekeeper had told him that Lord Drasheen was traveling, but had left detailed instructions of what to do if Lord Obsidian came visiting. That should have worried him, but he was too concerned with Sweet's condition to think about it much. After all, Drasheen could not have ordered that any mortal harm be inflicted upon him. While the exact wording of the oath might possibly be interpreted to allow it, Drasheen must know that the rest of the society would not stand for such trickery in this case. He was being escorted up the front walk between beds of bright flowers he barely saw, and into the foyer of the main house, a small room with windows of colored glass that streaked the marble floor with blue and yellow light. Here, one of the guards who had accompanied him announced to a worried-looking housemaid, "This is Lord Obsidian." "Oh," the maid said. "The one who—" She didn't finish the sentence, but looked questioningly at the guard. He nodded. This exchange penetrated Arlian's distraction. He looked around, wondering whether Drasheen might have arranged some non-lethal trap. "This way, then," the maid said, pointing and leading the way. Arlian followed her down a corridor, around a turn, and finally into a tall library, where a balcony, some 10 feet above the floor, encircled the room, giving access to a second tier of bookshelves. 2 naked bodies dangled from the balcony railing. 2 bodies with legs that ended in long-heeled stumps. 2 women hanging from nooses around their necks. "He hanged them last night," the housemaid said. "In a great hurry." Arlian stared at the 2 dead women. Recognizing their twisted, congested features was not easy, but he knew them. Sparkle and Ferret. "He said it was a gift just for you, my lord," the housemaid continued. "A going-away present, one we were to show you as soon as you came." Arlian's teeth gritted. Without a word, he turned and marched out. No one made a move to stop him, which was just as well. His hand was on his sword hilt, and if anyone had gotten in his way, Arlian would have cut down whoever it was. He had known that Enziat thought of other people, those who had not acquired the heart of the dragon, as unimportant, as things to be used or tossed aside as the whim took him. He had not realized that Drasheen shared that attitude, and 2 more innocent women were dead because he had not realized they were in danger. It might already be too late, but there were 2 more yet unaccounted for. Arlian was running by the time he left Drasheen's land, and wasted no time in proceeding to Torabor's more modest estate, on the southern edge of the upper city. "I'm looking for 2 slaves," he told the gatekeeper without preamble. 2 young women with no feet. Startled, the gatekeeper stared at him. Would their names be Cricket and Brook?" the man asked. "Yes," Arlian replied.
By process of elimination, he now finally knew that the other dead women were Sandalwood and Amber. At last, all 16 were accounted for.
"I thought you must mean them," the gatekeeper said. "They've lived here for years. They're the only ones with their feet cut off."
At least Toribor hadn't killed them long ago, as Enziat had killed Dove, and Horim had killed Daub and her unknown companion. But he might have followed Drashin's hideous example.
"Where are they?"
Arlian demanded.
"Lord Toribor took them with him," the gatekeeper said.
"They're still alive?"
Arlian asked, relieved.
"Well, they were when they left,"
the gatekeeper said, clearly puzzled by the question. Arlian did not bother to assuage the fellow's curiosity. He turned away without another word and headed home at a trot. 2 more dead, but 2 still alive. He might yet save them. A smile of relief struggled to be born at the thought, but he fought it down. Cricket and Brooke. He remembered them well. Cricket had been the very smallest of the women in the House of the 6 Lords, and had been called upon to play the part of child in some customers' games, a role she hated, so that at other times she tried very hard to act older than her modest years. And Brooke had been named for her habit of humming and babbling quietly when working or when happy. Those 2 were yet another argument in favor of leaving the city in pursuit of his foes. But Sweet worried him. She seemed so ill. His stillborn smile vanished completely, and he quickened his pace. Home at the old palace, he barely took time to toss his cloak aside before hurrying to Sweet's room. He had given her a chamber in the east wing with a fine view of the garden, though this time of year that was no great delight, as the flowers were all done for the year and the leaves going brown. Black met him in the passageway outside her room and said,
"She's no better. Ari, this isn't the after effects of torture. Should I send for a physician? I've asked Thirif if there's anything he or the other magicians can do, and he says there isn't."
"Of course they can't do anything," Arlian said. "Magic is all deceit and destruction. It can't heal. At best it could make her think she was well, and that would do more harm than good."
"Then should I summon a physician?"
Arlian shook his head. "Not yet," he said. "Let me talk to her first. She may know more than she's told us." Black was clearly unhappy with this decision.
"As you say," he said. "I've told the servants that there is to be someone in the room at all times, ready to help if anything happens."
"Good," Arlian said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Thank you, Black." Black hesitated.
"My true name is Baron," he said. "I've meant to tell you that for some time now. What of the other women, though?"
"Baron," Arlian acknowledged. He sighed. Drashin hanged the 2 he held. They were called Ferret and Sparkle. Lord Belly took Cricket and Brooke with him.
"But they're alive?"
"So far," Arlian said.
"Will you tell her?"
"I'll decide that when the occasion arises."
"Good enough,"
Black said. With a nod, the men passed one another, and Arlian entered Sweet's chamber. He found her lying in bed, talking quietly with Kitten, while a servant bustled about, dusting and straightening. Kitten was wearing a long blue gown intended to conceal the fact that she had no feet, and was perched on the edge of the bed, chatting happily. All 3 women heard him enter and glanced at the door.
"Triv,"
Sweet said, smiling broadly at the sight of him. She beckoned to him. Kitten turned and inched over to make room on the bed. Arlian took the place offered and leaned over to kiss Sweet's brow. Her skin was clammy and sheened with sweat. When he straightened, she raised a hand for him to hold, and he saw that it trembled. Black was clearly right, as Arlian had already feared. This was more than the after effects of her long imprisonment. "How are you feeling?" he asked.
"Wonderful now that you're here,"
she said, beaming. He smiled back briefly, but then his concern forced the corners of his mouth back down. "Let me be blunt," he said. "You don't look wonderful. You look seriously ill. Should I send for a doctor?" Her smile wavered. She shook her head.
No, I'm fine."
"You're not fine," Arlene insisted. Her smile flickered, then vanished. She looked at Kitten, and at the servant, then up at Arlene.
"Send them away,"
she said.
"Sweet,"
Kitten protested. Arlene raised a hand to silence her. "I'll be right back," he told Sweet as he rose. He scooped a protesting kitten up in his arms, her blue gown tangling around one wrist. She didn't struggle and threw her arms around his neck, but even as she did, she was saying,
"Triv, let me stay, please."
"No," Arlene told her. "I'll bring you back in a moment, I promise." Then he turned to the housemaid, beckoning as best he could while holding Kitten. "Come," he said. He carried Kitten down the hall to an adjoining chamber and set her in a chair there. The servant followed and stood by, awaiting instructions. "Attend her," he said, indicating Kitten. "I'll return soon." Then he hurried out. A moment later, he was again seated on Sweet's bed. "You know what's happening to you, don't you?" he said. "Tell me what you know." She smiled weakly at him.
"I love you, Triv,"
she said. "Then tell me," he insisted.
"It's sorcery,"
she told him.
"Lord Dragon's sorcery."
"What sort of sorcery? Has he cast a spell on you?"
"In a fashion,"
she said. She shuddered.
"Every time he came to see me, he forced me to drink his blood."
Arlene stared at her. But his blood is poison," he said.
"You know?"
she asked, startled. Arlene did not know how to answer that. He was not eager to tell this woman he cared for that his own blood was likewise polluted and toxic, yet he was demanding secrets from her. Did he have the right to keep his own? He nodded but said nothing.
"Do you know any more than that?"
Sweet asked eagerly.
"Perhaps there's hope after all."
"Tell me what you know," Arlene said, "and perhaps together we'll see what's to be done." She frowned.
"It started not long after he brought me to Manford,"
she said.
"I would still fight him sometimes back then, and once I bit his hand hard enough that blood showed on his skin. Angered, after he knocked me away, he grabbed me by the hair and said, 'So you like the taste of blood? Then blood you shall have.' And he shoved his hand in my mouth and made a fist so that the blood oozed up."
She trembled at the memory.
"It tasted foul, Triv. I've tasted blood before, and this was different. It stank of corruption."
"I can readily believe it," Arlene muttered.
"But then he snatched it away and said, 'No, that's too easy. Spit it out.' And I tried. I spat out all I could, but the next day I woke up sweating and trembling."
"As you did today," Arlene said. She nodded.
"Yes,"
she said.
"just as today. And he came and looked at me, and I could see he was thinking. Then he went away for a time, leaving me there, and then came back with a needle. I thought he meant to draw my blood, but instead he jabbed his own hand with it, then forced open my mouth and smeared a drop of his blood on my tongue."
"But why?" Arlene asked, puzzled.
"An experiment, he called it, but it helped. The chills passed away, and I felt well again for a time. After a few days it happened again, and again he fed me a drop of his blood. It became a regular thing. a normal part of my existence in that house. He told me that I was addicted, that my body had been changed forever by the sorcery in his blood, and that if I went without it, if we were ever parted for more than a few days, I would die.
She smiled crookedly.
Only a single drop, though. More than that, he assured me, would kill me. After that, I sometimes tried to cut or bite him, to draw more blood so that I might end my suffering, but I never managed it. Instead, I got the one drop whenever I needed it.
She grimaced.
That went on all the time I was there. I tasted that stinking blood of his 100 times. I was expecting another visit when you came to rescue me.
But you believe you'll die of this?
He said so,
Sweet said with a shrug. But, by the dead gods, Sweet, why didn't you say something? Why did you let me take you away if you knew you'd die without his blood? She smiled up at him.
Because,
she said,
I would rather die here with you than live there with him.
Arlian stared silently at her for a moment as his throat tightened and his eyes moistened. You won't die, he said. Not if I can prevent it. After all, if she needed the blood of a dragon heart, that was easily come by. He was tempted to draw his swordbreaker then and there, prick his finger and let her taste a drop of his blood. But that would mean revealing that he was as tainted as Enziat, and he did not want Sweet to see that. Not yet.
I'll be right back, he said. He rose and stepped out into the hallway. There he drew his blade, jabbed the ball of his thumb, and squeezed out a thick drop of dark blood. He could not let her see that it came from him, though. He smeared it onto the back of his other hand, then sheathed the blade and returned to her bed. Here, he said, holding out his bloodied hand. Lick this. She stared at the red smudge, then up at his face.
He's here,
she squeaked. No, of course not, Arlian said. This came from another sorcerer. Hesitantly, she lifted her head, closed her eyes, and thrust out her tongue, and Arlian pressed his hand to her lips. She licked, and then gagged. He snatched his hand away.
It's different,
she said.
It's not the same, not as vile. It's foul, but different.
It may work all the same, Arlian said, worried.
It may,
she said, obviously not convinced. She sank back against the pillows and closed her eyes. Arlian stared down at her. I'll let you rest, he said. He checked on her several times that night, and each time was the same. Her brow damp with sweat, her hands trembling, her face pale and skin cool. His blood had not been enough. He consulted with Wither the next day at the old man's home. Wither had seen and studied the effects of a Dragonheart's blood before in his attempts to preserve his women. When Arlian explained the situation, Wither's expression turned grave.
I've never heard of anything like this, he said. It seems Lord Enziat had several secrets he neglected to tell us.
After some further discussion, he came to the old palace with a bag full of sorceress equipment to study Sweet's condition. She allowed him to examine her, sampling her blood and saliva only so long as Arlian was present. Arlian stayed with Sweet while Wither took his samples and sorceries away. When he was done, he sent a servant to inform Arlian, and the two men spoke privately in the small salon.
It's not just the blood that has affected her, Wither explained. It would appear that Lord Enziat is himself taking drugs I am not familiar with, and that he has passed on to this poor child in combination with his toxic blood.
Can you do anything? Arlian asked. Can these drugs be duplicated? Withers shook his head.
I haven't the slightest idea. There's no way to tell from what little we know.
Who would know?
Besides Enziet, I have no idea.
Arlian stared at him for a moment, then turned and called for his cloak and his sword. Moments later he stood with his blade at the throat of the guardsman unfortunate enough to be at the gate of Enziet's home. Moments after that he was face to face with Enziet's steward. He took his medicines with him, of course, the steward explained. He was a thin, gray-haired fellow who did not seem particularly distressed by Arlian's forced entry or by the questions put to him. Arlian supposed that he had seen any number of irregular and extraordinary things in Enziet's employ, and had learned to take them in stride. What are his medicines? Arlian demanded. What does he take? I don't know, the steward calmly replied. It's secret. Most of the household doesn't even know he takes drugs, and none of us know what's in them. He obtains the ingredients himself, makes up the dosage himself. None of us ever interfere. Prying into my lord's affairs is extremely unwise. Arlian stared at the steward angrily, but then released him. It was plain he was telling the truth. He returned home empty-handed. That night he lay beside Sweet in her bed and told her, I don't know what to do. Should I go after Enziet and try to bring him back alive? No, she said. He'll kill you. But you may die if he doesn't return. I don't mind, she said. As I told you, it's better to die here than live. She broke off and gasped suddenly and convulsively, then panted for a moment as Arlian leapt up and looked down at her helplessly. I'm sorry, she said, when her breathing had returned to normal. I couldn't help myself. She laughed weakly. I never did that before. Arlian frowned. She might yet survive. She might fight off the poisons, but he could think of nothing more he could do. He could not imagine any way he could locate and capture Enziet and bring him back in time to help. All he could do was make her comfortable and hope for the best. All thought of tracking and killing Enziet had been thrust aside. Sweet's life was more important than his revenge. There would be time enough to deal with Enziet when she was recovered, or dead. You shouldn't have let me take you away from him, he murmured as he lay down beside her. She smiled at him. Don't be silly, she said. I love you, he said. That's silly too, she said. I'm a footless, drug-addicted whore, and you're Lord Obsidian. You'll be better off when I do die. No, he said, resting his hand on her heart. You'll live through this somehow. They fell asleep there. Deep in the night, hours past midnight, but long before dawn, Arlian awoke suddenly. Something had disturbed him, but at first he did not know what it was. Everything seemed utterly still. Then he realized that that was it. It was too still. The beating of Sweet's heart beneath his hand, the gentle whisper of her labored breath, had stopped. For a day she lay there as Arlian roamed aimlessly about the palace, weeping at times and silent at others. On the second day she was buried in the garden beneath her window as thin, dry flakes of snow, the first of the season, blew through the city streets. And on the third day, Arlian began preparations for the hunt, the pursuit, the fight that he was determined to win. He swore it over and over again. Lord Enziet would die. Book 4, Lord Lanier. Chapter 51, In Pursuit. Still to the south, Thirif said, studying the glowing crystal in his hand.
"Toward the desolation," Arlian said.
"Yes,"
Thirif agreed. Once Arlian had learned that Lord Enziat had headed south, he had guessed that his destination lay somewhere in the desolation, and every subsequent check had confirmed this suspicion. Arlian reasoned that if Enziat had gone to fetch the venom that Wither demanded, leaving in early autumn, and if the dragons never emerged in cold weather, then he would have to go down into the dragon's caverns. Those caverns were said to be scattered throughout the lands of man, but Arlian had given the matter some thought, and concluded that the entrances could only be in deserted places, in wastelands where humans would not see the dragons going to and fro. That could mean the steeper peaks in the western mountains, or the frozen plains of the far north, if dragons could tolerate such cold even in the summer, or any number of places Arlian had never seen. But Enziat had headed south, and in the rich lands to the south, between Manfort and the magic-haunted borderlands, it seemed most likely to mean the desolation. Besides, Arlian remembered his earlier journey across that wasteland. He had seen signs that might have been left by dragons, and in the desolation, Arlian expected Enziat to follow the eastern road, as it was along the rocky eastern route that caves and sinkholes abounded. The sandy interior seemed an unlikely place to find caverns. On the way to the borderlands more than 2 years earlier, a guard called Stabber had told him that there were caverns to the east of the 3 caravan routes. Arlian had not been certain enough of his guesswork to simply head there directly without further guidance, but the Arthaean magicians, working in concert and basing their spells on what they had learned from Sweet's poisoned blood, had devised a way to track Lord Enziat. Due to his draconic taint, his great age and power, and the unique mix of drugs he took, Lord Enziat's blood was like nothing else in all the world, and the Arthaeans had modified a crystal meant to find lost things so that it would respond only to Enziat. Thirif now held that magical stone in his hand, checking its glow periodically for any sign of change. 4 of the Arthaeans had remained behind in Manfort. Fleur had been accepted by the Duke as the new Arthaean ambassador some time ago, and her husband had stayed with her, while Isain and Kulu, despite their poor command of the language, had agreed to stay and run Lord Obsidian's trade in magic. Thirif and Shibiel had come with him, and would, if circumstances permitted, continue on home to Arathai when either Arlian or Enziat was dead. Arlian had asked Black to remain behind as well, to look after his affairs and the Arathaeans, but Black had refused.
"You'll need a guard," he said. "Enziat isn't traveling alone."
Arlian had argued, but in the end Black had prevailed. He now drove the wagon in which Arlian and Thirif and Shibiel and Lady Rhyme rode. Arlian had more or less expected Black's behavior, but Rhyme's insistence on accompanying him had been a complete surprise.
"I know Enziat better than you do," she said, "and I have my own reasons for wishing him ill."
"It will be dangerous," Arlian had warned her. "We may very well all be killed by some ambush." She had laughed bitterly.
"I should have died 400 years ago. I think you need a fellow Dragonheart on your side, boy. Enziat's got Belly and Drasheen, and you'll have me. And I won't do anything foolhardy. With this leg of mine, I'll hardly be able to. I'll ride in the wagon and keep your magician company. Maybe teach him a little sorcery."
"As you wish, then." And now the 5 of them were seated around a table in a Cedar inn, while Thirif and Shibiel tested the air for traces of Enziat's passage. They had left Manfort 8 days behind Enziat's party, half expecting to find them waiting in ambush just outside the gates. But while witnesses reported that Enziat had lingered in the area, he had not waited long enough for Arlian to find him. Eventually, days before Arlian set out, Enziat had moved on to the south. Arlian's party had followed, moving as quickly as an ox-drawn wagon could go. The road was too rough for a coach. Those fine springs and elegant spokes would have given out in short order, and while horses could draw a wagon well enough, Arlian considered oxen more reliable. At Benthantara, they were 5 days behind Enziat's party, according to the innkeeper, and Arlian had worried that Enziat might have turned aside into the hills. At Jumpwater, they had lost ground. Enziat's lead had widened to 6 days, but were still on the right trail. Arlian attributed the growing gap to the snowstorm that had struck midway between the two towns. At Blasted Oak, that gap was back to 8 days, though no storm had intervened. In fact, the weather had seemed unnaturally warm, though the fields were brown and the trees leafless. Arlian had finally thought to ask the townspeople why Enziat might be moving more quickly, and had learned that Enziat's party was entirely on horseback, rather than riding an ox-drawn wagon. The number of men was estimated at 20 or so, the number of horses at 30. That was a great many horses, but Lord Enziat could afford them, as could Lord Obsidian, had he considered it.
"I should have thought of that," Arlian said when he had told the others. "No wagon at all." "Can you ride a horse?" Black asked.
"I cannot,"
Shibio remarked.
"It's too late now in any case,"
Rhyme said.
"I wouldn't trust any mount I could find here. And after all, he'll be coming back north eventually."
Arlian had not found that a very satisfactory thought. Now, in Cedar, they were 9 days behind, but Arlian was growing ever less concerned about the possibility of losing the trail. Enziat was clearly following the caravan route to the Desolation. If the weather held, a fortnight would bring Arlian and the others to Corktree, and another fortnight would see them past Stonebreak and into the Desolation. Horses would not do any better in that dry waste than oxen.
"I'd say the ambush will be at Corktree," Black said. "Probably just north of town, so we'll be tired."
Startled, Arlian turned. "What?"
"The ambush," Black said. "You know, the trap, the attack."
"What are you talking about?" Arlian demanded. "If they were going to ambush us, wouldn't they have done it long ago?" Black sighed.
"Ari, Enziat is a sorcerer, isn't he? A wily old man known throughout Manford for covering every detail?"
"He's right,"
Rhyme said.
"He'll have been tracking you just as you've tracked him. He'll know we're coming."
"How can he be tracking me?"
Arlian asked. "He has nothing of mine to work from. No blood or magic." He looked at Thirif. The Arathaean looked thoughtful.
"I understand," he said. "I thought I was mistaken, or seeing old dreams left behind."
"What?"
"He cannot follow you," Thirif said, suddenly businesslike. "But we are passing through places he has been, at a time of year when few travel. He can easily set sorcerous wardings behind him, wards that ordinary people do not disturb, but that respond to the presence of our magic."
"He wouldn't know I was bringing you to," Arlian said.
"He wouldn't need to,"
Rhyme said.
"Remember how we're tracking him."
"The heart of the dragon," Black said. "I still don't know what it is, but it's plain you and the lady have it. That's what he's using."
"Yes," Thirif said. "I have felt the wards breaking, like an unseen spider web, but I did not recognize them for what they were."
"Then he knows we're following him," Arlian said.
"And how far behind we are," Black agreed.
"There's no reason to take Belly or Drasheen up onto the Desolation with him,"
Rhyme said.
"He could leave them in ambush anywhere he wanted."
"But I say they'll be just north of Corktree,"
Black said.
Because they'll want to be based out of a town where they can sleep in comfort and buy the food they need. Stonebreak is too obvious and would leave no second chance if we somehow slipped past. They aren't here in Sadar, and the villages in between are too small to hide them well. That leaves Corktree.
He grimaced.
Sadar would have been better, but maybe he didn't think it through far enough in advance.
Why didn't you say something sooner? Black looked exasperated.
Because, he said, I thought you'd be bright enough to figure it out for yourself. After all, everyone said all along that you knew this was a trap, and up until we reached Sadar, I hadn't thought out where the ambush would be.
But I hadn't thought they'd split up, and Enziat's still far ahead of us. We might have walked right into it.
Ridden,
Black said.
We haven't been walking, and I've been doing the driving, and I've been watching.
But what would you have done if you had seen it?
Stopped.
And then what?
I hadn't gotten that far.
Oh, that's clever.
I told you. I thought you were ready for it.
Well, I'm not. Arlian frowned. But I should be. He looked at Thirif and Shibiel. They don't know we have magicians with us, do they?
How would I know?
Black asked, shrugging.
Enziat knows you have magicians working for you,
Rhyme said.
He'd assume you might have brought them, but whether he'd tell the others, I can't say.
He wouldn't, Arlian said. Not if he's leaving them in ambush.
You probably know him better than I do, but wouldn't he want them to be ready?
Black asked. Arlian shook his head. He'd want them confident. He might have told Torabor and Drasheen, but no one else. He wouldn't want them scared. Rhyme nodded.
I'd say you're right.
Then we have surprise on our side. He turned to Thirif. What can you do to aid us? Thirif looked troubled.
You know the nature of magic, my lord.
I know something of it, Arlian agreed. Not that much. Thirif sighed.
Our power is weak here. The dreams are thin and pale, like mist, while the dreams of Arathai are deep water. We cannot create new spells here, but only expend those we brought with us. We have certain magics I thought might be useful, some of which can be modified. We can work deceptions or expand the senses, but not much more than that. At home we could shake the earth, draw fire from the sky, summon beasts from the night, but not here. Here we have only the subtle magics and preparations.
Sorcery,
Rhyme said.
They've become sorcerers.
Thirif nodded in her direction.
In a way,
he agreed.
We still use our own methods, but those are not suited to this place. Lady Rhyme may be of more help to you than we are.
But you worked magic in Manfort.
We could use the magical things we brought with us,
Thirif said.
And we could work minor deceptions and small magics, no more.
You set up wards.
We had brought many wards with us. I told you as much.
Arlian knew that was true. You cast a glamour on me, he said, still hoping for more.
Also a small magic we had brought with us, and one in those categories I described. Wards are an expansion of the senses, glamour a simple deception. These take no great power. To quickly strike down a foe, that takes great power.
But who asked you to? Arlian asked. I asked what you can do, not what you cannot.
Ah,
Thirif spread his hands.
We can do here what we could do in Manfort, no more and no less, save that we brought only a few potions and talismans with us,
as we did not wish to deplete your stock in trade any more than necessary. I have the makings of a dozen wards and a score of glamours, a handful of illusions, nothing more."
"But you have glamours?"
"Of course."
Arlian nodded. "Then disguise us," he said. Thirif frowned.
"We cannot fool the wards Lord Dragon has set."
"We don't need to fool them," Arlian said. "We need to fool Torabor and Drasheen, and the guards they brought with them."
"Ah,"
Thirif said again. A rare smile appeared on his grim brown face.
"I see,"
he said.
"You think they won't know who we are?"
Black asked. "They're not caravan lords," Arlian said. "They haven't traveled this road often, if at all. How would they know what to expect? If they see 5 strangers riding in a wagon, will they think it's the people they're waiting for, or will they assume we're just the local traders we'll appear to be? They're probably expecting us to be on horseback just as they are."
"Are you planning to ride right past them, then?"
Rhyme asked. "Yes," Arlian said. "And then I mean to find Torabor and Drasheen and kill them." Black sighed.
"I thought you wanted Enziat."
"I do," Arlian said. "But I want Drasheen too." The image of Ferret and Sparkle hanging in Drasheen's library loomed large in his memory, and his hand tightened on his mug until his knuckles turned white. "And Torabor. But I want Drasheen more. I believe I might even be willing to let Torabor live if it meant I could kill Drasheen. But I don't think Torabor will agree to that. Do you?"
"I doubt the guards will either,"
Black remarked dryly. "And that's your job," Arlian said. "Keep them away long enough to give me a chance."
"To kill both of them? Skilled swordsmen far older than yourself?"
Black threw up his hands.
"Why don't the rest of us just turn back now if you're so determined to die? This whole thing is pointless. I don't know why I came."
"I'm not determined to die," Arlian said quietly.
"But you're going to give them a chance, aren't you?"
Rhyme said disgustedly.
"You won't just cut their throats while they sleep, will you?"
"No, I won't," Arlian admitted. "But I'm not planning on duels either. They had their chance to meet me honorably. They had their chance to make peace with me as Nail did. And you're all sure they're planning to ambush me. I intend to kill them both." He bared his teeth in an ugly expression. "I intend to give them a chance, more than they gave Rose, or Sparkle, or Ferret, or the rest. But not an even chance." Black and Rhyme stared at him, then exchanged glances with one another. Then Rhyme smiled.
"That's better,"
she said. Chapter 52. Ambush.
"We have just passed a ward,"
Thirif announced. Arlian looked at him, startled, and was startled anew by the unfamiliar face he found. He had momentarily forgotten the glamour Shibiel had cast on her companion the night before. They were roughly a day's journey north of Corktree, and had made preparations the night before for the ambush they expected to encounter later. That was for later, though, perhaps even the next day if they did not reach Corktree by nightfall. Right now it was early morning, and they had just broken camp half an hour before. Up until now, Thirif had only sensed wards in towns or at easily remembered landmarks. No such feature was anywhere in sight. "Out here?" Arlian asked. Thirif nodded. Black on the driver's seat had overheard. He leaned back through the wagon's door.
"It's to let them know to ready the ambush," he said.
It was odd for Arlian to hear Black's words coming from the scruffy, long-haired, gray-clad figure that drove the wagon. "But Enziat set the wards, didn't he?" Arlian asked. "And he's in the Desolation by now."
"Drasheen is as practiced a sorcerer as Enziat,"
Rhyme pointed out. The glamour had subtracted a dozen years from her already deceptive appearance and transformed her wooden leg to a club foot. The limp could not be hidden, only disguised. "Oh," Arlian said. "Thirif, how do I look? Is the glamour holding?"
"Of course,"
Thirif said. "Good," Arlian said. He looked around at the others. He would certainly not have recognized them. The Arathaeans' exotic southern features had been replaced by utterly ordinary faces. Rhyme's intensity was hidden beneath a moon-shaped visage and mousy brown hair. Black's distinctive leather clothing and close-cropped black hair had been replaced by homespun wool and shaggy brown locks. A sorcerer of any talent would be able to see through the disguises if he were close and made an effort. But why would Drasheen or even the less skilled Torabor bother to look closely? "Good enough," Arlian said. Ball, when do you expect we'll reach them?"
"Mid-afternoon would be my guess," Black replied. "But I can't be sure."
"Good enough," Arlian repeated. "Drive on." They stopped to eat lunch and water the oxen at midday, but otherwise pressed on as quickly as they could. If we arrive sooner than they expect us, they'll be that much more likely to believe our disguises, Arlian explained to Shibiel, who was nervous and unsure just what to expect.
"But they're expecting us on horses,"
Rhyme said.
"On horseback, we'd get there even earlier."
Arlian frowned at that. "But they won't expect us to arrive by wagon as soon as we will," he said. As the day wore on and no ambushers appeared, Arlian grew ever more nervous. He began talking compulsively to Rhyme in an attempt to calm himself. His chatter became sufficiently annoying that the Arathaeans got out of the wagon to walk. Rhyme, with her wooden leg, could not practically avail herself of that option. She did not seem to mind, however, and when he began to run short of things to say, was willing to oblige him with a few stories of her own centuries of life. She had roamed extensively for more than a century before finally reaching Manfort and discovering the Dragon Society. She had dozens of anecdotes to tell about those years of wandering. She told him about being pursued through the streets of Clearpool by a pack of hounds after she cut the throat of Lord Water's son, who had raped her. She described how she came to be snowbound in the Sawtooth, where she lost her leg in an avalanche and became so desperate for food that she cooked and ate the amputated portion, saving the bone as a reminder. Despite his nervousness, she rendered Arlian helpless with laughter with her account of how it had once taken her 3 days to catch a cat that had stolen her favorite gloves. During a lull in the conversation, though, Arlian realized that she had not mentioned one incident he was curious about. "You once said you had your own reasons for wishing Enziat ill," he said. "What are they?" She glanced sideways at him.
"Why do you ask?"
"Mere curiosity," he said, realizing a trifle belatedly that he was being a shade more inquisitive than was entirely polite. "If you would prefer not to say."
"I generally would,"
she said.
"But today, when we may all die in an ambush at any moment, I find myself willing to speak. You will recall, I trust, that I said I had a husband and 4 children when a dragon destroyed our village. I told you that my husband died and let you think that my children died as well. But in fact, my eldest daughter was not at home. She had married and moved away the year before, and when I had climbed from the well, I made my way to her home and threw myself on her mercy. She took me in and cared for me, and I lived there for quite some time. But when her neighbors began to notice that she looked older than I did, I departed before accusations of black sorcery arose. Still, I returned anonymously now and then to visit my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren, and on through the generations."
She sighed.
"The family survived, but did not particularly thrive. I have perhaps 30 living descendants today, hardly a large number after 400 years. I would probably have several more, however, had not one branch of the family fallen into the hands of Lord Enziat's hired slavers.
But didn't you... Arlene began.
Protest?
She shook her head.
By the time I found out what had become of them, it was too late. All but one were dead, and the last was mutilated, no longer fit for anything but the life to which Enziat had consigned her. I had told everyone that, like the other Dragonhearts, I had no family, so that no one could use them against me, or gain a hold over me by threatening them, and yet they had died nonetheless. Once that had happened and was over and done, what was the point in admitting my lies? No one would care that Enziat had destroyed half a dozen innocent lives. They were only mortals, whatever their ancestry, and Enziat is the senior member of the Dragon Society.
I'm sorry, Arlene said.
You knew the last of them, I think,
Rhyme said.
I believe she was called Rose, and was the Rose you knew.
Arlene sat in stunned silence for a moment, then swallowed. Oh, he said.
I don't even remember how many generations lay between us,
Rhyme said.
In truth, I don't suppose she shared any more of my blood than any of 1,000 others, and the ties have grown weak over the long years, whether by nature or because the taint in my blood has turned my heart cold, I can't say. Still, I had looked after my family as best I could for a very long time, and from the time I came to Manfort until Enziat's actions, none of them had ever known any real want or serious hardship that wealth or influence might spare them.
Oh, Arlene said again.
I'd be glad to see Lord Enziat taught a lesson in arrogance and humility, she said. I had not thought I would ever be fortunate enough to see it.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, Arlene said.
It's begun,
Rhyme insisted.
That he is making his way into the desolation in pursuit of dragon venom, rather than sitting safely at home plotting the governance of Manfort, is a beginning. You've uncovered his secrets, or at least a taste of them.
Well, we know that he knows more about the dragons than he's told the Society, Arlene agreed. But we don't know what he knows.
He can apparently speak to a dragon,
Rhyme said.
We know that much, and a black dragon at that.
Is there some significance to its color? Arlene asked.
Don't you know?
She looked startled.
The black dragons are the eldest, the wisest, and most powerful. A dragon's color darkens with age. The youngest ever seen by men was said to be golden, though those were mere striplings by dragon standards, and never ventured out into the open air. They were reported by people who had been down into the caverns in the old days when the dragons ruled the world. No one has seen one in 1,000 years or more, I would say. The mature dragons are green. It's said the green color appears first at the spine and then spreads until the entire beast is bright green, but then the color continues to darken until at last the ancients of the dragon realm are utterly black as their monstrous hearts.
The 3 who destroyed Obsidian were black, Arlene said. One still showed a trace of green, I think, but they were black.
Then they were old,
Rhyme said. She frowned.
That's curious, you know, she added. The one that destroyed my home was very dark as well, though some green still showed. In all the old tales, though, the beasts that ravaged the countryside or fought against the liberators of humanity were green, and the black ones were said to lurk deep beneath the earth, directing their younger kin from afar.
Perhaps there are no more green dragons, Arlian suggested. Perhaps only the black ones survive down there in the dark, and that's why they wearied of the fight and left the surface world to us.
But what would have become of the young ones?
She shook her head.
I doubt it's anything so simple as that.
I suppose not. Arlian lapsed into silence, having finally exhausted his urge to babble, and having found things to think about other than the impending ambush. Just then, Black called quietly,
"They're in the grove ahead of us, on both sides of the road."
Arlian and Rhyme exchanged glances. Then Arlian turned and clambered toward the front of the wagon so that he could see out the door. A big man had just stepped out into the roadway and was holding up his hands, signaling Black to stop. Black reined in the oxen.
"That's Shamble,"
Arlian whispered as he recognized that ugly face.
"Shut up,"
Rhyme hissed back.
"What do you want?"
Black demanded.
"Why are you stopping us?" "We just want to see who you've got in there,"
Shamble replied in his rumbling growl of a voice. As he spoke, 2 other men stepped out of the trees, swords drawn and ready. One of them was Lord Toribor, and the other looked familiar as well. The 2 Aratheans, their disguises intact, ambled up beside the oxen as well. The road was becoming almost crowded.
"We want to get to Corktree before dark,"
Thyrith said.
"Then let us look, and we'll let you go,"
Shamble said.
"Look for what?"
Black asked.
"A sorcerer,"
said the unidentified man, and the voice was the clue Arlian needed. He recognized him now as Stonehand. 3 of his enemies stood here before him. He resisted the temptation to say anything.
"An outlaw sorcerer fleeing from Manford," Stonehand elaborated. "He's said to be heading this way. Have you seen him? He looks like a young man, fairly tall and strongly built. He's probably on horseback."
2 more swordsmen had appeared now, but these 2 were strangers. Arlian could also see archers, still more or less in hiding.
"Haven't seen anyone like that,"
Black said. He asked Thyrith.
"You seen anyone like that?"
Thyrith shook his head.
"Mind if we take a look in your wagon?"
Shamble growled. Black looked at the 4 drawn swords and shrugged.
"I can't stop you,"
he said. At that, 3 of the swordsmen approached the wagon. Shamble stayed where he was, though, and Toribor came more slowly, hanging back behind the others. Black slid aside to let the 3 climb aboard. "Good afternoon," Arlian said, tipping his cap to the first guardsman.
"Anyone else in here?"
the intruder demanded, waving the blade of his weapon back and forth across the wagon's interior. "Just the 2 of us," Arlian said. "So who is this sorcerer? What did he do?"
"Killed a man,"
Stonehand said as he squeezed inside and looked about.
"He calls himself Lanaire, but he may use other names as well."
"Who did he kill?" Arlian asked. "Anyone important?" Stonehand shrugged.
"Important enough. A man called Lord Iron. He had the concession to supply equipment and training for the Duke's guards."
"The Duke is involved?" Arlian said, trying hard to look impressed. As they spoke, the first swordsman was pawing through the supplies, moving the bundles and boxes about to be sure no one was hiding among them. Now he turned and said, "There's no one here." Stonehand frowned and looked at Arlian and Rhyme.
"If you 2 would be so kind as to step outside where Lord Belly can have a look at you."
Arlian glanced at Rhyme, then shrugged. "Why not?" Actually, as he climbed out of the wagon, he realized why not. If Toribor, who knew at least a little sorcery, and knew both Arlian and Rhyme, stared at them closely enough with his one good eye, he might penetrate their disguises. Arlian couldn't see any way to avoid that risk, however. He dropped to the ground and waited. Toribor approached cautiously and looked at Arlian and Rhyme.
"Know them?"
Stonehand asked from the wagon door. Toribor shook his head.
The woman might be a bit familiar, he said, but it's probably a chance resemblance. Certainly neither of them is Lord Obsidian.
Who? Arlene asked, and he immediately regretted it, because the timing of his question had been just slightly too slow, not quite natural. No one else seemed to notice his slip, however.
The man we're looking for, Toribor said. It's none of your concern.
He waved a hand in dismissal.
Get back in your wagon and go on.
Thank you, my lord, Arlene said, doffing his cap and bowing. A moment later they were rolling again, with Thirif and Shibiel back in the wagon along with Arlene and Rhyme, while Toribor, Shamble, and the others had stamped back into the trees, out of sight. No one in the wagon dared speak at first, but when they had put 100 yards or more between themselves and their enemies, Arlene said, I wonder where Drasheen was.
In the trees to the left, I think,
Rhyme replied.
I thought I could sense him. I just hope he couldn't sense us. If he felt the presence of sorcery, he'd suspect something.
I hadn't thought of that, Arlene said. He frowned worriedly.
What could you have done if you had thought of it?
Rhyme asked. Arlene had no answer for that.
Should I remove the glamour?
Thirif asked. No, Arlene said. No, we'll need it. After all, we're staying in Corktree tonight, and I'm sure they are too.
Once they give up waiting for Lord Linaire,
Rhyme agreed. She smiled.
This could be very interesting.
Chapter 53. The Inn at Corktree. There were no rooms at the inn in Corktree. Lord Enziat's party had taken them all. Arlene and his companions were allowed to park their wagon in the stable yard, however, and to purchase the ordinary supper. The 5 travelers had eaten and drunk their fill when the disgruntled ambushers finally came straggling in.
Sorcery, I tell you,
one man in Enziat's livery was saying as he entered.
It probably was,
Lord Toribor agreed wearily.
He probably knew we were there and went around us, and is well on his way to Stonebreak by now.
Arlene turned to look at the new arrivals.
Shall we go after him?
Stonehand asked.
I don't know, Toribor said. I'll need to talk it over with Drasheen. For now, though, innkeeper!
The innkeeper appeared, a tray ready in his hands.
The ale's still cold, he said, and I've kept your supper warm, but it may be the worse for the wait.
Arlene looked at his own empty mug. The ale was not exactly cold. The innkeeper presumably stored it in a deep cellar, so it was reasonably cool, but it was clear no magic was used, nor even a proper ice house. It was not cold. It was a good enough ale, but it would have been better were it somewhat colder. Arlene remembered wryly that less than 3 years ago he had never tasted ale, yet here he was casually passing judgment on the stuff. He thumped the mug down on the table and looked around. The dining room, which had been mostly empty moments before, was suddenly almost full. Most of the available chairs were occupied. Toribor and Stonehand were side by side at one table. Shamble was at the next. The inn's entire staff, the innkeeper, his wife, and 3 young people who might have been either his children or hired help, was busily serving out mugs of beer and plates of gravy-soaked ham. Black belched contentedly, as if the sight of all that ham reminded him of the portion he had eaten himself. He leaned over and said quietly, I count 11. Not all fighters, though, Arlene muttered in reply. He could see a young boy among the others and 2 women who looked too frail to be warriors of any sort. Where's Drasheen?
I don't see him,
Rhyme said.
Blast it,
Arlene replied.
Where is he then?
Just then the door opened again, and a guardsman entered, followed by an elaborately dressed lord, a feathered hat in his hand.
"There he is,"
Rhyme said. Drasheen paused in the doorway, nose in the air, and surveyed the room. Then he flourished his hat as if waving away an unpleasant odor, and stepped inside. A faint scent reached Arlian, a sweet, cloying scent that was oddly familiar. He frowned, trying to place it. Then it came back to him in a sudden wave of memory, falling in through Sweet's window, tumbling onto the floor of a room that stank of perfume, where he had abruptly gone from the cold and empty outside world to the comforting warmth of a woman's arms. Sweet had opened the window to air out the room, to get rid of the stench of Lord Drasheen's perfume. And Lord Drasheen. He had smelled it again in Manfort once or twice, most recently, very faintly, when he had seen Sparkle and Ferret hanging in Drasheen's library. And that same smell was present now. In Westgard it had been diluted by the scent of powder and cloth and oil, and of course Sweet herself, while here it was mixed with beer and bread and smoke and meat and sweat. But it was unmistakably the same smell. The memory of Sweet's smiling face and cheerful giggle hung there for a moment, then gave way to the sight of her lying pale and still in the bed beside him, eyes closed but mouth slack and open. He felt his teeth clench, a growl rising in his throat as his eyes followed Drasheen's progress across the room.
"Hush!"
Rhyme hissed. Arlian caught himself. "Sorry," he said. Drasheen had reached the table where Toribor and Stonehand sat, and was standing there as they turned to look up at him. Arlian strained to hear what was said. Thirif across the table crushed a tiny blue vial in his hand, and suddenly Arlian's hearing sharpened. "I have placed wards on the road, on the trees, and on the entire town," Drasheen said. "If any Dragonheart enters this place, we will know it." Arlian glanced at Rhyme, who mouthed, "We're already here."
"Good," Toribor said. "Have a seat, my lord, and eat something."
He gestured at an empty chair. "In good time. I would hear first whether you have any explanation for the failure of our trap. Do you think your men were so clumsy that he saw us before we saw him, and turned aside, therefore?"
Toribor shook his head.
"No," he said. "I think he's just cagey. He guessed that we might have set traps upon the high road, and found another route."
Drasheen frowned as he tucked his hat under his arm.
"And what do you propose to do about this?"
"I don't know what we can do,"
Toribor said with a shrug.
"If you have suggestions, I will be delighted to hear and consider them. But left to my own devices, I'd say we've missed him. That he chose to bypass us, and he's now Enziat's problem."
"And this doesn't trouble you? We were put here to stop him. We have a dozen soldiers. Enziat is alone."
"Alone or not, do you really think he can't handle a stripling like Lenaire?"
Toribor gestured at the table.
"Sit down and have a drink."
"You sound almost pleased to have avoided a fight," Drasheen said, still standing.
"I am, almost. I'd rather have it over with, but that boy has the luck of a dragon. Remember, he killed Iron and Keruvan. Mishaps can happen anywhere. And even facing a dozen men, he might have found a way to do you or me harm before he died."
"Yet you aren't troubled about letting him find Enziat."
"Enziat has the luck of a dozen dragons,"
Toribor answered.
"Or the skill," Drasheen said.
"Or the skill,"
Toribor agreed.
"Now I beg you, my lord, do sit down."
Drasheen reluctantly yielded. He circled around, tossed his hat on the table, and seated himself.
Do you have any suggestions, my lord?
Toribor asked, as Drasheen beckoned to a serving maid. Only that we wait here and send our best man to trail Enziat and warn him, or aid him against Lanaire. Stonehand glanced at Toribor, a motion that Drasheen noticed. Yes, our best man would be you. Arlene considered that. It probably meant that Stonehand would be alone on the road.
Send him alone? Toribor asked. And what if Stonehand here happens upon Lord Lanaire?
Drasheen shrugged. Why would Lanaire wish an ordinary soldier ill? I assume Stonehand is capable of discretion and stealth and can defend himself if pressed.
We could send another man with him.
And another, and before you know it, we'll all be on the road chasing after our murderous lordling and probably missing him entirely. A man travels fastest when he travels alone. Toribor frowned.
I suppose that's true.
I can handle him,
Stonehand said. That's what Lord Iron thought, Drasheen said, and Keruvan before him. No, while you can take your chance if you see it, your first duty is simply to warn Enziat, then return and tell us what, if anything, you saw along the road. We missed the boy in one direction, but perhaps we'll catch him going the other.
As you say, my lord,
Stonehand said, bowing his head in obedience.
You don't suppose Lanaire could have been hidden in that wagon, do you?
Toribor asked. Drasheen held up his hand and pointed at Arlian, who tried hard to look as if he hadn't been listening. Toribor glanced over his shoulder, then turned back to Drasheen and shrugged. Drasheen leaned forward and whispered to Toribor, and even with his magically enhanced hearing, Arlian could not make out what was said. He turned his attention back to his own party.
Thank you,
he said to Thirif, who nodded a polite acknowledgement. Arlian resisted the temptation to turn and watch the others as they whispered. It would only draw suspicion. What are you planning? Rhyme asked quietly. Stonehand will be alone on the road for a few days, Arlian said. I can catch him then, talk things over, and deal with him as seems appropriate. As for Drasheen and Toribor, well, as lords they won't be sleeping with the others. They'll either have one room apiece or one room between the two of them, and we'll probably be able to tell which because they'll post a guard at the door. I think I'd like to settle matters with them right here, for Sparkle and Ferret. And Brook and Cricket may be here. If they are, I'd like to free them.
So you intend to break into Drasheen's room?
Black asked. Arlian nodded.
And you'll know which room it is by the guard at the door.
That's right. Black nodded.
And how do you plan to get past that guard?
He asked. I'm working on that, Arlian said wryly. If you have any suggestions, I'd be pleased to hear them.
Not a one,
Black said.
You wanted Shamble too, didn't you?
Rhyme asked. Arlian shrugged. He'll have to wait, which scarcely troubles me, as his crimes are already old and he holds no hostages. I'd assume he'll be sharing a room with the other henchmen, and we don't want to fight them all.
Ah, we don't? Black said. I'm glad to hear that. And about getting past that guard?
Could you find another way into the room?
Rhyme asked.
A window, perhaps? Or through the roof?
The roof's good, sound tile, Arlian said. I noticed that earlier. How could I get through that? And how would I get to an upstairs window without being seen? How would I get in when it's shuttered?
Excellent questions, all of them,
Black agreed. Arlian turned to Thirif. Do you have any suggestions for getting past the guard? Could you put him to sleep or muffle his cries if he raises an alarm? Thirif thought for a moment, then shook his head.
No, he said. Not with what I've brought.
Maybe if Thirif got Drasheen involved in a discussion of the finer points of sorcery, you could creep up behind him and stab him in the back,
Black suggested sardonically.
I am not a mere sorcerer, Thirif said. I am a true magician.
And how much of a difference is there, really?
Black asked.
You both do your little tricks and petty miracles, waving your jeweled wands about.
Thirif did not deign to respond to that. He simply turned away in disgust. Arlian, however, looked at Black thoughtfully. I don't know much about sorcery, he said, but I suppose most people know even less.
Probably,
Black agreed, startled.
What of it?
Well, I think I have a way past Drasheen's guard, Arlian said.
Drasheen's? What about Belly's?
Let's take care of the one first, shall we? Black shrugged. 3 hours later, most of the inn's inhabitants had drifted off to bed. The innkeeper dozed in a chair by the hearth. Arlian and his party had retired to their wagon, but now he re-entered the dining room with Black at his heels. The innkeeper started awake and stared at him. Arlian held up a small object that glittered gold in the firelight. We found this in the stable yard, he said. I think that lord must have dropped it, the one with the fancy hat. The innkeeper squinted.
I'll take it,
he said. Arlian clutched the object to his chest. I don't think so, he said. We found it, and we're honest enough to return it. The reward's ours. The innkeeper snorted.
Fine, then.
He waved at the stairs.
Find your own way.
He leaned back. I will, Arlian said. Together he and Black crossed the room and started up the stairs.
I saw Thirif give you that,
Black whispered.
But what is it?
I have no idea, Arlian said. But it looks magical, doesn't it? He held it up so that it shone in the lamplight on the stairs. The object was a golden cylinder, worked with runes and with a ring of small red stones set around one end. Arlian had chosen it from 6 implements in Thirif's collection as looking appropriately sorcerous.
So you'll tell the guard you want to return Drasheen's trinket, and he'll let you in. But what if he insists we leave our swords outside?
Then we'll find other weapons, Arlian said. Shut up and come on. They arrived at the top of the stairs and found themselves facing a corridor with 3 doors on either side and a door at the far end, and a big man in a guard's uniform was leaning against the frame of that farthest door, eyes closed, arms folded across his chest. Arlian felt an odd twinge, and the thing in his hand felt suddenly warm, but he dismissed it as imagination brought on by the excitement of approaching danger. That's their room, he said. It must be. Black didn't bother to answer. The 2 men advanced down the passageway. At the halfway point, Arlian felt another twinge, stronger this time, as if his heart had momentarily twisted in his chest. He stopped, but before he could do anything, the guard, presumably alerted by the sound of their footsteps, roused himself and dropped a hand to the hilt of his sword.
Who are you?
He demanded.
What do you want here?
Arlian held up his talisman. We found this, he said. We think one of your lords must have dropped it. That twinge troubled him. He had been nervous any number of times, when he was preparing to fight Keruvan for one, and he had never felt anything exactly like that before. Usually his hands trembled when he was nervous, but now they were as steady as he might ask.
Let me see it,
the guard demanded. Arlian snatched his hand away.
We found it, and we'll be the ones who collect the reward. You want me to wake Lord Drasheen at this hour of the night?
No, Arlian said meekly. You're right, we'll come back in the morning. Black looked at him in open astonishment.
We will?
Yes, Arlian said.
Run!
He spun on his heel and ran for the stairs. The door at the end of the corridor slammed open, and Arlian ducked as a bow twanged, sending an arrow over his left shoulder. He and Black tumbled down the stairs, half running, half falling. Behind them, Arlian heard several voices shouting, doors slamming, and the clatter of boots, bare feet, and armor.
"What the hell?"
Black gasped as they dashed across the dining room. "Wards," Arlian said. "On the stair and in the hallway. Drasheen knew I was there." The innkeeper started up from his chair, shouting,
"What? What is it?"
They ignored him and ran out the front door. Arlian could hear boots coming down the stairs behind them. When they were outside, Arlian turned toward the yard where the wagon waited. The oxen were not hitched up, he remembered. Keeping them yoked would have been too suspicious, should anyone happen to look out a window and see them. And of course, no one could seriously attempt escape in an ox-drawn wagon in any case. Men or horses could easily catch up with the fastest oxen. Still, he had to warn Rhyme and the Arathaeans. Once that was done, though, he intended to make life interesting for his pursuers. Simple escape on foot was impossible. He didn't know the countryside, and he couldn't realistically expect to outrun all his foes. But there were other things he could do. "See what you can do to protect the others," Arlian gasped as they rounded the corner. He shouted, "Look out!" then ran past the wagon to the stables. He opened a stall door at random and grabbed at the mane of the horse inside. He was no horseman, but he had learned a few basics to suit his role as Lord Obsidian. He was able to swing himself up on the animal's bare back before the beast was entirely awake. Startled, the horse bolted out of the stall into the yard, then slowed, confused. Arlian sat up and drew his sword. He hung onto his mount's mane with his left hand. People were milling about the yard, their faces invisible in the darkness. The inn's 2 stable hands were probably there somewhere, and Black and Arlian's other companions might be as well, but there were others who were undoubtedly some of Enziat's men. "Light!" someone bellowed. "We need a light!" "Who's that?" someone else called. Arlian dug in his heels, and the horse jerked forward, breaking into a canter. Shadowy figures scattered out of his way as Arlian rode out of the stable yard onto the high road. Someone had relit the lanterns by the inn's signboard, and a man stood near the door holding a torch. Arlian was plainly visible to the knot of people there as he rode past, and several voices added cries of, "There he is!" and "Get the horses!" to the mounting din. Lights were beginning to appear in the windows of neighboring houses now as well. He prodded the horse into a gallop, which meant clinging desperately with both hands, the blade of his sword waving wildly in front of his face, and glanced back over his shoulder. People were pouring out of both the inn and the stable yard, shouting and running. Some were chasing the fleeing horse, while others seemed to be running around totally at random. Arlian hoped this would be enough distraction for Black and the others to find safety somehow. Then he turned his face forward again and buried his nose in the horse's mane, hanging on for dear life. The animal slowed to a trot after perhaps 200 yards, and Arlian raised his eyes. He saw only darkness ahead, a deeper darkness to either side, paler above. As the horse fell into a walk, he looked back. The road had curved. He could see a glow that he knew must be the mob around the inn, but trees and houses hid everything else. They would undoubtedly be coming after him, though. He could still hear shouting, and it seemed to be coming closer. Besides, he wasn't interested in mere escape. They might expect him to simply flee, but it was not what he had planned. He was heading in the right direction to go after Enziat, but that was exactly the course of action Drasheen probably anticipated from him. Arlian was not ready to go after Enziat. He had unfinished business here in Corktree. He slid from the horse's back to the ground, landing awkwardly but scrambling quickly to his feet. He slapped the horse's side, startling it back into a trot. As it continued southward down the high road, he turned aside into the brush beside the road, and once safely out of sight, he began working his way back toward the inn. Chapter 54. The Sword of Vengeance. Arlian wished he knew enough sorcery to alter his appearance anew, so that he would have neither his own face nor the one his foes had seen in the wagon and the inn. Unfortunately, he had no prepared spells with him, nor any idea how a glamour was cast, and Thirith and Shibiel were not there to help. As he walked through gardens and yards, climbing over fences and leaping ditches, he did rearrange his hair. In the wagon he had worn it loose, brushed forward at the sides, after the fashion of the local farmers. Now he combed it back with his fingers and used his swordbreaker to cut away locks on either side, shaping it into something marginally more like a traditional Manfort style. Not that he could see what he was doing in the dark with no mirror. He removed his homespun tunic, revealing the good linen blouse he had worn underneath. Not so much because he anticipated a need to change his appearance as because he preferred the feel of the smoother fabric on his skin. The warmth of an additional layer had been welcome, and in his rushed preparations he hadn't brought any silk undershirts. He was uncomfortably aware that he did not understand how a glamour worked, and that others might well see him completely differently from how he saw himself, so that these changes might be hidden. Still, it was the best he could manage under the circumstances. He hadn't even thought to learn how to remove the glamour. He stayed well away from the high road, taking cover when hooves drummed past, and again when a knot of yelling men marched by. In one yard, a chained watchdog yapped at him, just once, and he froze for a long moment, but the bark was not repeated. No one responded to it, and he finally moved on. And eventually he arrived in the kitchen garden behind the inn. He had expected to find a guard he would have to circumvent, but the little yard was empty. His enemies had been too disorganized, too unprepared to post anyone here. He made his way up the flagstone path to the little wooden stoop, where he pounded on the inn's back door with the hilt of his sword. The innkeeper's wife, looking puzzled, opened the door and peered out at him.
"Yes?"
"There's no one out here," Arlian said brusquely. "Is Lord Drasheen still inside, or has he gone off with the rest of them?"
"Is Drasheen the thin one?"
the woman asked uncertainly. "That's him," Arlian said.
"He's in the dining room. The one-eyed fat one went out after the assassin."
"I need to speak to him," Arlian said, not commenting on her descriptions. He wouldn't have called Lord Toribor fat, exactly, though the name Belly did suit him well enough. There was a lot of muscle there, and Drasheen was not really excessively thin either. Still, it was one of several easy ways of distinguishing the two. The woman hesitated, then stepped aside and let Arlian in.
"You go straight through and don't touch anything," she said.
"Thank you," Arlian said. He obeyed her injunction, marching directly through the generous and cluttered kitchen and out through the swinging door. Sure enough, Drasheen sat at one of the tables, a boy and a woman occupying two of the other chairs. A single guardsman stood at the front door. The boy looked up when Arlian entered. The guard at the door was leaning out and peering down the street, while Drasheen and the woman were deep in conversation. The boy clearly had no idea who Arlian was, but the sight of the bare blade in his hand and the mere fact that he wasn't anyone from Enziat's party was enough to alarm the child.
"My lord,"
he said, tugging at Drasheen's sleeve. Arlian wasted no more time. He bellowed, "Get away from him, both of you!" and charged at Drasheen, his sword arm at full extension. The boy leapt up, the woman turned, startled. Drasheen started to rise, reaching for his sword. Then Arlian's blade plunged into Drasheen's chest. Because of the furniture in the way, it was not the clean thrust through the heart that Arlian had hoped for, but it was almost certainly a fatal blow. The woman screamed, and the man at the door finally reacted, turning to see what was happening. Drasheen looked down at the sword in shock.
"I thought you—"
he began, but he was unable to complete the sentence as his mouth filled with bright blood. Arlian's sword had pierced a lung. Red streamed from Drasheen's mouth and nose as he fell back in his chair, eyes wide, right hand tugging at the hilt of his own weapon. "Fought fair as I did against Keruvin and Horim," Arlian finished for him. "When I can, but against you, After what you did to Ferret and Sparkle purely to spite me, I'll settle for butchery." He yanked his blade free. Drashin's chest seemed to ripple unnaturally as blood gushed from the wound. Arlian blinked, unsure whether he was really seeing what he thought he was. Then Drashin fell forward across the table into a spreading pool of his own blood, and a thin wisp of smoke spilled from his gaping mouth. "Sorcery," Arlian muttered. Then he looked up from his dead foe. The guard at the door was staring, pulling his own sword from its scabbard but making no move to attack. The woman and the boy were unarmed and seemed interested only in getting away. Behind him, the innkeeper's wife had emerged from the kitchen. Now she started screaming. Arlian whirled. "Shut up, or I'll gut you like a fish," he snarled. The screams died into a whimper. The guard took an uncertain step into the room. Arlian spun again, his sword spattering drops of Drashin's blood across the floor, drops that seemed to glow in the lamplight. "You want to fight me?" Arlian asked, drawing his swordbreaker. "Drashin's already dead, and I'm the man who killed Lord Iron. Are you sure you want to take me on all by yourself?" The guardsman dropped his sword, turned, and ran out the door. "Idiot," Arlian said. Then he looked at the woman and the boy. "Get out of here," he said. "Both of you. Right now." The two of them staggered to their feet and obeyed, following the guard out into the street. That left the innkeeper's wife. He turned and bowed to her. "My apologies, madam, for the mess I've made. But this man murdered 2 friends of mine back in Manfort." The woman made a strangled noise. Arlian decided she didn't pose any immediate threat. He could hear shouting in the street, though. At any moment he expected several armed men to burst in, intent on avenging Lord Drashin. He didn't want to be here when they arrived. He could go back out through the kitchen, of course, but if the people out there had any wits at all, they would surround the building before making their move. There might already be men moving around to block that exit. Besides, Cricket and Brooke were presumably here somewhere, probably upstairs in one of the bedrooms, and Black and the others were somewhere too, if they were still alive. Arlian had too much unfinished business to simply run off into the night. He sheathed his swordbreaker and picked up the sword the guard had dropped. While he didn't know how to fight with 2 swords, someone else might need a weapon. He glanced at Drashin's body. That hideous, unnatural movement of his chest had stopped, and the flow of blood subsided to a trickle. No more smoke had appeared. He was clearly dead. All the same, Arlian decided not to take his sword. The blood on the table and floor had a peculiar, inhuman sheen to it, as a reminder that Drashin had not been an ordinary man. His weapon might be enchanted. Arlian hefted his 2 swords and headed for the stairs, clattering up swiftly and swinging around at the landing, noticing, as he did, that the arrow he had dodged perhaps half an hour before was still stuck in the plaster above his head. He had hardly reached the top step, encountering no wards this time, when he heard the clamor of armed men entering below. He paused for a fraction of a second, listening and looking. He could hear the people downstairs shouting about the discovery of Drashin's death, and boots stamping. Men were heading for the stairs after him. The corridor was unlit. The oil lamp that had illuminated it before had gone out, but Arlian could see that of the 7 doorways before him, 6 stood open. Presumably no one had bothered to close them in their rush to pursue him. The 7th, the second on the right, was another matter. It was shut tight. That was obviously the room he wanted, as his pursuers would know it was occupied and expect him to hide elsewhere. He stepped up and hammered on the door. "Open up!" he called.
"Why? What's going on?"
A deep, harsh voice replied. Shamble's voice. Arlian had heard it that afternoon and recognized it readily. "Lanaire's got an army out here! We need everyone!" Arlian shouted.
"Oh, blood and death,"
Shamble muttered, barely audible through the wood. "Hurry!" The first guardsman had turned on the landing and was scarcely 20 feet away, peering up into the darkness. The door opened, and Arlian charged it, pushing past a startled Shamble before the big man could brace himself. Then he turned and kicked hard, knocking the door out of Shamble's hand and slamming it shut. Shamble growled and reached for his sword, but Arlian's blade was at his throat. "Don't try it," Arlian said. "Lock the door." Shamble snorted.
"Not likely,"
he said. Arlian pushed, and the tip of his sword drew blood. Shamble growled. "Lock it or get out of the way," Arlian said. Shamble backed along the wall, away from the door. Arlian could hear voices in the hallway, but could not make out the words as he threw the bolt with the tip of his other sword. He stole a quick glance around the room. There were 4 beds, 2 on either side of a fair-sized room. A shuttered dormer window broke the sloping ceiling opposite the single door. Bundles of baggage were scattered about, sheets and blankets in disarray. An oil lamp burned on a small table. 2 of the beds were occupied, one by Cricket, one by Brooke, both women clad in simple nightgowns. They were staring at him, clearly unsure what was going on. Arlian smiled. "Cricket," he called. "Catch!" Then he tossed his extra sword to her and drew his swordbreaker. That felt better, having the proper weapons in both hands again. She shied away, missing the catch. The sword tumbled off the bed. Someone was pounding on the door. "Shamble, open up!" Shamble growled, but stayed where he was, back against the wall and safely out of reach of the latch. "Move or speak, and you're a dead man," Arlian told him conversationally. Then he looked around. Cricket was scrambling for the sword. Brooke was still staring. "Brooke," Arlian said, hoping she would hear, but the men outside would not. "Tell them Shamble's asleep, dead drunk." "Shamble! Damn you, man!" the voice called.
"What?"
Brooke asked.
"Call out. Tell them he's passed out drunk,"
Arlian insisted quietly. Cricket had finally got her hands on the sword. Now she held it up triumphantly and shouted,
"Shamble's asleep. He drank up all the wine and fell right over."
Brooke looked at her, startled, then smiled and added,
"And he stinks. I think he pissed himself."
Cricket giggled. Shamble started to protest, but Arlian applied warning pressure on the sword. Arlian could hear a mumbled conference on the other side of the door. He couldn't make out all of it, but it was plain that his pursuers were arguing about whether to believe the women. "Let us in," someone called. Cricket and Brooke exchanged glances. Brooke called,
"Do we have to? I hate crawling that far. And Shamble's leaning against the door,"
Cricket added.
"We'd have to move him, and he's heavy. And there's a puddle. Don't make me crawl through that,"
Brooke said. Arlian smiled broadly at them, admiring their quick wit. In a sudden inspiration, he sheathed his swordbreaker and undid his trousers. A moment later, a malodorous seepage under the door provided added verisimilitude for Brooke's tale. Shamble stared at him with hate-filled eyes, but did not dare move or speak. That provoked disgusted exclamations from outside, and the pursuit moved on, searching the other rooms vigorously.
"Are you going to kill me?"
Shamble asked quietly. "Should I?" Arlian responded. "Do you deserve to die?" Shamble growled. Arlian did not take his eyes off his foe, but called to the others. "Cricket, what do you think? Should I kill him?"
"Please yourself,"
Cricket said.
"I won't weep for him."
"Brooke?"
"I don't know,"
she said.
"Who are you?"
"That's a good question," Arlian said. "Do you know Shamble?"
"Lord Lanier, I suppose,"
Shamble said. "And do you know who Lord Lanier is?"
"A lunatic who's decided to destroy Lord Enziat and his friends and cast Manfred into chaos."
Arlian nodded. "That's one way of describing the situation," he agreed. "It's not my only one." He shifted the tip of his blade upward an inch, drawing a bloody line on Shamble's throat. "Do you remember looting a village 10 years ago, Shamble?" Do you remember finding a boy in a cellar there? The lone survivor?" Shamble's eyes narrowed.
That was you?
Arlian smiled a nasty smile. "Good guess," he said. "Yes, it was. And what happened to that boy?"
We sold him to the mines of Deep Delving. So you're an escaped slave, dressed up in a lord's shirt."
"Again," Arlian said. "That's one way of looking at it. In fact, I am a lord, as I'm sure you know."
"Lord Lanier. That's not your real name."
"Lord Obsidian, which is as much my name as yours is, Shamble. I haven't called myself Lanier since I fled Westgard more than 2 years ago, and even there it was merely a temporary ruse."
"Lord Dragon calls you Lanier."
"He finds it convenient to do so," Arlian agreed. "He knows my real name, I believe, but chooses not to use it." Shamble had no answer to that. Arlian gestured at the women. "They knew me as Triv," he said. "It's short for trivial, because I said my name was unimportant. They don't recognize me because I've used sorcery to change my face temporarily, but they know me."
"We do?"
Brooke asked.
"Triv?"
Cricket said, staring.
"It's you?"
"So," Arlian said, not looking at them. "Now that we've established who I am, shall we establish who you are, and use that to determine whether you live or die?" Shamble stared angrily back, but did not reply. "Now," Arlian said, "you helped loot my village when dragons destroyed it. You stood by without protest while I, a freeborn child and heir to much of that ruined village, was sold into slavery. Do those crimes deserve death?"
"No,"
Shamble protested.
"I didn't hurt anyone."
"You let me be sold."
"It's not the same."
"Cricket? Brooke?" The women looked at one another.
"I still don't know,"
Brooke said. Arlian nodded. "I do intend to kill Lord Enziat," he said. "As I've killed Keruvin, Horim, and Drasheen. That's because they were all participants in the ownership of the House of Carnal Society, responsible for maiming the 16 women who lived there and for the deaths of most of them. Your Lord Dragon ordered the deaths of Rose and 3 others when that establishment was put to the torch, and later he tortured Dove to death, forcing Sweet to watch." Brooke gasped. "He poisoned Sweet as well. She died in my arms, and he ordered the murder of Seek, who you'd known as Hyde. Now, were you involved in any of that? I didn't think to ask Sweet before she perished."
"I did as he told me,"
Shamble protested. "Why?" Arlian demanded.
"Because he paid me,"
Shamble said. "And because you enjoyed it?" He had to struggle not to raise his voice to where it would be heard in the corridor.
"Sometimes,"
Shamble admitted.
"I wouldn't have hurt Hyde if he hadn't betrayed Lord Dragon."
Arlian gritted his teeth. "But Lord Dragon wanted him dead, so you killed him."
"I had to."
"Did it ever occur to you to leave Lord Dragon's employ, as Cover and Hyde did?"
"No. He paid well."
"You never once considered it?"
"No!"
That was enough. Arlian thrust forward, then slashed. Shamble's hands flew to his ruined throat as he collapsed against the wall and slowly slid to the floor, but he could not cry out. He fell back and went limp, the light fading from his eyes, hands still clutching his throat as blood poured freely down his chest. Arlian yanked his sword free. "You should have," he growled. Chapter 55. Out the Window. Brooke gasped shudderingly at the sight of Shamble's death. Cricket just nodded, as if she had expected it and was satisfied with what she had seen.
"Now what?"
she asked as Arlian wiped his sword clean.
Now we need a way out of here, Arlian said. He didn't look at the women as he headed for the room's single window. He slid his sword into its sheath as he went.
But we can't walk,
Brooke said. I know that, Arlian said. I have a wagon, though getting you to it and getting it out of here in one piece won't be easy. He reached for the shutters, then hesitated. He could see light through the crack between the two shutters. Red light. He frowned. It was much too early for dawn, and he had thought this window faced north. Was something burning, perhaps? He wouldn't find out staring at closed shutters. He lifted the latch. Red light poured into the room as the shutters swung in, a baleful, colored glow like nothing Arlian remembered seeing before. He peered out through the glass cautiously, staying far enough back that he would not be readily visible to an observer on the street. Something was swirling in the air before him, not down on the ground nor high above, but directly before him, level with the second floor. Something red and glowing. For a moment, Arlian glimpsed a hideous, inhuman face, and there were definitely claws in the rotating mass. Without conscious decision, he found he had drawn his sword again. That thing out there resembled a demon, an oddly familiar one. He heard both women draw in their breath. They did not have the straight line of sight he enjoyed, but both could obviously see something of the monstrosity outside. Whatever it was came no closer. It was not advancing to attack. Arlian stepped up to the glass, the better to study what he could see. The window looked out over the stable yard. Below the glowing, whirling cloud thing, he could make out the stalls, the mangers and troughs, the tack shed, and his own wagon, and oxen. His draft animals were out of their pen and in front of the wagon. And standing on the driver's seat of the wagon was a robed figure waving one hand in the air. Thirif. A lantern hung above the driver's seat, and Arlian could see the magician's face clearly. The glamour was gone, and his own features revealed. Arlian looked at the way the hand moved, and the way the demonic images above it moved, and grinned. He knew now why the demon resembled one of the nightmares he had had repeatedly in the dreaming mountains on the way north from Arathai. He hoped that none of his enemies down there knew that Arathaean magic could not truly summon demons, but only create illusions. Arlian had not known that Thirif had brought an illusion like this, but he was very glad to see it. It ought to put a good scare into their enemies. The rest of the stable yard was almost deserted. Almost. It was hard to see clearly, what with the darkness around and below and that seething red vapor in the way, but he was fairly certain he could see Black, still wearing his magical disguise, yoking the oxen. The wagon would be ready to roll in a few minutes, and Thirif's illusion appeared to have frightened away all opposition. Drasheen wouldn't have been fooled for a moment. But Drasheen was dead. Arlian frowned. Lord Toribor ought to be enough of a sorcerer to know that the thing was a harmless illusion. Where was he? Well, wherever he was, he didn't appear to be in the yard below. Arlian swung the shutters wide, then unlatched the casement and opened that as well. He eyed the resulting space critically. Shamble would never have fit through it, and Arlian wasn't entirely sure he could squeeze himself out that way, but Brooke and Cricket were small enough. If he could lower them down... He turned and began stripping the linens from Cricket's bed. It had worked getting Sweet out of Enziat's house. It ought to work just as well here.
"What are you doing?"
Cricket asked.
"Can we help?"
"I'm making a rope," Arlian explained. "I have friends down there with a wagon, and I plan to lower you down to them." Cricket stretched up and tried to peer out the window.
But there's that monster,"
she said. "It's just an illusion," Arlian said. "Two of my friends are magicians." Cricket hesitated, but then she saw that Brooke was already pulling the sheets from her bed and knotting them together. A moment later, the rope was ready. Brooke went first. "I don't want to call from up here and let everyone hear me," Arlian told her, as he looped a sheet around her back and under her arms. "So when you're near the ground, call out for Black. That's the man in charge down there."
Brooke nodded and looked back over her shoulder.
The man on the wagon?
She asked. No, that's Thirif the magician. Don't disturb him. Black's on foot by the oxen.
I see him,
Brooke said. Then she pushed herself over the sill and slid out the window as smoothly as an eel. Arlene leaned out, watching and listening as he let the rope down, hand over hand. Brooke was almost out of sight below him when she called. Arlene could barely hear her, but Black looked up, startled. He spotted the half-clad woman and hurried over to her. Arlene heard none of their whispered conversation, but he saw Black untie Brooke and carry her to the wagon. By the time Arlene had pulled the line of bedclothes back up and hoisted Cricket onto the windowsill, Black was waiting at the foot of the wall. After Cricket was safely down, it was his own turn. With the line securely tied in place, he turned and began squirming, feet first, through the window. He didn't fit as neatly as the women had. The casement slammed back against the dormer, cracking the glass as he tried to wiggle past it. He had to twist his shoulders up at a steep diagonal to squeeze through. At last, though, his head emerged from the warm, stuffy air of the inn into the cool crispness of the night, and he half climbed, half slid to the ground.
Ari,
Black said, slapping him on the back the instant his feet struck the hard-packed earth of the stable yard.
You're safe.
Not yet, Arlene replied. Not until we're out of this town and away from these people.
Oh, Thirif put a scare into them,
Black said.
We were getting ready to go. They've promised us safe passage.
He grimaced, his expression visible even in the eerie red glow.
Only northward, though.
I'm not going north, Arlene said as they began walking toward the wagon.
We could go a few miles, then double back and go around the town,
Black said.
It's only a minor delay.
There's no decent road around Corktree, Arlene pointed out. An ox could break a leg trying to drag us all across underbrush or furrowed fields.
Well, Lord Belly thinks you're headed south, and he doesn't want us to rejoin you,
Black said as he turned aside toward the stable yard gate.
He agreed to let us go north, but not south.
You spoke with him? Arlene asked, following. Black nodded.
He was commanding the party that went after that horse you stole,
he said.
After they found the horse, with you not on it, he sent one group on to the south, while he came back here. He went inside the inn for a little while, and then came out here. When most of them went galloping after you, just 4 men stayed here, keeping an eye on us and blocking the gates so we couldn't get the wagon out. We held them off readily enough while Thirif summoned our friend up there.
He pointed at the glowing illusion overhead, then pushed the gate open. The street beyond was dark and mostly quiet, though Arlene could hear shouting somewhere in the distance.
Then Belly and his group got back, just about the time Lord Demon appeared, and he came to discuss matters with us. Some fool came running out of the inn shouting about a madman attacking Lord Drasheen, and Belly said we could go, and everyone went running inside. I hitched up the oxen, but I took my time about it, in hopes you'd be able to join us.
He turned back toward the wagon. Arlene nodded. Good, he said.
So you killed Drasheen?
Black asked as he pulled himself up onto the wagon, forcing Thirif to step aside. Cricket and Brooke were inside the boxy body of the wagon, but leaning out the door, watching and listening. And Shamble, Arlene said. They'd left him guarding these two. He gestured at the women. Black glanced at them. Cricket smiled back at him.
Ah, that's a good night's work then,
he said.
At least, if we can get out of here alive.
It'll do, Arlene agreed. But Lord Toribor still lives, and I wouldn't mind a few words with old Stonehand.
Ah, you hot-blooded young idiots are never satisfied.
Your pardon, Thirif interrupted, but I cannot keep this illusion much longer.
I think it's done its job, Arlene said. Let it go.
Thank you,
Thirif said, lowering his arm. The demon image dissipated into fading red smoke, and the lantern over the driver's bench seemed to brighten. Black seated himself comfortably and shook out the reins, signaling the oxen to move. Thirif leaned past him, ducked, and stepped inside the wagon, pushing past the two women, who squeezed aside to make room for him but did not relinquish their place in the door. "You're heading north?" Arlene asked.
"At least at first,"
Black said. "That's fine," Arlene said. "Take the women back to Manford, where they'll be safe." He jumped down from the seat as the wagon began to roll. "I'm going south," he said. "Torabor won't expect me to be behind him."
"Ari, you're mad,"
Black said, tugging the reins to halt the oxen before they had gone more than a couple of yards. "Quite probably," Arlene agreed. "But mad or not, I've sworn to kill Lord Enziat, and he's to the south, not the north."
"How will you find him without the magicians?"
Black demanded. "I don't know," Arlene admitted, "but I'll manage it somehow." Just then a loud crash sounded above them. Black, Arlene, and the others looked up, startled, as an angry, bearded face appeared in the open window of the inn whence Arlene had escaped.
"Obsidian!"
Lord Torabor's voice bellowed.
"By the dead gods!"
"Block the gate," Arlene said to Black without looking back. Then he called, "Yes, Lord Torabor, I'm here."
"Hiding behind sorcery,"
Torabor called back.
"Too afraid to show your own face."
"And you're hiding behind a dozen guards," Arlene shouted back. "Afraid to meet me honorably?"
"So you can butcher me as you did Drasheen and Shamble? Ha!"
"So I can fight you fairly as I did Iron and Keruvan," Arlene retorted.
"Fair? You crippled Iron before you killed him."
"I did nothing of the kind. He was already crippled. I merely removed the brace that hid it. And I remind you, he challenged me, and made no offer to yield."
"Lies and half-truths."
"No more than your own." Lord Torabor's one good eye glowered down at Arlene for a moment. Then he turned and spoke to someone behind him. Arlene took the opportunity to see that Black had started the wagon forward, toward the stable-yard gate. There were lights in the street beyond. Torabor's men were on their way. "I don't suppose Thirif has any more of those spells," Arlene said.
"He told me that was the only one he'd brought,"
Black called back. Then Torabor was back in the window.
"I'll give you a chance to surrender,"
he called. Arlene found himself smiling at that, though he was not entirely sure why. "And I'll return the favor and allow you to surrender," Arlene called. "You tell me your terms, and I'll tell you mine."
"Give yourself up into my custody. Disavow your oath to slay me and Lord Enziat, and I'll take you back to Manford to stand trial before the Duke for Drasheen's murder, and make no further claim on you,"
Torabor called.
"Your friends would be free to go."
Arlene almost laughed. "And the two women, Cricket and Brooke?" Torabor made a disgusted noise.
"Oh, fine,"
he said, exasperated.
"Take them as part of the bargain if that's what it takes to get you to give yourself up."
"It's not enough," Arlene called back. "Listen, Lord Belly, to my terms. You give me a horse, and your oath not to harm or molest in any way anyone in that wagon until they're safely back to the old palace in Manford, and I'll forestall my vengeance on you. Not forgo it entirely, but merely put it off. I'll give you a year before I seek you out to kill you, and you'll be free to try to make your peace with me in that time. I'll be busy hunting Lord Enziat for part of that time, and who knows, maybe he'll kill me and you'll be safe."
"Are you mad?"
Torabor roared.
"Do you expect me to agree to that?"
"No more than you really expect me to agree to your terms," Arlene shouted back cheerfully.
"Listen, you little fool. You have no idea what you're doing. I can't take any risk that you might kill Enziat." "Ari,"
Black called before Arlene could respond. Arlian turned to find guardsmen with drawn swords standing in the stable yard gate, blocking the oxen. "Thirif, stand ready!" he called as he drew his own weapons. Then he bellowed, "Do you men want us to summon the demon anew?"
"There is no demon," Toribor shouted. "It's all just illusion. Sorcerers can't summon demons."
"Thirif is no mere sorcerer, Belly," Arlian retorted. "He's an Arathaean mage from beyond the Dreaming Mountains." The swordsmen looked at one another uncertainly. Just then Rhyme thrust her head out of the door. Like Thirif and unlike Black and Arlian, her glamour was gone. She clambered out and stood on the seat beside Black, unsteady on her wooden leg. Toribor stopped shouting to stare at her, and Arlian turned to look.
"You there!"
she said, pointing her trademark bone at the nearest guardsman.
"Just what do you think you're doing?"
The guardsman lowered his sword. "Lady Rhyme?" he asked, baffled.
"Yes, Lady Rhyme," she shouted. "Who told you to block my wagon?"
He did," the soldier replied, pointing up at Toribor.
"And who gave him that authority?"
"Lord Enziat, my lady. He said we were to obey Lord Drasheen and Lord Belly until his return."
"And do you think Lord Enziat meant you to interfere with me?"
"No, my lady."
"Then get out of the way."
"No!"
Toribor shouted.
"Don't listen to her."
Rhyme turned and glared up at him.
"And why not?"
she demanded.
"I am an advisor to the Duke of Manfort, my Lord Toribor, as you are not."
"But you're a traitor,"
Toribor shouted.
"You've been helping Obsidian."
Rhyme put her hands on her hips.
"You dare to call me a traitor? You fled here and went through all this, setting up ambushes, chasing people about in the middle of the night, because you're too much of a coward to face Lord Obsidian in an honest duel."
She turned back to the soldier.
"Did Lord Enziat tell you anything about setting up ambushes? Did he say you were to trap Lord Obsidian?"
"No, my lady. He just said to obey the other lords."
"So you'll just blindly obey any order young Belly gives you?"
"My lady," the guardsman said desperately, pointing at Arlian. "That man, whether he's Lord Obsidian or not, did murder Lord Drasheen."
"And what happened before that? Might he have had cause to kill Drasheen in his own defense?"
I don't really know," the soldier admitted.
"He meant to murder us both in our beds,"
Toribor shouted. "I came to speak to you, and someone shot an arrow at me," Arlian shouted back. He turned to the guard. "See for yourself. It's probably still stuck in the stairway wall." The guardsman looked helplessly from Rhyme to Toribor, saying nothing. Toribor called,
"Rhyme, stop this! You don't know what's at stake here."
Rhyme stared up at him in disbelief.
"I don't? Besides your miserable life, you mean?"
"No, it's far more than that."
"What is at stake, then, that's so precious?"
I can't tell you here."
"And where could you tell me? And why haven't you done so before? I seem to recall an agreement to share secrets, Lord Belly."
"I didn't know."
"And did Lord Enziat? Is this some new lie he's told you, or some secret he's withheld?"
"Rhyme, you don't understand. Enziat had reasons."
"I understand enough,"
she retorted, turning away. Arlian called up to Toribor. "Listen, Belly. Once again, before witnesses, I challenge you to meet me in an honorable duel to settle all matters between us." For a moment, Toribor stared down at him in speechless fury. Then words exploded from him.
"Blast you, Obsidian!"
he shouted.
"Fine then, I'll fight you here and now."
"In the street in front of the inn," Arlian called back.
"Done!"
Thorobor's head vanished from the window. Arlian smiled and turned back toward the wagon. "Good," he said.
"I hope so,"
Rhyme said. She looked up at the empty window thoughtfully.
"I do hope so."
Chapter 56. Crossed Swords. The two opponents faced each other warily, about a dozen feet apart, swords and swordbreakers held ready. The sky was still overcast, the moon and stars hidden, so the only light came from a few windows and the lanterns hung to either side of the inn's signboard. The fighters' shadows stretched out across the street in an elongated tangle of gray and black, arms and blades crisscrossing. Despite the chill in the air, Arlian saw sweat gleaming on Lord Torobor's bald head. The audience consisted of two distinct groups. Torobor's party, clustered in and around the inn's front door or peering from the inn's windows, and Arlian's party, seated in the wagon 50 feet to the north, ready to move out on a moment's notice. The few townspeople who were awake, including all the inn's staff, had joined Torobor's group, swelling its ranks to perhaps 36 people. Black had extinguished the lantern above the driver's seat of the wagon, and Arlian supposed that was to make it easier to slip away into the darkness unnoticed.
"Kill him," the innkeeper shouted. "I'm never going to get all those bloodstains out, and the door upstairs is ruined."
"We'll pay for the damages,"
Lady Rhyme called in reply. The innkeeper snorted in disbelief. Arlian watched Torobor closely, looking for some hint of an impending attack, but could see none. Perhaps Lord Belly thought that time was on his side, and he intended to wait Arlian out, fight defensively until his opponent tired. Or perhaps he fought conservatively because of his missing eye. He was blind on his left side, and kept his head cocked at an odd angle to compensate. His right eye angled forward and focused on Arlian's blade. Arlian tried a quick feint just to see what would happen. Torobor's blade flashed up to parry, but he made no counter. Arlian grinned. That suited him just fine. He circled to the left, stepped in, feinted, then dodged right and attacked in earnest. Missing eye or no, Torobor was ready for him and warded off the assault easily, but he still made no riposte, no attack of his own. After a few seconds of clashing steel, Arlian stepped back. All the light came from the same direction, from the inn. It wasn't bright enough to blind anyone who looked directly at the lanterns, though, so the old sun-in-the-eye trick was no real use. Getting in front of the light might make it harder for his one-eyed foe to see what he was doing, however, so Arlian moved in that direction. Torobor didn't cooperate. He moved back and to the side, keeping Arlian and the light at an angle. Arlian considered that. If Torobor kept that up, he could be maneuvered pretty much wherever Arlian wanted him. All Arlian had to do was decide where that would be. He looked at Torobor's tilted face, at how he was concentrating on Arlian, staring at him, and he thought he knew. Torobor had adjusted to his missing eye, but he wasn't comfortable with the darkness. He had probably spent almost his entire waking life in daylight or firelight, and he could not close one eye to keep it adapted for darkness, while the other adjusted to light, as Arlian could. Arlian had both his eyes, and had spent 7 years in the mines with limited supplies of lamp oil. Darkness did not trouble him, and he knew a dozen tricks to compensate for low light. If Torobor would not allow Arlian to block the light, perhaps Arlian could still drive him away from the light entirely. He charged, and in a flurry of steel, Torobor retreated. They were moving away from the inn and from the observers. As their blades slashed and clanged, Torobor said urgently,
"Listen, Obsidian. Arlian, Lanier, whatever your name is, you don't know what you're doing."
"Really?" Arlian laughed. "I thought I was trying to kill you."
"Beyond that,"
Torobor said angrily, as he knocked aside another blow and stabbed his swordbreaker blindly at Arlian's midsection. "I'm trying to kill Enziat, too. Arlian said, as his own swordbreaker blocked the thrust. "Is that what you mean?"
"Yes, blast you," Torobor said, breaking free. "You can't kill him. You mustn't."
"Because he's the Duke's chief advisor and the real ruler of Manfort?" Arlian asked as he waved his sword threateningly. "Because the whole city will be plunged into chaos by his death?" He laughed again. "I think not. The city will survive without him, as it would without any man." He lunged. Torobor parried and sidestepped and made a tidy riposte, which Arlian turned scarcely an inch from his own sleeve. For a moment the two fought without words, the clash of steel and the mutter of the now distant crowd the only sound.
"It's not that,"
Torobor said as the two men separated, and he caught his breath.
"You're right. That's nothing. The Duke could have 100 advisors any time he called for them, and the Dragon Society has 12 members who might rival Enziat's abilities. But my lord, none of them know. If Enziat dies, the dragons will return."
Arlian had been preparing a fresh attack, but he paused, astonished. "What?" he demanded. Torobor attacked, and Arlian turned it and countered. It had not been a particularly skillful attack, and that, more than anything else, convinced him that Torobor was serious. Had he meant his outrageous claim as a mere distraction, he would have followed it with his best, not a half-hearted overhand lunge.
"It's true,"
Torobor said.
"Or at least Enziat swears it is, and showed me evidence. Have you never wondered why the dragons gave up their hegemony 700 years ago, when all the fighting to that point only demonstrated that we could not harm them?"
"Of course I've wondered," Arlian said with a quick little feint.
"It was a bargain they made,"
Torobor said, barely even bothering to parry.
"Humans learned a great secret, and threatened to reveal it, and use it if the dragons did not depart."
"What secret?" Arlian said, listening.
"I don't know,"
Torobor admitted.
"But Enziat does, and he says he's the last man alive who does. When he dies, the pact will be worthless, the secret will be lost, and the dragons will be free to return."
"And you believe him?" Arlian made a thrust at Torobor's side. He dodged.
"Yes, I do,"
Torobor said.
"He swore to me, by all the gods and by the dragons themselves, that he and he alone knows the secret that drove the dragons into their caverns."
Arlian considered that. It might even be true, he supposed. Enziat was perfectly capable of lying and breaking his word. Arlian was certain of that, but all the same, it might be true. Enziat was one of the oldest living beings in the world, perhaps the oldest, save the dragons themselves, and had certainly been around when the dragons still ruled. If there were such a secret, Enziat might well be its sole holder. But what could such a secret be? And would the dragons truly return when it was lost? Could the dragons actually return? And if they did, could a way be found to kill them? Might that perhaps even provide a route to vengeance for Arlian's family and neighbors? If the dragons came to him, rather than if he went searching through endless caverns for them, he might actually accomplish his goal. That assumed, of course, that he could find a way to kill dragons. Perhaps that was the secret Enziat held, and perhaps he could be convinced to give it up before he died. "I swore to kill him," Arlian said. "He murdered my friends, looted my home, and sold me into slavery."
"He's done all that and more,"
Torobor agreed.
"But he keeps the dragons away. Isn't that more important than vengeance or justice?"
"He swore to share his secrets with the society," Arlian said.
"He broke his oath. He admits it.
that he had sworn to the dragons themselves not to reveal it.
Their duel had slowed as they spoke. Now they still stood with weapons ready, but the fight had become a conversation. Arlian risked a quick glance back at the inn. No one had followed them. The audience still huddled under the lanterns, safe in the light, watching from afar. "Why hasn't he told anyone else then?" Arlian asked. "Why take the risk? What if he were killed by thieves, or in a fall from his horse? He'd let the dragons return?"
"I never said Enziat isn't a selfish bastard,"
Toribor said. "He deserves to die," Arlian growled.
"He probably does," Toribor agreed. "But we can't afford his death, I tell you."
"So what do you propose I do about it?"
Just leave him alone, that's all. And me. I don't want to die. I don't even want to kill you. If you'll swear not to kill Enziat, I'll let you escape into the darkness, and I won't pursue."
"I can't swear that," Arlian said. "I will not break my vow, nor forego my vengeance. Enziat poisoned the woman I love, and she died in the bed beside me, and he will pay for that. Dragons or no!" He launched a ferocious attack, catching Toribor off guard, but not so off guard he didn't manage to parry at the last instant as he retreated before Arlian's assault.
"You'd rather plunge all humanity back into slavery?"
Toribor shouted as he backed away.
"Yes,"
Arlian shouted back.
"If that's what it takes. I've been a slave and I survived. We drove the dragons away once and we can do it again, with or without Enziat." "You're insane!" Toribor yelped. "I'll promise you this much, Lord Belly," Arlian said as he lunged again. "I'll try to learn Enziat's secret before I kill him. I'll try. And if there is a secret, and I learn it, I'll use it." Toribor did not answer. They were well away from the inn now, and Arlian had begun to force Toribor back into the utter darkness of a side street. He was too busy trying to see Arlian's moves in the dark to speak anymore. Arlian, on the other hand, could still see quite well enough to suit him. He had dug and hauled ore in no more light than this any number of times. A sword was nothing like a pick, but both could be used well enough in the dark if one knew how. He lunged, turned, and jabbed low with his swordbreaker. Toribor started back, and Arlian brought his sword across and down. It was a glancing blow, but he heard fabric tear, and heard Toribor gasp in pain, and Arlian knew he had drawn first blood, cutting a gash in his opponent's leg.
"Blast you!"
Toribor said as he made a wild swing. Arlian ducked under it easily, and took the opportunity to strike again, this time plunging his sword deep into Toribor's thigh. As he snapped back into position and withdrew the blade, Arlian heard the hiss of indrawn breath.
"Listen, Obsidian," Toribor said. "Listen to Enziat when you find him. It's more important than your dead friends or my life. Listen to him."
Arlian paused and stepped back. Toribor seemed to be conceding the duel. Arlian had not expected that. And he seemed more concerned with Enziat's life than his own. Arlian had certainly not expected that. He moved his sword into a guard position, considering. Toribor staggered forward, attempting an attack, but his injured leg buckled under him and he fell sideways in the dirt. In an instant, Arlian had stepped forward and kicked the sword from his hand. He stood over the defenseless Toribor, his own blade at his vanquished foe's throat. There he hesitated. "Do you want to live?" he asked.
"Of course I do, you bloody-handed fool,"
Toribor said through gritted teeth. His wound was obviously painful. It wasn't fatal, though. Toribor had the heart of the dragon, and if he didn't bleed to death here and now, he would recover and heal. "You're serious about Enziat and the dragons, then?"
"Yes,"
Toribor gasped. He had abandoned any pretense and was clutching at his leg with both hands, trying to staunch the flow of blood.
"Then you listen to me, Lord Toribor," Arlian said. "You have a choice. You can swear to take your men and go back to Manfort and trouble me no more until I return there, and I'll let you live, though it's not over between us any more than it is between Lord Nail and myself. You both must still make amends for your crimes in Westgard. I'm just delaying the day of reckoning. That's one option. The other is that you refuse this oath, in which case I'll kill you here and now, regardless of the dishonor in slaying a defenseless foe. You saw what I did to Lord Drasheen. You know I can be ruthless." An afterthought struck him. "Oh, and in either case I want Drasheen's horse and harness. I'll buy it, or just take it as you please." "I'll swear," Toribor said, his voice weakening. "If you'll swear an oath in return." "I'm not going to let Enziat go," Arlian said. "Just swear you'll listen to him and consider carefully before you decide whether or not to kill him," Toribor said. "If he gives me the chance, I'll do it," Arlian said. "I'll swear to listen if it's not at the risk of my own life." Toribor nodded. "Then I swear by the dead gods," he said. "I'll take my men back to Manfort, and you can go on after Enziat, or wherever you please, unhindered. And Cricket and Brook stay with me." Toribor nodded. Then he held up a hand. "I've sworn, and I will keep my word," he said. "But 3 of Enziat's men are on their way to Stonebreak. I have no way to recall them." Arlian frowned, then shrugged. "A fair warning and honorable of you to give it," he said. Then he backed away, out of the alley and into the street, where he turned back toward the inn and bellowed, "You there! Bring bandages! Lord Toribor is bleeding like a fountain." Chapter 57. Stonebreak. Arlian was wearing an entirely new face, courtesy of a fresh glamour of Shibiel's making, when he walked into the inn at Stonebreak. He therefore did not worry about being recognized, as he took a seat at an adjoining table just behind the 3 soldiers from Manfort. He had known they were here by the horses in the stable. No one else in this miserable little town would have had such fine mounts. Arlian had been riding Drasheen's mare hard for days, leaving the wagon and his companions far behind, trying to catch up to these 3. Obviously, the soldiers had not been dawdling themselves. What puzzled Arlian slightly was the presence of 4 fine northern horses in the stable, not counting his own. Toribor had been specific about saying he had only sent 3 men ahead. Arlian shrugged it aside. He supposed they had brought an extra mount, or perhaps a pack horse. Certainly there were only 3 men in the Duke's livery at the table. One of them was Stonehand. Arlian had suspected as much when he failed to spot his old enemy in Corktree after the duel. The other 2 soldiers he could not recall ever having seen before. Arlian beckoned to the innkeeper for an ale as he listened, trying to overhear, unnoticed, what the 3 were saying as they ate.
"I'd heard that the winds blow away tracks in the desolation in just minutes," one man said. "And that's if the ground isn't too rocky to show tracks in the first place. We'll probably never find him up there."
"Well, if we lose the trail, we'll turn back," Stonehand said. He drank deeply from his tankard.
"We could just wait here," the 3rd man said.
"Or go back to Corktree and tell the lords we missed him,"
the first said. "We were sent to find Lord Enziat and warn him that Lanier is on his trail," Stonehand said, thumping his emptied tankard to the table. "We knew he was in the desolation. We need to at least take a look at the top of the cliffs. He can't have gone far yet." The innkeeper set a mug before Arlian, who accepted it with a nod.
The innkeeper frowned, and Arlian fished a half-ducat from his pocket. Clearly, his credit was not good here. But then, he wasn't dressed as a lord but as a merchant, and that at a time when no caravan was in town. He had missed part of the conversation at the other table. Now, as he drank, he heard the third soldier saying,
"See the point of it? We know Lanier doubled back. He's probably either long dead or running back to Manford with his tail between his legs. Maybe we should wait here a day or two in case they sent a messenger to call us back," the first soldier suggested.
"No, we're going up that ravine tomorrow,"
Stonehand said, brooking no argument.
"We are going up to the desolation, and once we reach it, we are going to see whether we can find Lord Enziad's trail."
The other two grumbled, but did not make any further protests. Arlian drank his ale and studied them, thinking. They did not know exactly where Enziad had gone. If he simply stayed out of their way, they would presumably lose the trail and turn back. Arlian well remembered how barren the desolation was. Did these three even know which route Enziad had taken, east, west, or center? Did they know how the routes were marked? The low road was an actual road for at least part of its length, with markers along the way. Perhaps they would follow that, thinking it was Enziad's route, all the way to the borderlands. Arlian was fairly sure Enziad would have taken the unmarked eastern road. If these three turned back, or if they took the low road, then Arlian could simply let them go on about their business, while he followed Enziad. Though he would probably have his own problems in locating Lord Dragon, he would need the magician's help, and the magicians were in the wagon, somewhere to the north. And if these three turned back, they would meet the wagon on the road, and how would that turn out? Arlian frowned. Did these three know that Lord Lanier was associated with the wagon and its occupants? Whether they did or not, they might well ask to search the wagon, and if they did, they would find Brooke and Cricket, who they would recognize. Even if Thirif and Shibiel had cast yet another glamour, it would not disguise the lack of feet. That might be hidden if the women were careful, but still. There were only three of them, and Black would probably be a match for any of them. If the women and magicians could handle the other two, but they probably couldn't if it came to an actual fight. Cricket had that sword Arlian had given her, but how could she use it, even if she knew how, crippled as she was? And Thirif and Shibiel were running short of magic. They couldn't prepare more in the lands of man, where magic was thin and weak, and they didn't know sorcery. Rhyme knew a little sorcery, but no sorcery Arlian knew of would be much help. And besides, Stonehand owed a debt, one 10 years old, that Arlian did not want to leave unpaid when he had the man so close at hand. He couldn't fight all three by himself, though. He knew he was a good swordsman, but he wasn't that good. That was probably exactly why Lord Toribor had sent 3 men instead of the one Lord Drasheen had spoken of, just in case Arlian managed to come after them. And he had nothing against the other two. Oh, they might well be murderers a dozen times over. They might beat their women and torture kittens, but Arlian didn't know it. They might just as well be good sons, faithful husbands, and loving fathers who had taken up the guardsman's trade for lack of a better alternative. His only grudge was against Stonehand. Perhaps he could make the other two see that. After all, did they know the entire story of just why Lord Lanier was pursuing Lord Enziad? Surely they did not. Enziad was a secretive man. In fact, this entire expedition was the result of his desire to keep too many secrets. He certainly wouldn't have told the entire party just who their enemy really was. Shamble had not appeared to know that Lord Lanier was the boy who Lord Dragon had sold into slavery 10 years before. Why, then, would Stonehand, or these others? And Arlian was wearing a new face, courtesy of Shibiel's glamour. He stood, suddenly inspired, and tapped Stonehand on the shoulder. Stonehand turned, startled.
"Yes?"
"You're called Stonehand, aren't you?" Arlian asked. Stonehand was suddenly wary.
He pushed away from the table and put his hand on his sword hilt.
Why?
He asked. Because I thought I recognized you, Arlian said. He unobtrusively eyed the arrangement of the table, chair, and sword, and then, moving as suddenly as he could, punched Stonehand on the jaw. The guardsman's chair rocked back, but did not quite topple over. Astonished, his two companions leapt to their feet as Stonehand clapped a hand to his injured chin and stared up at Arlian.
You stinking heap of bloody offal,
Arlian bellowed.
You sold me as a slave. Hey, not in my house,
the innkeeper shouted, waving his hands but standing well clear.
You stay out of this, Arlian said. This is just between him and me.
You have the advantage of me, Stonehand said, still rubbing his jaw. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you? 10 years ago, on Smoking Mountain? Stonehand frowned.
I was on Smoking Mountain once, he admitted. I don't remember just when.
Do you remember finding a survivor in the ruins, and what you did with him?
I didn't do anything with him, Stonehand protested. He was Lord Dragon's property.
I was no one's property,
Arlian roared.
I was a free-born child. Well, I didn't sell you,
Stonehand roared back.
It was nothing to do with me.
You didn't say a word to protest, Arlian said. You took your share of the loot. My mother's jewels, the neighbor's things, whatever you could find.
They were dead. I wasn't. And you still aren't. You're free now, aren't you?
After 7 years in the mines, Arlian said. You owe me for that 7 years.
Oh, fine,
Stonehand said.
What is it you want of me, then?
Satisfaction, Arlian said, grabbing the hilt of his sword, but not drawing it.
A duel?
Stonehand's mouth quirked into a smile.
And if I refuse?
Then you're the worthless piece of offal I called you, not a man fit to wear a lord's uniform.
Oh, now there's a fearsome threat,
Stonehand grinned broadly.
A merchant calls me names, and I'm supposed to cower in shame.
A man tells you you're worth less than a dung heap, and you can take it and let everyone here see you for the coward you are, or you can fight me to show them I'm wrong.
I don't want to fight you,
Stonehand said. He studied Arlian's face.
You know, I don't remember you very clearly, but your face isn't familiar at all.
7 years in the mines will change a man, Arlian said. Then you're admitting cowardice? Stonehand sighed.
I am not admitting anything of the sort,
he said.
I am merely reluctant to perforate a mad fool who may have some slight grounds for feeling I may once have inadvertently wronged him.
May? Inadvertently?
People are sold into slavery every day, boy. Fate plays with us and is none too gentle about it.
And fate has brought you here, to me, and I demand you fight me.
It wouldn't be fair,
Stonehand warned.
I'm a soldier. You're a merchant. What do you know about swordplay?
Enough, Arlian said. Then you'll fight me? Stonehand glanced at his companions. One shrugged silently, and the other said,
Go ahead. Teach him to mind his own business. Fine, Stonehand said. Outside.
Of course. Arlian made a formal bow, one suited to a lord, not a mere merchant. Stonehand's smile vanished, and he eyed his foe suspiciously.
He did not say anything, though, and the two men made their way out into the street. They took up guard positions, swords ready, facing each other, Arlian to the north, Stonehand to the south. The sun was below the western rooftops, but not yet completely gone. Arlian drew his sword-breaker. Stonehand was obviously startled by its presence. He had none, but pulled a dagger from his boot for his left hand.
"It's a trick, isn't it?"
Stonehand said, gesturing at the sword-breaker.
"You're no mere tradesman. You're probably not even that boy from Smoking Mountain."
"I am who I said I was," Arlian said. "But yes, it's a trick. I've studied the sword since I escaped the mines."
"Obsessed with revenge, I suppose?"
He smiled.
"As I said, fate plays with us all."
Then he lunged. Arlian parried, made a simple overhand riposte, and skewered Stonehand neatly, running the blade of his sword through Stonehand's chest. Stonehand looked down and said,
"I never did get the hang of all those fancy tricks. I always did."
Then he gasped for breath and crumpled to the ground, pulling free of Arlian's blade, his own sword and dagger falling from his hands, his collapse leaving Arlian staring down at him, astonished with the ease of his victory. The duel had been so brief that the crowd had not even finished forming. Arlian had expected a much longer contest, but a man called Stonehand would have been named for his fists, not his skill with a blade.
"I wasn't even sure I meant to kill him,"
Arlian said, as much to himself as anyone else.
"Oh,
one of the other soldiers said. His companion was kneeling at Stonehand's side.
"Now what do we do?"
The kneeling man looked up.
"Do you want to fight him?"
he asked, jerking a thumb in Arlian's direction.
"No,"
the standing soldier said.
"I want to go home."
"That sounds like a fine idea to me," the other replied. "We should take his body, I suppose." "Is he really dead?" Arlian asked.
"No,"
the kneeling man admitted.
"But he will be soon, I'd say. He's unconscious." "We'll need to wait here, then, until he dies,"
the other soldier said.
"He'll be dead by morning, I'd say."
"I'm sorry," Arlian said. It was the truth, oddly enough. He had sought Lord Dragon's looters for years, with every intention of killing them all, and he had forced this duel, knowing perfectly well that he would probably kill Stonehand. But all the same, now that he had done it, he regretted it. There had been little satisfaction in so brief a fight, and while Stonehand had participated in the looting of obsidian and had served Lord Enziat, he had not been so outrageously cruel as Drasheen, nor so callous as Enziat or the other lords. In the brief conversation leading up to the duel, he had shown himself to be a man, not a monster. Perhaps under other circumstances he and Arlian might have been friends. He had done wrong, yes, but he had not been proud of it. He had done as he was told. And now Arlian had taken something he could never give back. Lord Dragon had taken 7 years of Arlian's life, all the years when he should have been growing and learning and finding his path in the world, and Arlian could never get those back, but taking the rest of Stonehand's life did not make up for that. It was simply another theft, not a restoration. But if he had to do it over again, he could not say he would do anything differently, and he still had every intention of hunting down and killing Lord Enziat. He was no longer eager to hunt down any of the others, but Enziat, yes. Lord Dragon was a monster, as Stonehand had not been, and must die. There was nothing more he could do for Stonehand. He wiped his sword, sheathed it, and re-entered the inn. "I don't think I should stay here after all," he told the innkeeper. "I'll find somewhere to camp."
"Please yourself," the man said. "That was quick, I must say."
Arlian ignored the comment. "Before I go, though, I'm looking for a man. Lord Enziat. He would have come through here several days ago, and gone on southward, up the ravine to the Desolation. Do you know who I mean?
Oh, the lord with the lamed horse?
The innkeeper nodded.
Those three asked about him too. He got tired of looking for a new mount and left about 3 days ago, on foot.
Arlian stared at the innkeeper. Lamed horse? On foot? And only 3 days ago? His vengeance against Lord Enziat was closer than ever. Thank you, he said. Chapter 58. The End of the Pursuit. The wind on the Desolation was almost cold, not the searing hot blast Arlian remembered, but it blew just as constantly and fiercely as he recalled, and just as dry, sucking the moisture from their mouths and skin. They left the eastern road behind on the 4th day, veering eastward across bare stone, away from the drifting sands, following the glow of Thirif's enchanted crystal. The Arathaean was quite sure that this was the path Lord Enziat had followed.
"He's very close," Thirif assured Arlian. "I think we've gained significantly."
"Why would we be gaining?" Arlian asked. "A man on foot is faster than an ox-drawn wagon."
"If he's hurrying," Black said, "why would he hurry? He needs to stop for water, just as we do."
Arlian frowned, then shrugged. "I'm going to scout ahead," he said. This was hardly new. Arlian had been using Drashin's horse to scout ahead of the wagon regularly. As usual, he found nothing but bare stone. On the 6th day, while scouting ahead yet again, Arlian thought he could smell salt in the air, and that it was significantly more moist than it had been. His breath no longer dried out his throat every time he inhaled through his mouth. He saw birds in the distance. Seabirds, he thought. He stared at them intently, but could not make out enough detail to be sure. After all, he had never seen the sea or seabirds, except in pictures. In pictures, they usually seemed to have long, oddly shaped wings, though, and these black specks swooping in the distance fit that description. He was at the point where he would ordinarily have turned back to rejoin the others, but the birds drew his interest. He urged his horse forward up a slope of broken stone. At the top, he paused again, watching. Then he lowered his gaze and saw the man standing atop a boulder, perhaps half a mile away across a broad expanse of water-worn rock. A tall man, dressed in black, with a plumed, broad-brimmed hat on his head and a sword on his belt. Lord Enziat. And Enziat had paused as well, and had glanced back, and was staring directly at Arlian.
"At last,"
Arlian muttered, spurring his mount. The horse jerked forward and broke into a canter, scattering stones in all directions as it stumbled across the rocky ground. Arlian felt himself losing his seat. He was still far from an expert horseman, and reined the beast in. For a moment he concentrated his attention on not being thrown headlong onto the rocks. When he had the horse slowed to a comfortable walk, he looked up, and Lord Enziat was gone.
"Blood and death,"
Arlian growled. He rode on, staring ahead, looking for any sign of his quarry. He saw none. A few moments later he was alongside the boulder where Enziat had stood. He dismounted, weighed the horse's reins to the ground with a good-sized rock, and looked around. Enziat was nowhere to be seen. A rough expanse of bare, jagged stone stretched in all directions, hard and cold and alien. Several openings were visible. Sinkholes, perhaps, or caves, or just gaps between fallen chunks of rock. Arlian had no way of telling which were which. He stared at the ground, looking for a trail, and found one. A stone had been turned, exposing a damp underside that had not yet dried in the chill winter wind. He drew a line with his gaze from the boulder to that stone, then extended it straight on, east by southwest, almost the direction they had been heading for the past 2 days. He drew his sword, patted the horse reassuringly, and began walking that line, slowly and carefully. A few feet past the turned stone, he paused. Just to his right was a dark opening between two slabs of stone. He knelt and peered into it. Something black and powdery clung to the underside of one of the slabs. Dead plant life, Arlian supposed, either moss or lichen that had managed to grow there briefly before succumbing to the ghastly conditions of the desolation. There were two smears in the black powder, two smears as if someone's fingers had brushed against it.
"Lord Enziat!"
he called into the darkness. No one replied, but the sound of his voice echoing into the depths told him that this opening was clearly the mouth of a cave, no mere sinkhole. And it was a cave that Enziat surely knew better than he did, but Arlian had hardly come so far to give up now. There might be another entrance. If he didn't pursue, Enziat might reemerge anywhere, at any time. Cautiously, his sword ready, he stooped and made his way into the darkness. The ground sloped down steeply but did not drop out from under him. In fact, after he had gone a dozen feet, he found himself on uneven stone steps. Whether natural or man-made, he could not tell. They wound downward into darkness, the curves shutting out the sun's light. He paused some 30 feet from the entrance, perhaps 10 feet below ground, just before he left the daylight behind entirely. Here he let his eyes adjust and wished he had brought a lantern or lamp, or even just something he could use as a torch. Surely Enziat could not see down here without some such device. Of course, if he knew this cave well enough, he wouldn't need to see. He could be waiting at the bottom of the steps, planning to skewer Arlian by sound and feel. Arlian held his breath and listened intently. He could hear the wind blowing through the rocks far behind him, and he could hear something very, very faint ahead, something that might be a person breathing.
"Lord Enziat!" he called. "I know you're there. Strike a light and we'll talk."
"Talk?"
Enziat laughed bitterly, and the sound was closer than Arlian had expected.
"You want to talk, Obsidian? Isn't it too late for that?"
"I'm not sure," Arlian replied, speaking more quietly, and moving as he spoke, sidling to his left so as not to invite a sword thrust by sound alone. "Torabor told me I must speak to you before trying to kill you, that there were secrets I should know before I strike you dead, and I swore I would listen if the opportunity arose." For a long moment, Enziat made no reply, and Arlian moved cautiously farther down the steps, as silently as he could. Then that cold voice spoke again.
"Belly got that out of you? I suppose it was his dying wish."
He sounded almost regretful, the first time Arlian had heard anything like honest emotion in his enemy's voice. "I didn't kill him," Arlian said. "Not yet. Drasheen is dead, though, and Shamble, and Stonehand."
"You're a thorough son of a poxy whore, aren't you? Why did you let Belly live?"
"Because with my sword at his throat, he was still more concerned with your life than his own," Arlian replied. He was fairly sure now of where Enziat stood. The stairs widened out just a foot or two below his own position, and Enziat was to his right at that level. A sword thrust at full extension should reach him, but the chance of hitting anything vital was still small, and there were still things to be said.
"You admired his loyalty?"
"Not loyalty," Arlian said. "Shamble was loyal to you with his dying breath, and I cut his throat without a qualm. Belly, though, he was concerned. It was compassion, not loyalty, and I couldn't find it in me to kill a man so concerned with the well-being of others."
"Even when I, the man you're sworn to kill, am the other?"
"But you aren't," Arlian said. "That's why I'm talking to you instead of trying to kill you right now. Torabor said you hold secrets.
and that when you die the effects will be far more than I could ever guess. And then Arlian ducked. He was not sure exactly what he had sensed, whether he had heard cloth rustle or felt the air move, or seen something in the lingering trace of light that reached this far into the earth. But he had somehow known that Enziat was about to strike. Perhaps it was sorcery, but he knew, and he ducked, and therefore he lived. Enziat's blade swished over his head and rapped against the stone wall behind him. He slashed with his own sword, not seriously trying to hit Enziat, but only to force him back. It worked. He heard the crunch of retreating footsteps, and when Enziat spoke again, his voice came from farther away and a different angle. He had moved deeper into the cave.
"Very good," Enziat said. "You move well, even in the dark."
"So do you, unfortunately," Arlian replied.
"So, Belly told you my death will have consequences," Enziat said. "Did he say any more than that?"
"Somewhat," Arlian said. "I prefer not to go into detail, though. I would rather hear your account first, so that I might compare the two." For a moment, Enziat didn't answer. Then he said,
"Come down here, off the stair."
"Why?"
"Because if I am to tell you my secrets, then only one of us will leave this place alive. At most, I promise you that, my eager young enemy, if I reveal the truth, then at least one of us must die. I would much prefer that it be you. But if I speak and you escape up the stairs before I can slay you, then my own life is forfeit."
"Why?" Arlian demanded.
"Step down away from there, and I'll tell you. And then you'll see why I say one of us must perish. And it's possible you'll choose to die yourself rather than slay me."
"And what if I come down there and you flee up the passage?"
"Then the pursuit will continue. But you're young and strong, and I'm 1,000 years old, and right now I feel every day of it. And have you no companions above ground who might apprehend me?"
Arlian considered that. His companions were probably still miles away, and although they were following him, guided by Thirif's magic, they might never find this place. But why should he tell Enziat any of that? And he had caught up to Enziat this time. He could do it again if he had to. "Move away then, and I'll come down," he said. He heard the scuffing of boots on stone. Enziat was indeed moving back. Arlian stepped down into the chamber and felt his way along the wall. When he had gone 7 or 8 feet, he stopped. "Tell me then what this dread secret is that you hold, that makes you so important."
"It's simple enough," Enziat said. "I know how the dragons reproduce."
For a moment, Arlian stared uncomprehendingly into the featureless darkness. Then he asked, "What?"
"I know how dragons reproduce, and how to stop them from doing so."
But don't they... I mean, the dragons are still animals, are they not?"
"No, they are not," Enziat said calmly. "They are the magic of the lands of man made flesh, a primal force drained from the earth and given shape. They only appear to us as beasts, as the reptiles we see. That is not what they are."
Arlian took a moment to consider this. He remembered the terrifying image of the dragons above the smoking mountain, the sight of that immense face peering into the ruined pantry, all the tales he had ever heard about the dragons. He remembered Black asking him, long ago, if he knew male from female, or whether dragons laid eggs. He remembered seeing the belly of one dragon as it flew over obsidian. It had been bare and sexless. Creatures of sheer magic, like those things in the Dreaming Mountains, but vastly larger and more powerful. It all fit. And that's why they can't be killed then? He asked. Enziat snorted.
I don't know whether they can be killed in their mature form, he said. I think it's possible. I was working on that. For more than 600 years, I've worked on finding a way, and I believe I was very, very near when you came to Manford and cast my life into chaos. But yes, their true nature is why we have no record that any man has ever killed one.
Why didn't you tell anyone? Arlene asked. Why did you conceal this from the Dragon Society? It's so basic, so essential, yet you hid it for all these years.
I had sworn that I would, Enziat said.
And you swore to the Society that you would reveal what you knew about dragons. What oath did you swear that took precedence over that?
Haven't you guessed?
Enziat's voice dripped sarcasm.
I thought you were such a clever boy.
No, blast you, I haven't guessed. Some ancient duke? Your father or mother? Enziat laughed.
You're a fool. Why would I care about an oath to someone long dead? No, I swore my oath to a power greater and older than the Dragon Society or anyone in it.
Some sorcerer, then?
Don't be a fool, Arlian,
Enziat spat.
I swore to the dragons themselves.
Chapter 59. The Sword of Lord Enziat. For a moment, Arlian stared silently into the gloom, wishing he could see Enziat's face, that he could see anything other than black emptiness. Then he said, You mean you swore by the dragons?
No,
Enziat said.
I swore an oath to the dragons themselves when I drove them from the lands of man and bound them by their oath into the caverns.
You bound them? You yourself?
I have that honor, yes.
But they come out sometimes, Arlian said.
In dragon weather, yes. They're dragons, boy. They can't be bound entirely by anything human, not even an oath. But they would speak to me when the temptation grew strong, and we would agree on what would be permitted them.
Such as my home and family, Arlian said bitterly.
Such as that, yes,
Enziat agreed.
I chose your village for reasons of my own. I had not intended that anyone would survive, and that error has cost me. I should have known better. Dragons are not to be trusted.
What, you think they left me alive deliberately?
Yes, boy, I do. I know more about dragons than anyone alive. And yes, I believe they knew you were there, and that they let you live intentionally.
Why? I've sworn to destroy them. For a moment, Enziat didn't reply. When he did speak, Arlian could hear genuine mirth in his voice.
Have you? As you swore to destroy me?
Yes. They killed my mother, my father, my grandfather, my brother. If a mortal man can destroy a dragon, I will.
No dragon would fear your vengeance, Arlian,
Enziat said.
They fear no one but me. A boy of 10 or 12 as you were? Pah! They'd consider you no more threat than a kitten.
He laughed.
They don't know you as I've come to.
Can they be killed then? Arlian asked eagerly.
The black dragons? The elders? I don't know. I believe it's possible.
You said they fear you.
They do. I know how they reproduce, and I know how to prevent it. Dragons don't live forever any more than we they've polluted do. We live centuries, and they live millennia, but we all die in the end, and they want their kind to live after them as we do. I may not be able to kill a grown dragon, but I can kill their unborn young, and they know it, and fear me in consequence.
How did you learn this? Arlian asked. Did you stumble on it by chance?
Does it matter?
It might. If you learned it, might others not be aware of it as well, without your knowledge?
And then you'd have no compunctions about killing me, eh?
Enziad laughed again.
No dragon has been born in 1,000 years, Arlian. How could anyone else have learned what I know?
Then you've prevented births, Arlian asked. And the dragons permit it?
No, Arlian,
Enziad said. And Arlian realized his foe's voice had moved closer. He had become so caught up in the conversation he had let his enemy creep closer unnoticed. Now he slashed at empty air and took 3 quick paces to the side.
It was not I who prevented the creation of new dragons for all those years. The gestation of a dragon takes a millennium, and the first new one should be arriving within the next century, I would say. Only a very few of them will be born in the next 1,000 years. But there have been none in the 1,000 just ended.
Why? Arlian demanded. If you're the only one who knows.
I was not always the only one who knew the secret,
Enziad interrupted.
The man-dragon wars were fought not simply because humans dared to resist draconic rule, but because mankind had discovered the hope of destroying the dragons entirely. The true nature of that knowledge was kept hidden by a secret society, and I was just one member of that original Order of the Dragon. The Dragon Society, you know, is a sick parody of the Order, Arlian. A parody I created after I betrayed the Order to save my own life. And when the Order was gone, I alone was left in possession of the Order's secret, and was able to do what the Order had not. Free humanity of the dragons, not by warfare, but by an exchange of oaths.
And if you die, the dragons are free of their oath?
Of course.
And they'll emerge and reassert their rule over all the lands of man?
I don't know what they'll do, Obsidian,
Enziad said wearily.
I don't understand them so completely as that. I only know they'll be free of constraint when I'm gone, when the secret of their origins is lost.
You've told no one, never written it down.
You are a naive young fool,
Enziad said.
I don't want to die, and I don't care very much what becomes of all the rest of you once I'm dead. There are other reasons as well, but no, I have told no one, nor have I written down my deepest secrets.
There is no one I would trust with this knowledge, and documents can be stolen or copied or simply read by the wrong people. So, do you still want to kill me, knowing what you might unleash?
You'll die someday in any case, Arlian said.
Indeed I will, Enziat agreed. As will you. I might have an hour left to me, less if you manage to slay me, or I might have a century. Is not the chance of a century's delay in the return of the dragons worth foregoing your revenge?
No, Arlian said. Not when it might be only an hour, and not when you've said we won't both leave this place alive. I don't know that any of what you've told me is true. You could be making it all up to trick me.
I swear by all gods living and dead that what I have told you is true.
And I cannot accept your word, Arlian said unhappily. If it's the truth, you are already forsworn in your oath to the society.
The Dragon Society is a sham,
Enziat shouted. Yet you swore, Arlian insisted.
Then you don't believe me,
Enziat said. No, Arlian said. If it's true, then tell me your secret, if you want it to survive. Because you won't survive if I can prevent it.
I might kill you instead.
You're welcome to try. Tell me the secret then. If you kill me, it won't leave this cave. There was a long pause before Enziat replied thoughtfully.
I don't think I want to do that. The time may come when you learn for yourself, but I won't tell you.
Then I won't spare you.
And I'll do my best to kill you. No quarter asked nor given.
And suddenly Arlian felt a rush of air and sidestepped. He brushed against cloth and swung his own sword, but hit nothing. He turned toward the sound of Enziat's breath, both his blades ready. I lived 7 years in the mines of deep delving, he said. You won't find me frightened by the dark.
And I spent 2 years in the caverns with the dragons long ago, Enziat replied. The darkness holds no terrors for me either.
Why did you come here? Arlian asked. Did you think you could escape me? Enziat snorted.
I thought I could bribe Wither, he said. Bribe Wither, trust Drisheen, talk Nail around, terrify Belly into obedience, and keep my hold on the Dragon Society. I thought you would die on the way here, but I should have known better. Fate clearly has plans for you. I realized that long ago.
Bribe Wither with what? Arlian, thinking he sensed movement, thrust even as he spoke, but struck only air. He knew what Wither had demanded of Enziat, but he wanted to keep his opponent talking.
With venom, of course, Enziat said. This cave is an entrance to one of the dragon's lairs. 5 or 6 of them sleep in a chamber not far below us. Collecting venom that drips from their jaws as they sleep is simple enough. I've done it before, long, long ago.
His voice moved as he spoke. He was circling around. Arlian turned, tracking his opponent's movement. Wither's been seeking venom for years, Arlian said. Why are you only doing this now?
Because I didn't need Wither's support before, and did not care to see more clean blood tainted by the filth the dragons spew. You should appreciate that. You must have seen what happened to that whore you stole from me.
Arlian leapt and slashed at that, and heard cloth tear, but again he failed to strike flesh, and again he heard footsteps retreating. He pursued, but after a dozen paces, the sound of his own steps and the clattering of the stones he dislodged had drowned out Enziat's, and he lost the trail. He paused, trying to locate Enziat, but once the stones had stopped sliding, the cave went utterly silent. "You dare speak of her?" Arlian bellowed.
"Of course,"
Enziat replied from somewhere far off to Arlian's left.
"I dare anything. I am Lord Dragon, after all. I am he who makes the puppets dance. Human or dragon, free or slave, duke or whore, you all dance when I pull the strings."
He laughed bitterly.
"Or so I thought. Perhaps fate is pulling my strings now. Or perhaps the dragons have all along played a deeper game than I knew."
Light suddenly flared up. Enziat had struck sparks onto tinder. Arlian turned toward the light and hurried toward it, sword raised to strike, but Enziat stepped back and snatched up his own sword. The tinder smoldered dimly, and clearly would not last long.
"I thought the time had come to get on with it and settle matters between us,"
Enziat said.
"Let me light a lamp and we'll have it out properly."
Arlian stopped and took a step back. "Do it then," he said. Enziat nodded, stepping forward into the fading orange glow. He reached for a pouch on his belt as he knelt. A moment later, Enziat stood, a brass lamp burning in his hand. He placed it upon a ledge on the wall of the cave, then turned to Arlian. For the first time since climbing down into the cave, Arlian could see his surroundings. He could see where he had stood, and where he had run blindly across the cave floor, and he realized how lucky he had been. He had run right by a huge stalactite and narrowly missed slamming his head into it. Enziat had undoubtedly known the stalactite was there, but however familiar he might be with this place, he could not have been here for long, and had not been here in years before this visit, so his knowledge of the cave would not be complete. That was why he had made a light. The cave was almost as dangerous to him as to Arlian. Not only were there stalactites to hit, stalagmites to trip over, and loose stones to stumble on, but there was a black pit to one side that they might have fallen in. The ceiling varied from too low to stand under to too high to see.
"That leads down to the dragons,"
Enziat said, pointing to the pit.
"If you kill me, you might want to go down there to see if you can kill them."
He smiled unpleasantly, twisting his scarred cheek. "Are the three that destroyed my home down there?" Arlian asked.
"I don't know," Enziat said. "Quite possibly."
"You know so many secrets. Do you know why they chose my village?" Enziat laughed.
"They didn't choose it," he said. "I did. I had an interest in obtaining a supply of obsidian, and the dragons were eager for a little entertainment. You must remember that summer. The weather had their blood boiling. They told me they were going to strike, but allowed me to name the place, and I thought I would save myself a little expense."
He laughed again.
"I cost myself far more than I expected. Had I known you were there, and what would come of it, I'd have directed them elsewhere and paid for my obsidian in gold."
He raised his sword and stepped forward, between Arlian and the lamp, casting an immense shadow across the cave. Arlian dodged sideways, then ran and lunged. Enziat dodged and counterthrust. Arlian parried, riposted, then broke away. Enziat stepped down, away from the light, into the shadow of a stone pillar. Arlian circled to the other side of the pillar. For several minutes, the two men maneuvered about the cave, stalking one another. Looking for advantageous positions, occasionally exchanging a flurry of blows. Their shadows surged and shrank, twisted and dodged as they moved. At one point, Arlian slipped on a loose, sloping stone and went down on one side. Before Enziat could take advantage of this, Arlian snatched up a handful of dust and pebbles and flung it at his foe's eyes. As Arlian regained his feet, Enziat stepped back, wiping at his eyes with his sleeve, knocking his hat off and recovering just in time to meet Arlian's attack. Swords clashed, and Arlian tried to snag Enziat's blade with his swordbreaker. Enziat dodged and slashed, drawing a bloody line across Arlian's left forearm. Arlian gasped and fell back, and Enziat fell into his trap, stepping forward to take advantage of a feigned weakness. Arlian's sword flashed orange in the lamplight as he struck. Enziat parried at the last moment, swinging his swordbreaker up, but the tip of Arlian's blade punched through Enziat's left shoulder, a far more serious wound than the scratch Enziat had inflicted. Both men retreated, pulling apart. They stood facing one another, swords gleaming. Arlian's blade was tipped with red. Enziat's had a smear of blood diagonally across it. "The dragon's down below," Arlian said, hoping to disrupt Enziat's concentration. "Are they black or green?"
"Black," Enziat said. "All the surviving dragons are black."
"Oh? Why?"
"Because they're old, Arlian. A newborn dragon is red as blood, but by the time it's a year old, that fades to gold. A few decades and it's green as grass, and a few centuries darken that to a black as their hearts."
"And are their hearts any blacker than yours, Lord Dragon? Is that why you called yourself that?" Arlian had expected Enziat to laugh and make some sardonic reply at that, but instead he looked as if he had been struck.
"I have the heart of a dragon," he said bitterly. "As do you and all the rest of that foolish little society. Yours may still be red, or at least gold, but mine is old and weary and black, just as you say. And as yours will be one day if you live that long."
"Never," Arlian said, lowering his sword and launching a fresh assault. Chapter 60. The Final Duel. The fight dragged on. The lamp burned low, and the two men called a brief truce to refill it before resuming their combat. Arlian received a gash across his ribs and another just above one hip, while Enziat's left shoulder was pierced again, and a long gouge cut into his right leg. Blood was smeared across the rocks, on the stalagmites, and along the walls. Both men grew tired, but fought on. Neither wasted breath on further speech. The time for talk was past, and both men knew it. Arlian had no idea how long the fight lasted. In the cave, there was no sun moving across the sky to tell him how much time had passed. He could only judge by how tired he was, by how heavy his sword had become. Finally, though, as they maneuvered around a pillar, Enziat made a thrust. Arlian's parry slammed both swords against the pillar, and Enziat's blade snapped, no more than 5 inches from the guard. Enziat reacted quickly, flinging the broken, useless stump at Arlian and running backward, away from his foe, before Arlian could strike him down. Arlian recovered quickly from his surprise. The hilt of Enziat's sword glanced harmlessly from one ear as he dodged, and then he was in pursuit. As he fled, Enziat had transferred his swordbreaker from his left hand to his right. Now he turned, standing just below the ledge where the lamp sat, and faced Arlian. Arlian paused.
"No quarter, you said,"
he reminded Lord Dragon breathlessly.
"And I expect none,"
Enziat replied, gasping.
"But on another point, I've reconsidered."
"Oh?"
"You wanted to know the secret of how the dragons reproduce, Enziat said. I've decided to show you. What? You'd play for more time? Lead me down into a trap? Arlian shook his head. I don't think so. You'll die right here. Indeed, I will, Enziat said. And it's here that you'll see a dragon born. He turned the point of his swordbreaker toward his own chest. I felt it coming for months, he said. I knew it would come in time. However, I fought, but I've denied just how close it was. What are you talking about? Arlian asked. Enziat smiled crookedly. You thought that when we spoke of dragons in our hearts, we were speaking figuratively. You're about to see just how literal we were. With that, he plunged the swordbreaker into his own heart and cut downward convulsively with his dying breath. Arlian gasped and stepped back in shock. Blood gushed from Enziat's chest, but it did not spill to the ground as it should have. Instead, it expanded and writhed like a snake, curling upward in a solidifying stream. Enziat's chest rippled as Drashin's had, but the movement did not subside. Instead, it burst Enziat apart, and a creature, born of Enziat's heart's blood, stepped forth from the ruined corpse and stood upon 4 crooked, unsteady legs. It raised its blood-red head, opened golden eyes, and glared at Arlian. A mouth appeared and opened, and Arlian saw needle-sharp, gleaming white teeth spring forth from its jaw. Wings unfolded from the monster's back, and it was a dragon, a bright red dragon, standing man-high, with a 12-foot wingspan, and extending perhaps 15 feet from its newly formed nose to the tip of the soft red tail it had uncoiled from Enziat's belly. Arlian stared at it open-mouthed, the sword drooping, forgotten, in his hand. The dragon stepped toward him, and he scrambled backward, bumping heedlessly against rocks and stalagmites. He dared not take his eyes off the dragon for even an instant. He raised the sword to high guard. He was suddenly struck by a thought that sent terror through him. What if that thing that had emerged from Enziat's body were to knock the lamp from the ledge and plunge the cave into darkness? He doubted it needed the light. It could probably smell him. Even the slight chance of survival he had would be gone if the light died, unless he could get out into daylight before it caught him. Could it fit up the stairs? Would it pursue him? It had somehow fit inside Enziat, like a chick in an egg. He had to assume that, yes, it could fit anywhere it chose to. As Enziat had told him, dragons were magic made flesh, and there were 5 more dragons asleep in the cavern below, if Enziat had told the truth, and Enziat had certainly proven part of his story to be accurate. What if this newborn monster were to tumble down the pit and wake them? Enziat had also said that while a mature dragon might be indestructible, he knew how to kill the dragon's unborn young. It was clear to Arlian that he had meant by killing their hosts, and Arlian suddenly realized that in his quest for vengeance, he had already slain unborn dragons in Drashin and Horim. But perhaps a newborn, like this one, was also vulnerable. If he could kill this dragon, he might yet be saved, and every second he waited might be making the thing harder to kill. With a yell, he raised his sword and charged the thing. The dragon lowered its head and spat venom at him, but it was a feeble gesture. The spray of venom was thin and weak, falling harmlessly to the stone, and it utterly failed to ignite. A faint wisp of smoke appeared, no more. Then Arlian jabbed at the dragon's chest, striking as hard as he could, and the sword slipped off, wrenching sideways in his hands. That blood-red hide still looked soft and smooth, but he might as well have tried to pierce an anvil.
Cold iron might have power against magic in the borderlands, but good steel could not cut a dragon's hide. Before he could recover his balance, the dragon struck out with a foreclaw, swatting Arlian aside as if he were a mouse. He slammed against the cave wall, the breath knocked out of him, his back severely bruised. The dragon stepped away from Enziat's corpse, shaking torn bits of flesh and cloth from its claws. It shook itself out like a dog shaking off water, then stretched like a cat. Its claws gouged into solid stone. Arlian scrambled to his feet, his useless sword still in his hand, and the dragon turned to look at him. He met its gaze, and a flood of memories came back, of how he had looked into a black dragon's face there in his parents' pantry 10 years before, and had known he would know that face instantly if he ever saw it again. Of how he had seen Lord Dragon on horseback, looking down at him as if he were no more than an insect. Of how both Black and Wither had looked at his face and told him he had the heart of a dragon. Of how the members of the Dragon Society knew one another on sight. Arlian knew this dragon. He knew those eyes. He had seen them before, in another color and another body. They were different now, larger and inhuman, but they were still, unmistakably, Lord Enziat's eyes. The dragon smiled at him, a fierce, hungry smile. Enziat had sworn that only one of them would leave this cave alive, and while he might have cast aside his humanity and his old body, Arlian was quite sure that this dragon was somehow still Enziat, and it still meant to kill him. Arlian tried to think what he could do, how he might find a weakness. His sword could not cut that sleek red hide, but what about the black inside the monster's mouth? What of its golden eyes, the thin red membranes of its wings? He charged it, sword raised, and though it made no sound, he thought he could hear Enziat's laughter. It made no move to dodge or counter, but simply stood there as he plunged his sword into its mouth, down its black throat. Then it bit down. He barely snatched his hand free as the dragon's teeth shattered his sword. He stepped back, horrified, as it swallowed the fragments and then smiled at him again, Enziat's crooked, sardonic smile. Arlian dropped the hilt and switched his swordbreaker to his right hand, as Enziat had done. He circled to one side. The dragon stood where it was, but turned its head, watching him. Then Arlian suddenly sped up, running wildly across the rough stone floor, scattering shards of stone as he ran. He turned and ran right up to the monster. He grabbed its serpentine neck to steady himself, and with all his strength plunged the swordbreaker down on one of those great golden eyes. The blade snapped off with a sudden twang, sending the broken chunk of steel spinning off to the side, and the shock of the impact knocked the hilt from his grip, bruising his fingers. His wrist went numb, and pain shot up his arm. The dragon shook itself, sending Arlian flying, and he slammed back against the cave wall again, this time hitting sideways. Pain blazed. He heard something crack, probably one of his ribs. He was injured, perhaps serious, and unarmed, both his blades broken, and all he had done was amuse the dragon. It wasn't even annoyed, judging by its expression, and the dragon's face, though not as mobile, somehow managed to be at least as expressive as a man's. Enziat's silent laughter filled Arlian's thoughts as he struggled to his feet. Even though he knew a steel blade couldn't pierce the dragon's hide, Arlian still wanted one. He felt naked facing an enemy unarmed. Both his own were broken, as was Enziat's sword, but Enziat's swordbreaker was intact. And, Arlian remembered, that was the blade that had given birth to this abomination. Perhaps that would endow it with special potency. Half running, half staggering, Arlian hurried to Enziat's corpse behind the dragon. The dragon started to turn, but found itself awkwardly positioned, confined by a stone pillar and a low section of stalactite-encrusted ceiling. Arlian was able to reach the body unhindered. The swordbreaker was still clutched in Enziat's dead fingers. Arlian started to pry it loose, looking up to see what the dragon was doing. The monster had disentangled itself and turned, and was advancing, jaws agape. Arlian, anticipating a spray of venom, ducked, and the venom missed him by inches. As he moved, Arlian saw something tangled in Enziat's ruined clothing. The hilt of another knife, a dagger. That would not have the unique puissance of the swordbreaker, but he snatched for it anyway, and came away with the swordbreaker in one hand, the dagger in the other, just in time to make a rolling dive sideways as the dragon lunged for him. He rolled away, a painful operation with his bruises and cracked rib, but he forced himself to ignore the pain, as he had often done in the mines. When he was clear of the dragon's attack, he tried to spring to his feet, but instead found himself crouched on one knee as agony laced his side where he had just pulled a muscle right where Enziat's sword had cut him. His eyes closed involuntarily. When he could force them open again, he saw the dragon glaring at him. Now it was annoyed. He took that as a hopeful sign and raised the swordbreaker, ready to strike if the dragon lunged. The monster obliged, raising its head up as its long neck curved into an S, then striking at him like a snake. Arlian dodged and made a strike of his own, plunging the swordbreaker at the dragon's throat. It glanced off harmlessly. "Blood and death," Arlian muttered as he fell back. He lifted the dagger in a meaningless defensive gesture. For the first time he saw the dagger's blade, and realized that it was black. Not the black of iron or enamel, but the gleaming, glassy black of obsidian. Enziat had said he had a use for obsidian. Enziat had thought there might be a way to kill a dragon, or at least so he had said, and he had been researching it. Enziat had been on his way to steal a dragon's venom. Might he have brought something he thought might protect him? Obsidian had power against fire and darkness, Rhyme had told him. Arlian plunged the dagger into the dragon's throat. The black blade sliced into that impervious red flesh as if the dragon's hide were cheese. The dragon screamed, an ear-racking sound like...
What's up, guys? It would be really awesome if you please like and subscribe for more. Thank you.